Baby shark.
Baby shark. Baby shark. Baby shark. Baby shark. Baby shark. Mommy shark. Mommy shark. Mommy shark. Mommy shark.
Daddy shark. Daddy shark. Daddy shark. Daddy shark.
Grandma shark. Grandma shark. Grandma shark. Grandma shark.
Grandpa shark. Boom, chicky, boom, boom. Grandpa shark. Boom, chicky, boom. Grandpa shark. Boom, chicky, chicky, Grandpa shark.
Let's go hunt. Let's go hunt. Let's go hunt. Let's go hunt. Run away. Run away. Run away. Run away. Safe at last. Safe at last. Safe at last. Safe at last. It's the end. It's the end. It's the end. It's the end. Dun 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 dun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Today is the day that it all comes together. It's the day of reckoning. I am a nervous wreck. I don't know if I speak for all of you when I say this is maybe the most nervous I've ever been, ever been for an NHL draft. I'm an actual nervous wreck. Let me actually crack this open because I have something interesting to say. You guys hear this? Let me just crack this open for you. You guys may think that's a Celsius, but there's no way with my emotional state I was going to take that much caffeine. This is actually a sparkling water. The Ringside General's going all healthy on you guys because it's that big of a day. This is going to be an unbelievable franchise-defining moment, arguably the biggest franchise-defining moment in terms of uncertainty since the Connor Bedard draft. Remember with the Oliver Moore pick, yeah, this is not a LaCroix. This is Kroger's bootleg version of a LaCroix. We have a lot to talk about before the draft, but let's just have a small little therapy session together first. Let me have a quick sip. Oh my goodness, this is Kroger's strawberry lemonade. This is actually insane. I'm doing some setup stuff in the background, so if I'm stuttering a little bit, please bear with me. We still have about an hour before the stream starts. I just want to make sure I have some things ironed out in the background as well. But what I was saying is, since the Blackhawks had the Connor Bedard pick, this is one of their biggest chances, arguably their biggest chance to get a franchise-altering forward. Now, of course, last year, Ivan Demidov, I would consider him to be a straight-up candidate to be the first overall pick in this draft. I think he's absolutely that good. The difference is, leading up to the draft, we had a good week and a half where we were sure the Blackhawks were going to go a different way. I believe it was Cam Robinson who was one of the first to report it at that time, but we knew that Artem Levchinov was going to be picked at second about a week out of the draft. And the same seemed like it was happening this year, where Anton Frandell was getting big time rumors around the draft, throughout the draft cycle, really. I mean, we all know that Schaefer is going to go number one. There's some Hagens rumors in the beginning before the Islanders hired Darsh and before we figured out that they're going to go with the more traditional analytical-based route that the Tampa Bay Lightning have been very successful doing. But ever since the GM hiring was done, the first overall pick was never in question. They were going Matthew Schaefer. And then at second overall, San Jose taking Michael Misa throughout the draft cycle seemed like a slam dunk. I mean, Michael Misa plays with one of the top Sharks prospects over in Saginaw. I mean, he plays on a line with Igor Chernyshov, and they have tremendous chemistry together. Misa was asked when he landed in Los Angeles, one reporter asked him, what he would think if the Sharks drafted him. And they asked Anton Frandell the same question. I'll get to that in a second. But Michael Misa literally talked about Igor Chernyshov, talking about how it would be nice to kind of rekindle their chemistry from their junior level in the NHL. It's clear he wants to be a Shark. And that seemed like a slam dunk pick throughout the process. Then suddenly yesterday, when a bunch of reporters started landing in Los Angeles, suddenly we get the whiff of hope for Blackhawks fans that maybe instead of getting the solid A-B+ prospect in Anton Friendel, the monster of a physical profile, the guy who's tough to play against, but maybe has some questions about his ceiling, instead of getting that guy, maybe the Blackhawks would be getting the A+ bona fide first line center in Michael Misa instead. Because suddenly, after the reporters landed yesterday, we started to get reports that not only, and let me actually pull this up. We'll talk about some other stuff around the NHL momentarily. Take a look at this tweet from Cam Robinson, and I'm holding him directly responsible. When he landed in Los Angeles, he said, talking to more and more people who keep saying it's the likely outcome. Do you guys understand the near heart attack that I experienced when I saw him talk about when I saw Cam Robinson talk about Anton Friendel going second and Michael Misa falling to the Blackhawks as the likely outcome? Keep in mind that Robinson doesn't speak out of his backside. This isn't a guy who stakes his reputation on any Tom, Dick, and Harry walking down the streets of Los Angeles. If you guys have not been to Los Angeles, by the way, downtown LA is an absolute mess. Bunch of homeless people. Of course, you hope the economic status gets better. This is not a guy who's going to fall for some coke addict walking out of a tent, telling him, oh, Misa's going to fall to 3. This is a guy who does his homework. He's one of the best around the draft at figuring out what the top of the draft looks like. And when he said that it's the likely outcome that Misa was going to fall to the Blackhawks, I damn near had a heart attack. I couldn't believe my eyes. And then over the past day, there's been a series of guys pouring cold water on it. Elliot Friedman, in his 32 Thoughts podcast that was uploaded earlier today, said that a very reputable source that he trusts believed that number 1 is Schaefer. We all know that. But the source believed that number 2 was going to be Misa, number 3 Friendel, and number 4 Desnoyers. Now, Elliot Friedman is a tremendous reporter as well. And again, he wouldn't be talking if he wasn't very confident in the source that he was given. Wait, Coke or Pepsi? I know California people don't like sugar. No, it's true booger sugar, man. This is a different part of California. You're thinking of maybe the liberal, rich Beverly Hills part or the valley part of California. Downtown LA is an absolute mess. I mean, the reputation that Chicago has, downtown LA has the exact same reputation in my eyes. But anyways, what I was saying is Elliot Friedman also is not a guy to just speak out of turn. So right away, you have Cam Robinson saying that it's a likely outcome, and mere hours later, Elliot Friedman, the king of reporting in the NHL, saying that he really believed the report that Misa would go 2. And then Corey Pronman, who, I mean, his reputation has been a little bit up and down. I'm not sure about all of his opinions in terms of prospects and ranking them, but he's usually pretty plugged in to NHL front offices around the draft. Now, last year was an exception. He didn't predict last year very well, and that's become a meme in the Twitter community. If you go and look at any of Corey Pronman's mentions, you'll see that everybody clowns him for missing on last year, but he's usually this is the kind of thing that he's very good at. And he also mentioned in pretty vague terms that he believes that Michael Misa is going number 2. Now, I'm not going to pull it up because it is behind a paywall, but I'm not shameless enough to read what he said verbatim. So what he said is, and this is under his assessment of Michael Misa going number 2 in his most recent mock draft, which is a predictive mock draft. Under the commentary section, he said, and I quote, "The intrigue starts early. Presuming Schaefer goes 1, the Sharks will have a decision to make. The league thinks Schaefer has been their guy all year. The league also thinks they're high on both Misa and Djurgården center Anton Friendel." Now, first of all, I don't even consider him to be a center. We'll talk much more about Friendel when he's picked. In any case, Pronman goes on to say, my best information, and pay attention to this part, my best information is they will lean towards the slightly more dynamic Misa, but Friendel is very much in play here and is very appealing due to his hard, well-rounded game down the middle. Now, of course, we know that NHL teams are going to be absolutely on their knees, gaping mouth, begging for the profile that Anton Friendel has. We already know that. But what's interesting to me is that he believes, even in his most recent predictive mock draft, and again, the context that he was wrong about his most recent draft is important here because he's not sure about this draft either. And this came out pretty recently as well. This came out today. Kronman goes on to say, Frendell is very much in play here and is very appealing due to his hard, well-rounded game down the middle. I would not be surprised, and let me repeat, I would not be surprised if they called his name.
Baby shark.
Baby shark.
And this is all I have to say. What more is there left to say, right? And I'll catch up with chat momentarily. Before I do, I just wanted to quickly run through what's happening in the NHL because I want to give credit to the reporters because they're getting a lot of backlash, and for good reason. This is the first year, and I'm not sure how much effect this has on their actual reporting, but this is the first year that we have a decentralized draft. I wonder if having a decentralized draft makes these smokescreens more likely. I wonder if reporters are struggling to find out what they can and cannot trust in these new circumstances. Now, I made a joke about, Cam Robinson trusting those crackheads on the streets of LA, but you have to get your sources from somewhere, right? Normally, in a centralized draft, you walk on the street and you walk into Kyle Davidson and you can give him a street interview and you can ask sources that are directly plugged into teams, sources that are talking to scouts within the actual war rooms of NHL teams. You can ask them about their assessment of players. But in a decentralized draft, the war room is not in Los Angeles. They're in wherever the actual team's headquarters is. So where are they getting their information from? I wonder if these otherwise reputable reporters have a bit of a learning curve when it comes to dealing with a decentralized draft and finding what is accurate and what is not accurate. And I also wonder from a team's perspective whether they're more comfortable setting smoke screens and trying to fool reporters around the draft, because everybody knows NHL teams do not like information being out. They want to mislead as much as possible. They want to get every last little advantage that they possibly can, especially in a high-stakes situation like the NHL draft. So I wonder if, because it's decentralized, reporters are finding it harder to sieve between good and bad information, and teams are finding it easier to send these little mixed signals, these little seeds of doubt in reporters, and kind of laughing in the background as reporters who are otherwise reputable are going back and forth directly contradicting each other with their information. But I do want to give credit to the reporters, because over the past week, we started to hear more and more that this is going to be a different draft day. Around the draft is going to be absolute cinema. It's going to be fireworks. Don't expect it to be as tame as other drafts. And a lot of people, and I had the same doubts, but a lot of people called them out for saying the same thing they say every year. Every year you hear that this draft is going to be different. We may see more trades around the draft. This time, they were actually correct. So I wanted to kind of give a shout out to some of the more notable moves made around this draft, and just kind of discuss my thoughts on them very quickly. The first happened, I believe it was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, but Josh Doan and Michael Kesselring were traded. Josh Doan and Michael Kesselring were traded from Utah to Buffalo in exchange for JJ Peterka. And all Blackhawks fans went absolutely ballistic, talking about how, it's unacceptable that Kyle Davidson didn't trade Lucas Reichel and Connor Murphy for JJ Peterka because it's similar. No, it's not. This is something I really want to point out, because Michael Kesselring may not be an analytical darling, but he's exactly what NHL teams want. First of all, take a look at this cap hit. $1.4 million for one more season. That is dirt cheap for a guy that I imagine is going to be in the top 4 for Buffalo. Now, there are a few things that I want to mention about this trade specifically, because I believe that Michael Kesselring is the prized return for JJ Peterka in this trade. Josh Doan, he'll probably top out as a middle six forward, a guy who's probably more valuable to the Utah franchise because they were formerly the Arizona Coyotes, and of course Josh Doan's dad is Shane Doan, one of the biggest figures in Arizona Coyotes history. But as a prospect, he's solid. He's going to be probably a middle sixer in the NHL, and a pretty good one at that, a well-rounded guy. But I believe that the prized possession was Michael Kesselring. Now, I don't know what direction the Buffalo Sabres are going in. Sorry, let me just catch up with chat quickly, because there are a lot of interesting comments happening. Alex says, SCFU ringside, I'm nervous as blank right now. I want Misa. Yeah, we'll talk about that all momentarily. Let's talk through some stuff, kind of get us warm into the draft before we lose our respective minds and have aneurysms on this live stream. Michael Kesselring is tall. He's a solid puck mover, and he's very quick. And he's 25 years old. Now, the reason I'm bringing up the cap hit as well at $1.4 million for one more season is I don't know what Buffalo is planning to do. You have a lot of veterans in Buffalo who are tired and want out. JJ Peterka was obviously the start. You had some reports that even Owen Power, a former first overall pick, kind of is getting tired with the vision that the team has. So I imagine that the Buffalo Sabres would, at least in theory, try their best to rebuild. Whether a token rebuild or an actual rebuild, this doesn't really make sense to me. The fact that he's 25 years old is all great. The fact that he's right-handed, and every NHL team has an absolute hard-on when it comes to right-handed defensemen, and we'll talk about Noah Dobson in a second, and the fact that he's very projectable to the defensive pairing of Owen Power and may convince Owen Power to stay is one thing. But I think one of the most tantalizing thing about Michael Kesselring in the short term is that his cap hit is $1.4 million, but for only one more season. Is Buffalo really thinking that this one season is going to be a window of opportunity for them? I mean, Nikolaj Ehlers is gonna make the market, so maybe they go after him. Mitch Marner, I don't know where they're gonna get the money for him and how they're gonna convince him to go to a team like Buffalo, but he's gonna be available. Is this gonna be an opportunity for the Buffalo Sabres to make a big-time move? Because after this year, Michael Kesselring, especially if he pans out in Buffalo, he's going to need a pretty big extension. He's going to be extended like a top 4 player who's a right-handed defenseman and who's projectable for the future of Buffalo. He's going to be getting north of $7 million, in my opinion, if he pans out the way that the Sabres expect him to. So the value of having a cap hit this low really baffled me, and I wonder why they didn't try to go after draft picks. Of course, the 3rd overall pick was rumored to be a part of the deal for JJ Peterka that the Blackhawks were kind of sending Buffalo's way. I don't think that value proposition is even close. I don't think the 3rd overall pick justifies. I don't think JJ Peterka justifies a 3rd overall pick at all. I think the value is completely off there. I would imagine it's a 3rd overall pick for JJ Peterka and the 9th, and some more added benefit for the Blackhawks. Frankly, I don't know how a trade around the 3rd overall pick would even work when it comes to a player like JJ Peterka, who's very offensive, doesn't really play defense at all in the defensive zone. One of the weakest top 6 forwards in the entire NHL in that category as well, and a guy who doesn't really play on the power play either, with a 17% 5-on-5 shooting percentage, which is actually the highest ever recorded 5-on-5 shooting percentage of all time. So you expect some of that offensive output to kind of decrease in the upcoming seasons, and I never really saw the value proposition with trading the 3rd overall pick for JJ Peterka. Now, again, we're trying to lead into this next bit where we're going to talk about some of the prospects. But the next thing I want to talk about is the collective bargaining agreement, because there are a few additions that NHL fans should probably know. First of all, beginning in 2026-2027, we're going to have an 84-game regular season. Now, I don't really like this. And the reason why is because I think the season already goes on too long. I think the gap between the Stanley Cup Finals and the draft is way too short. I think it's an unfair advantage for teams that are scouting for longer. I think the turnaround between the end of the season and free agency is a little bit awkward and short. I think players should have more of a vacation before free agency, before they figure out where they're going next. I don't know if the NHL as a league is capable of actually scheduling an extra 2 games. Now, of course, owners are going to be all over this. This is going to be, something every time they have the opportunity to make more money off fans, they're going to take that opportunity. The TV deals are going to be all over this. Owners are going to be all over this. I just wonder how this is going to affect the scheduling around the NHL. The second thing is that contracts will be limited to 6 years for free agents and 7 years for players re-signing. So normally right now, you can give an 8-year deal to a player that you're re-signing from your own team, and a 7-year deal for free agents. This is going to be lowered by 1 each. And the significance of that is, keep in mind that the salary cap is also increasing. I think this is a big benefit to players because now they have an extra year of control. If they reach free agency a year earlier, that means that all of a sudden you have an extra payday in your contract. Hypothetically, instead of reaching free agency at, let's just say, 31, you're reaching free agency at 30 when you have an extra year of your prime that you can dangle in front of teams. I think this is a very NHLPA-friendly aspect of the CBA. The third thing is deferred salary. I never understood why deferred salaries even was ever allowed in contracts, considering this is a hard salary model. The NHL is very strong about not wanting to change the salary cap, and we'll talk about some of that other stuff later on when it comes to playoff game rosters. But considering the NHL operates with a hard cap, I never understood why deferred salary was ever a thing. I think the AAV should be identical to the salary that a player is receiving. We can talk about taxes another day. This is not the day for that. But deferred salary is no longer allowed in contracts starting from 2026. Signing rights to draft picks are uniform across leagues. This is huge, especially with the NCAA CHL agreement of this year, where prospects can go from the CHL to the NCAA and potentially back to the CHL. It's important for the signing rights to be the same and for the rules to be the same for prospects around those leagues. So that's definitely going to be a good improvement. This one is an interesting one because all of a sudden there's a new best job in the NHL. There is now a full-time emergency backup goalie within organizations. There's no e-bug anymore. There's no e-bug that kind of suits up for both teams. Each organization has a full-time emergency backup goalie that maybe plays once every 7 to 8 years. This is going to be a dream come true considering they're getting an actual salary and they get to sit behind the scenes, eat tacos or whatever's in the press box, and just enjoy the game while getting paid to do it. This is a great addition. If anybody here is a goalie, I know some people on social media and Blackhawks Twitter are goaltenders. You can maybe go for this. You should probably go for this position instead of talking about hockey, because some people on Twitter are absolutely insane. The next rule is that teams cannot... I can't believe this has to be a rule. Teams cannot mandate player dress code when arriving or departing games. I think it's so obsolete that they have a dress code where you have to wear a suit when you walk in. You look at a guy like PK Subban and how much... Actually, you know what? Let's not even talk about hockey. A lot of you guys are probably NFL fans. You guys remember Cam Newton and the stuff he used to wear when he came into games and how much discourse it generated around the sport of football? Imagine what NHL players can do if you're not constantly trying to enforce dress code and the way they behave and the way they talk to media. Everything shouldn't be media trained. Everything shouldn't be a rule. And we look at teams like the New York Islanders under Lou Lamoriello and how they had bans on facial hair and all that other BS. All of that is so obsolete. That should not be a thing in the big 2025. So I'm glad that teams can no longer mandate what players wear to and from games. And finally, playoff game rosters must be cap compliant. Gone are the days where you can just have somebody injured for the entire season. The Mark Stone rule, as people like to call it, where he suddenly shows up in game one of the playoffs, and you're playing 10 to 20 million above the salary cap. Playoff game rosters must be cap compliant. So if you make a big acquisition when you have a player on LTIR, you're going to have a difficult roster move when that player comes back from LTIR for the playoffs. So that's just a quick review of the CBA. I'll catch up. I'll catch up on chat in a second. I just want to get through this because we only have about 48 minutes before the draft starts, and we have a lot of prospect talk to get through. The next thing I want to talk about is Nikolaj Ehlers. Now, Mitch Marner is going to be a free agent. Everybody already knows that. Hold on, let me get a sip. So Mitch Marner is going to be an unrestricted free agent. He's going to have all the leverage in the world. But Nikolaj Ehlers is going to be a really nice backup option for any team that misses out on Mitch Marner. And the interesting thing about Ehlers is I imagine he wants more than just money. He's been pretty public about how winning is the most important thing to him. But frankly, if winning was the most important thing to him, he'd probably stay in Winnipeg. I just realized that's a pun. Winnipeg. Everyone laugh. Anyways, one thing that I think is he's not really talking about his role, because throughout his career, he's 29 years old now. He's never really been a top-line forward. And in Winnipeg, I don't think there's a clear pathway for him to become a top-line forward, considering he's a smaller, speedy winger, and they have plenty of those profiles already on the top line. I think he would want to have a situation where he feels like he can immediately go on a top line and a power play one and see what type of money that brings. I wonder if, not necessarily the Blackhawks, because I don't think this is a move that they're looking to make right now. I wonder if he goes to a team that may not be winning in the near future and maybe takes a bridge deal with them, a prove-it deal, kind of like a 1 or 2 year deal to prove himself on a top line and then try to cash in with another team. He also mentioned, as Elliot mentioned here, the door is not closed on Manitoba. So he could also just look at the market, see what's available to him money-wise, and then report back to Winnipeg and resume his role as a middle six forward. That remains to be seen, but he will test the market, and that is definitely newsworthy. The next thing to talk about is, yes, Noah Dobson was just traded to Montreal, and he signed an 8 times $9.5 million extension with the Canadiens. Now, before I even talk about the terms of the deal as well as the contract, it's important to note that a lot of teams around the NHL think that the New York Islanders did not take all the value they could on the table. Specifically, Columbus is reported to be really frustrated that they weren't able to pull this off because given the return for Noah Dobson, that franchise, Columbus, believes that they gave a better offer to the New York Islanders. Now, this has a lot of repercussions for both the Islanders. For both the Islanders and the Montreal Canadiens. Let's talk about Montreal first because the Islanders directly relate to the draft. So, Montreal, first of all, they have to give up Emil Heineman, who's a 23-year-old prospect who's been a little bit disappointing recently, and they give up 2 first-round picks. That means absolutely nothing to a playoff team. At 16 and 17, if I'm not mistaken, they needed a right-handed defenseman badly on this roster. They needed a two-way defenseman, even if Noah Dobson was a little bit inconsistent last year defensively. He kind of has that general profile that they're missing. He could immediately slot in alongside Lane Hudson on that top pairing and insulate him a little bit. I believe that if he goes to Montreal and plays on that line, he'll automatically find a little bit more of that defensive role. He's a little bit of an inconsistent decision maker, but if he plays on that pairing, Lane Hudson's going to be hogging the puck quite a bit, so he's not going to be in positions where he makes poor decisions. So I think that could be a fit. You can also have him on a bit of a shutdown line with Caden Gooley, who's going to take a lot of the defensive responsibility away, while Noah Dobson has more of a two-way impact. I think this is a great trade for Montreal. Other than second line center, right-handed defenseman was their big weakness. And for a team trying to exit a rebuild and a team that just made the playoffs and are trying to go back to the playoffs and maybe go further than they did the first time, this is exactly the move they wanted to make. Now, the contract extension may seem like a lot. 8 times 9.5, I don't think that's a lot at all. This is no longer the flat cap era. The cap is going to be going up steadily over the next several seasons. 8 times 9.5 for a top 4 defenseman with some fringe top 2 impact. That's going to be a steal almost immediately. He may be a little bit overpaid in the first couple of seasons when Montreal are not in any salary cap issues at all, and when contention is not as important as just building a team. But after those 2 years, he's going to be underpaid immediately, and this is going to age extremely well. Now, for the Islanders, the reason I brought up the fact that Columbus is disappointed in them for not accepting their trade offer is because I believe that getting 2 first-round picks in this year's draft was extremely important to them. Welcome to the Hagens theory, all right? Everyone's social media is blowing up with Hagens theories. Everybody knows that Schaefer is going to go first overall. But the hometown kid, James Hagens, has been so public about wanting to be a New York Islander. When he talked about playing hockey with his brothers growing up, he talked about how he turned not into any player. He talked about turning into Matt Martin, Islanders legend. He grew up on Long Island. He's a Long Island boy through and through. When you think about John Tavares, the last franchise player, the last franchise forward that the New York Islanders had, he left town the first opportunity he got. The moment he hit his prime and he had the opportunity for a payday, he went back home. If the Islanders have any PTSD, they would want to get a guy who wants to be an Islander, arguably even more than the Islanders want him. So I believe that they're going to use those 2 picks to trade up into the top 10 at any cost. Now, I wonder, of course, the big team that's been rumored in those conversations are the Utah Yeti, Mammoth, whatever you want to call them. I know they're the Mammoth. I just can't get over the Yeti name. But Utah is picking 4th overall. I want to point that out because a few days ago, there were reports coming out, again, from very reputable sources, that James Hagens was in serious consideration to fall out of the top 10. With the Islanders choosing this specific trade offer, I think there's now a near zero chance that James Hagens falls out of the top 10 because every single team in the top 10 will call their bluff. We began this live stream by talking about how teams may be willing to bluff even more given the decentralized draft, given that a team can't just look over to the table next door and see if they're serious about it. I believe that every team in the top 10 will bluff if New York tries screwing around with this. So I think there's a very good chance that they actually move to fourth overall. Now, Utah knows this very well, and Utah are in a position where the fourth overall pick was not really a pick that they deserved per se because they jumped up 10 spots to get that pick. And when that happens to a team, especially a team trying to take the next step into the playoffs next season, you expect them to make a win now move. I don't think that these 2 first-round picks are going to be enough to get the fourth overall pick. Even if you look at a chart online and you say, oh, well, ringside, the 16th and 17th overall pick and the second-round pick are going to be enough on a chart to get fourth overall, Utah doesn't give a damn about that. Why do they care about your chart? They want to win now. I wonder if they try their best to get Matt Barzal and to force the Islanders into a complete rebuild. I don't know how Matt Barzal actually fits into the team. I just assume it would be Barzal because they don't have any other forward pieces. But Utah already has a very small group of creative forwards, guys like Clayton Keller. Nick Schmaltz is a little bigger, but he's kind of that same creative type. Logan Cooley as their first-line center. They now have a bunch of other grindy types, guys like JJ Peterka who can create offense off the boards, guys like TJ Ginla in the system. I wonder if they go after a guy like Matt Barzal to kind of bring it all together. Because otherwise, I don't see a reason why they wouldn't just hold on to that pick and call the bluff of the Islanders. It's going to be a really interesting situation unfolding there. All right, Alex, just for you. Alex says, little bro. Why are you little broing me? That's crazy. Little bro, stop yapping and read chat. All right, you know what? Just for you, I'm going to catch up on chat right now. We have exactly half an hour until the draft begins. So let's go in order from most recent to latest. Alex says 17th overall, as well as another player. Working to find the details, but this seems close to done. The Islanders want Hagens. Oh my God. So hold up, let me actually pull this up. I don't mind doxing everybody who sends me weird messages. Let me try finding the tweet live on air. Shut up, soft serve scouting. Let me block this goofball. This guy never shows up to my streams. My goodness, he has strong opinions, doesn't he? Let's all clown soft serve scouting. Ha 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 ha, soft serve scouting. All right, anyways. Roger Hicks NHL. Let's figure this out. Roger Hicks. Hicks NHL. I'll just drop my phone. Give me a second. Oh my goodness! What the heck? This is not a real source. All right, let's just read this for giggles. Breaking, I'm told that the Islanders and Utah Mammoth have agreed in principle to a trade that would send the 4th pick as well as a later pick to the Islanders in exchange for 16th, 17th, as well as another. Yeah, this is BS. Let me see if there's any reputable source about the Utah Mammoth. I'll just do it live on air because why not? We're all here half an hour before the draft begins. You guys are all hockey addicts anyway, so let's try figuring out if there's any truth to this. Let's go latest. Why not? David Crow. What the heck? I want to see an actual source. Stephen Ellis is not saying anything here, just profiles, and we'll go through the profiles later. I'll talk about prospects in a second. This has so many. Oh my goodness! I shouldn't be putting things that'll get me demonetized. Yeah, I don't believe it unless Elliot Friedman or somebody like that reports it. I'm not going to sit here and believe it. All right. So let's catch up with chat a little bit more. Otherwise, Alex is going to have an actual seizure on chat. John says, what players would you be happy at 3 and 25? I released my top 10 ranking, so I'll just defer to that. At 3, I think I've said everything I need to say about that. Really quickly, obviously Michael Misa would be the dream. I don't even want to speak it. I don't even want to speak it because, I'm so pessimistic right now. It feels like I've had an emotional breakdown over the past day. So many people have, told me privately about how there's this source that's connected to the team saying Friendell is going to. But anyways, Michael Misa would be my first choice. My second choice personally, irrespective of what's likely, would be Porter Martone. My third choice would probably be Anton Friendell. I don't think James Hagens is a serious consideration. I have James Hagens personally ranked 3rd overall. I think he's a bona fide top 6 play driver, and those are very rare, especially in a draft like this where it's so profile heavy. You have so many B- prospects that all have one trait and that are completely not well-rounded, and every NHL team is going to go crazy over them. So in a draft like that, James Hagens is remarkably well-rounded. He has a lower bust potential than the majority of guys who are going to go in the top half of the first round, but I don't think he's a serious consideration. My top 2 choices for 3rd would probably be Michael Misa 1st and Porter Martone 2nd, with the understanding that Anton Friendel will be the pick if Michael Misa is not available. I just think everything that Friendel does, Martone does with a higher ceiling and a lower floor. And I think the Blackhawks are in a position where you have to go for the higher ceiling at this point. I don't think Anton Friendel has a creativity to play drive alongside Connor Bedard. I think if you draft Friendel, suddenly the potential of Nikolaj Ehlers and Sacha Boisvert go down, because both of those players are going to be depending on that right circle. I can't talk. Both Nikolaj Ehlers and Sacha Boisvert will be relying on that right circle role on the power play, where they rely a lot on one-timers to create their offense. And if Anton Friendel's drafted, he's going to be taking that role, and suddenly you can't fit everybody on the power play. If you draft Martone, you can put him net front, and all your prospects fit in perfectly around him. I understand, he plays with a low motor. He has some inconsistencies. I understand for Brampton in the middle of the season, they had to separate him from Luke Misa because they were just struggling. They were in a huge slump. I understand all of those are red flags. None of that matters when it comes to a prospect as unique as Martone is, and he would be my choice by a very large margin over Anton Friendel. At 25, I'll be honest, and this is a perfect transition point to talking about prospects. For those of you who don't know, I am actually a medical student. I had 4 exams between Friday and Wednesday. And when I tell you, between studying and trying my best to prepare for this live stream by grinding prospects, I had almost no sleep. I am not exaggerating. I am running on fumes right now, and it kind of sucks because it's an impossible trade. Obviously, my priority is going to be medical school over watching prospects for some dumb YouTube channel, right? But I decided pretty early on in the cycle, because my medical school is getting more and more busy, I decided to focus exclusively on the top 15 prospects and do next to no homework on 15 to 50. All right. So I'm going to be relying heavily on other people's scouting reports for those players. But what I will say is I would love the Blackhawks to go for size, especially if you're going Friendel and you're already kind of sacrificing the ceiling. You might as well go for a boomer bust prospect that also brings size, because then we know in 2026, the Blackhawks are probably still not going to be good, right? The rebuild looks like it's nowhere near finishing. So at least you have an unadulterated chance to go after top prospects. I am absolutely sick out of my freaking mind that for 2 straight seasons, and this is assuming Anton Friendel is a pick, for 2 straight seasons, you have ideal profiles alongside your superstar, but instead of going for guys who can work with Connor Bedard and can help unlock him, instead you're going after some misguided assessment of what winning teams look like, and you chase high floor, low ceiling players. And I mean that with all due respect to Artem Levshunov, but I mean, compared to Ivan Demidov, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but compared to Ivan Demidov, the ceiling's not even close. But good teams need to build from their defense, right? Fair enough. But for the second straight year, you're making the same decision to go after the same type of player, a guy who's amazing physically, who's already well developed before his draft year, who's probably not going to develop better physically, but suffers with lack of hockey IQ. You're taking the same type of player the second year in a row, while your best franchise player is not a guy like Matthew Tkachuk. Your best franchise player is Connor Bedard. He's small, he's an IQ first player, and he has nobody to work with. Right now, Frank Nazar is the best play driver on this team. He's the guy with the highest hockey IQ. From a process point of view, you drafted him 13th overall. You weren't expecting him to develop into the superstar that he looks like he's going to develop into. And that's your best opportunity of a player to play with Connor Bedard. Nikolaj Ehlers, pure sniper. Roman Kantarov, very unprojectable. We'll see if he ever becomes a top liner. Who are you planning to let Connor Bedard play with. Right now, it seems like the Blackhawks' goal is to put Connor Bedard in a very early Patrick Kane type role, where he's playing alongside, and I mean this with all due respect, he's playing alongside two grinders, and he's just creating offense by himself. Well, let's hope that Connor Bedard gets a lot better, because it would have been easier for him if you paired him with an Ivan Demidov or a Porter Martone. Anyways, my rant aside, we're going to have plenty more opportunities to talk about that. Ringside has no IQ. You're preaching to the choir, man. I completely agree with you. Dark Lord Rick Tick. I feel like I have dyslexia whenever I'm reading some of these usernames. This is insane. Merrick says winning teams build from the defense out someone. I mean, yeah, I understand that you can't really build a team full of offense. Otherwise, you do become very one-sided, and those teams kind of don't really ever hit their ceiling. But I would counter by saying, look at Carolina. They built exactly the way the Blackhawks are trying to build. They built not really caring about offensive upside or offensive IQ, but just getting playoff performers. And yet, guess who's not winning in the playoffs? The freaking Carolina Hurricanes. Anyways, we'll talk about that a bit later. Let me scroll up and make sure I'm caught up. Merrick says, let's go Hawks. Abso-freaking-lutely. John, I hope I answered your question. Going up, Lee Grassman says, Misa is minus 750 to go second overall. Yeah. We're cooked. We're not getting Misa. That's a very likely option. I will say the odds are not really accurate. Again, I wonder how all of this is affected by the decentralized draft, by the complete rumor mill that's going on right now. Look at what Cam Robinson tweeted out today. No one is masking their intentions better than Mike Grier this week. We've heard from viable, credible people that they're getting Frendell, that they're going Misa, that they're exploring trading the pick. If he's trying to prove he's hard to predict, he's done it. If these reporters have no idea what Mike Grier is planning, chances are Vegas has no idea either. So I wouldn't put that much stock only on the odds for betting, but I will say it's looking very unlikely that the Blackhawks end up with Misa, and a small part of me feels like it just died, given how they managed to get my hopes up, man. They managed to get all of our hopes up. Everybody was celebrating. The movement on Twitter for all these Blackhawks fans to turn suddenly overnight into Sharks fans and push Frendell to San Jose, it almost worked. They got our hopes up, and then they broke our hearts. It's absolutely devastating. Let me scroll up. Alex says, Sam Bennett, 8-year deal. Absolutely. I mean, he's going to be the second-line center of the future for Florida. I wonder what that means for Anton Lundell, because he's not a third-line center caliber player, and he's also a pure center. It's not like you're going to move Lundell to the wing to fit him alongside Bennett in the future or anything like that. I wonder how patient he's going to be. Obviously, when you're winning back-to-back Stanley Cups and you're going for a three-peat, you're going to have a lot of happiness in the locker room. But I wonder if Lundell has an expiration date in Florida. I would love the Blackhawks to be going after a player like that instead of reaching for a player like Frendell. But anyways, we'll talk about the draft momentarily. Lee says, NHL players have no drip. I'm sorry, I can't really pronounce your last name. Grassman? I apologize. Let me know how to pronounce your name. NHL players have no drip, but NHL players are in the apparatus of the NHL that tries to censor everything they do. Don't be political. Don't be stylish. Don't talk to the media the way you actually want to. Everything is censored when it comes to the NHL. So we'll see if there actually are NHL players more willing to express themselves through style in the future. And it's not really important to me because I'm already a fan, but it's just a way to develop interest in hockey among non-hockey fans. Alex says, okay, I'm going to get food. Bro yaps too much. I have a big bowl of potato salad. I have a bowl of oatmeal. I have my sparkling, seltzer water. Let me take another sip. I just noticed Riz's reply here. I completely agree. I've learned one thing. I'm going to trust zero reporters after this. Makes no sense why 85% of the best mock drafts have Frendell going too. Again, it may just be that decentralized draft. It's a theory I pulled out of my ass, but I think it may have a lot of truth. A lot of people are calling out his credibility. He has the same sources as he always does, and he's been credible for his whole career. I think it's a little bit too far to be questioning his credibility based just on today, because this is such a different situation for these reporters to be dealing with. I do sympathize with them a little bit, but that makes the draft even more absolute cinema. It's going to be a whirlwind. I'm trying to kind of temper my expectations a little bit, but I know when the second overall pick and the third overall picks are chosen and announced on the live stream, I know I'm going to lose my mind, which is completely okay. That's kind of something I'm prepared to do, right? All right, let's go up in the let's go up in the chat a little bit. Make sure I'm caught up. Second City Sports says, actually no, I already read that. Lee says it's Friendell. It was always Friendell. These prospect people are not tapped in with the GMs. That's fair. Lee also says we're taking a third line center at third overall. The Friendell-Barkov comparisons make me sick to my stomach. Well, I talked about this a little bit in my most recent video. You guys can be sure to check it out. I did spend a lot of time researching it, and I think you guys would enjoy watching it even after the draft. But one thing I mentioned about Friendell is he's not Barkov and he's not Kopitar. And it really baffles me to hear him say this because he compared himself to Alexander Barkov. Dude doesn't even play center in Hockey Allsvenskan. He doesn't even play center at his league level. So I don't know why he's comparing himself to Barkov. The main reason he plays center at the international level is because Sweden has a lot of wingers and doesn't have a lot of centers. I'm amazed that he's even comparing himself to these players. I think he can play center, but again, the way Lee said it is pretty accurate. If he plays center, he's going to be in an Anton Lundell type role. It's going to be if he develops better defensive traits. And he's not yet at an Anton Lundell level. Anton Lundell is an absolute technician in the defensive zone. He's habits over everything, and Friendell's nowhere near that. But if he plays center, he's not going to be able to be an offensive facilitator. The best way for him to offensively facilitate plays is by being a third forward, by playing away from the puck, by kind of cheating for offense, and by playing on the wings as a true winger, as a power winger. I think Max Pacioretty is a better comparable than Barkov. I think maybe even Gabriel Landeskog, if you're very optimistic about his ability to improve his skating and his offensive IQ. I think maybe even if he develops an extra level of physicality, you could even see a poor man's Matthew Tkachuk impact. But Barkov never made any sense to me. So I don't know why those comparables were even made. Stonehand says maybe his playstyle and size. His playstyle is not like Barkov. If you watch Barkov from before his draft, he was an offensive IQ wizard. He was a supercomputer. He was skilled out of his freaking mind. Friendell is really a brute force producer. He produces because his shot is overpowering. He produces because his body's overpowering. He doesn't produce because of hockey IQ. I don't think their playing style is even close to similar. I think if they play center, Friendell is going to be more defensive, and that's the only real comparable to Barkov that I can really see. Alex says you should hop on Discord so I can rant on how the Hawks if they don't take Misa. How about this? I'll try. I'm actually out over the weekend. I'll try to have a Discord party sometime next week, and we can rant about whatever the Blackhawks pick, okay? It's going to be hard for me to set this up because I have a lot of moving parts in this live stream, as you're about to see. So it's going to be hard for me to set up Discord right now, but we'll do that sometime next week. Or let me know if you guys want a Twitter Spaces. I feel like, by the way, I forgot to say thank you guys so much. I hit 1,300 followers despite not really being a Twitter content creator anymore. So I really do appreciate that. Thanks, guys. So I just want to give you guys a quick shout out about that. And also, let me actually pull up my studio. I'm 2 subscribers away from 600. So if you guys are not already subscribed, be sure to subscribe. I would really appreciate that. It helps me out a ton. Awkward Human says, how can you be similar to Barkov if you don't drive play? Exactly. I mean, this reminds me of the discourse around Barkov in the playoffs because he was shutting down McDavid, shutting down Connor McDavid, McJesus himself. He was shutting him down, and yet the discourse around him was, oh, Barkov is not really driving play the way that he's used to. How was that the discourse? And you expect Friendell, who doesn't even play drive for Djurgården in the Hockey Allsvenskan, he doesn't even play drive on Sweden among his own peers. He showed up to the U18 and he was a pure passenger as a third forward. And you expect him to have a Barkov impact? It makes no sense to me. I completely agree with you, Awkward Human. I could not agree more. Alex says, if they take Misa, I ain't ranting. I'm with you, brother. If they take Misa, I'm going to be celebrating. You guys, I don't know how I'm going to react. I wish I had more of a scripted reaction. This is completely unscripted. I wish I had more of a scripted reaction if the Blackhawks got Misa. I may lose my mind. I may faint. I may accidentally end the live stream. I don't know what's going to happen. Stonehand says, obviously Lundell is better. He's been in the league for half a decade and has a... Look, I'm talking about the overall profile. Anton Lundell is a third-line center. You could argue that he's a second-line center on most teams, and I would agree with you. I'm talking about the profile of a player playing on the second line. If you're drafting Anton Friendel with a top 2 to 3 pick, you're expecting him to be better than a second line center. I'm talking about the foundation of the way Lundell plays as center and the way that Friendel tends to become a defensive center the moment he plays in the middle of the ice. If you want him to succeed, you're expecting him to be better than Lundell. And Lundell is one of the best technicians defensively. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying that he needs to be Lundell immediately. I'm saying he needs to have that projectability, where if he's going to be playing center, he should be able to justify the 3rd overall pick selection. Lundell was a teens pick, and even then, a lot of people thought he was a reach. He ended up being one of the best technicians among a middle 6 center in the defensive side of the game. And if Friendel is going to be a defensive center, he's going to need to have that same level of being a technician, and he has absolutely none of that right now. He has good habits, but he doesn't have those fundamentals. That's the only thing I was trying to bring up. Alex says, I'm going to F my girl if they take Misa. You are going to get me demonetized. Oh my goodness. Merrick says, Jeremy Roenick is announcing that first... Roenick? Wait. Oh, for the Blackhawks. Because I know that WWE superstar that always shows her midriff. She's going to be announcing the Sharks pick. I thought you meant that. But Jeremy Roenick announcing the first pick for the Blackhawks is super cool. I'll be honest, it's going to be way cooler if he's announcing Michael Misa. I'm not going to elaborate. But yeah, that is super cool. Old World Hockey says JR gets emotional, starts crying. Percent chance Roenick goes off script. Can you imagine? He just shows up and he's like, we need grit. With the 3rd pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks select Vaclav Nestrasil. We need grit. And he just walks off. That would be crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I've beat a dead horse so much over the past 2 seasons. But I just want to be honest about the way I think about prospects. I don't want to be one of those guys, and I can call them out by name, Bab Tanford, it rhymes with that. I don't want to be one of those guys who just shows up on social media acting like every opinion that they ever hear is stupid and pretending like everything Kyle Davidson does is roses and flowers and nectar and strawberries, right? That's not my goal. I want to speak my mind. There are a lot of things that I like about Anton Friendel, and if the Blackhawks pick him, I'm going to be releasing a video, obviously, with the film review of what Anton Friendel brings, and there are a lot of positive traits. I'm just speaking from what I expect from a 3rd overall pick, and I expect a higher ceiling. I expect a prospect to work more on their deficiencies than Friendel did, and although he's going to be a tremendous player, amazing player, regardless of where he goes, I just question what that means for the rebuild as a whole. All right? I feel like that's fair. I feel like I'm being fair. And I also, in my ranking, by the way, Elite Prospects has Friendel ranked 13th. And a lot of their opinions of why they ranked Friendel 13th, I completely agree with. So from a process point of view, you could even argue that I'm too optimistic on Friendel because I value his traits a little bit too much. I have him ranked 6th, which is much higher than a lot of different guys do. So I think I'm being fair about Friendel. I just prefer 2 other prospects for the Blackhawks specifically, even though he's going to be a good player. John says, you did answer my question. Thank you, Ringside. You're the best. Oh, that's very sweet. I appreciate that. Sometimes it's hard to balance everything I have to balance. And I'm not complaining. This is exactly what I wanted to do. When I started content creation, I knew that balancing it with medical school is going to be very difficult. I wouldn't have a lot of hobbies outside of it, but really comments like yours, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, this isn't me just yapping. Comments like yours are what keep me going and what make this, making content, oh my God, I can't talk. Making content really fun. So I really do appreciate all the kind words. It means a lot. You say, I agree with your take on 3. I really want them to take Martone if Misa isn't there. Unfortunately, it won't happen. They did their token appreciation. They send their reports through the media, as they always do, saying the Blackhawks are interested in Friendel and Martone and Misa. We'll see who they take. It's probably 90% Friendel, 8% Misa, and 2% Martone, if I had to guess. Alex says, I hope Artie announces Misa. It looks like Roenick is going to announce Misa. What are the chances, by the way, that Roenick's announcement lasts more than 2 minutes? You guys want me to pull up a timer and time it as Roenick gives his announcement? I might do that, because I imagine bro is going to be yapping even more than the ringside general, and that's hard to do. Oh my God. Let me fact check you. It's not that I don't believe you. Let me just quickly fact check you. See Cam Robinson. content creator. Oh my God, man. I'm going to unfollow you after this one, man. Bro, oh my God. There it is. You're right. I am devastated. I don't think he puts this out if he wasn't relatively, not relatively sure, but if it wasn't like 80-20 Misa too. But other things that are relevant here, he obviously predicts Matthew Schaefer to go first overall. Schaefer's the best prospect in this draft. Misa and Frendel. I'm not going to blow myself. I'm not going to blow my I'm not going to blow my back out, I should say, over a report before the draft begins. But I mean, moving on to fourth, Utah takes Desnoyers. Fifth, McQueen. Oh, that's really high for McQueen. I was so disappointed at the outcome between 2 and 3. McQueen going fifth would be shocking to me. That would be absolutely insane. I believe fifth is Nashville. So they're banking on McQueen hitting that potential. As a Blackhawks fan, I'm not sure I would be disappointed by that outcome, because a tall prospect with a lingering back injury is a big red flag to me. I had him ranked 9th in my ranking. I think there's a chance that he's a complete bust. There's also a chance that he's the best player in the draft. But Nashville taking a chance like that would both surprise me, and I would kind of be fine with that as a rival of the Nashville Predators. At 6, he has... Oh, whoa. Okay, so let me get this right. Philadelphia, right after trading for Trevor Zegras and kind of showing their hand that they're open to these more skilled perimeter players, Philadelphia, a team that clearly now values hockey IQ, given the Zegras trade, has both Hagens and Martone fall to them, and they take Brady Martin instead. That's unbelievable. That would be pretty incredible. I'm not gonna blow my back out over these reports, but if that happens, I'm gonna be very surprised. And then at 7th overall, Boston takes Porter Martone, best player available. I think Boston would probably do better taking Hagens here, but that's completely nitpicking. Martone has among the highest offensive ceilings. That would be not that out of the realm of possibility. Old World had said, whoever they pick, I hope they shake JR's hands, or he'll be, oh my God. That's an elite reference. You almost got that one over my head. I completely forgot it was Jeremy Roenick who said that BS about Bedard not shaking his hand. I completely forgot. Dark Lord Rick Tick says, I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, bro. I'm just having a hard time, all right? I'm having a hard time coping with these emotions that I'm feeling. You know what was the most unbelievable thing? Let me actually pull this up. I'm going to find this. I'm going to call one of you. I don't know if you're in the chat. I hope you're not, because I'm going to call you out straight up. But one thing that I found completely unbelievable. Let me pull this up. All right. How do I pull this up? Let me see if I can do it like this. Bam. There it is. You guys should be able to see this, right? Yeah. This reply took a year off my life. So obviously I'm going through a tough time, right? This is a really tough situation where we're given Misa, and then Misa's taken away from us, and right now it seems like he's not going to be the pick. But I don't understand replies like this, man. I'm not going to complain too much, but yeah, it's just unbelievable. We have 3 minutes left until the live stream starts. I imagine that the event will start a little bit after that. I do have a... Oh, the live stream did start. I'm going to put the volume of the actual stream down a little bit. But before we actually go into that, let me mute this until... Yeah, we're fine. I commented, give me your spiciest takes and predictions for this draft below. So I'll quickly react to all of your takes that you mentioned. Firstly, CCH says, personally, home run draft by the Hawks is Misa or Frendel at 3, then either Malcolm Spence and then trade back into the first for Colin Potter, or if Martone Hagens drops to 10-ish, package picks to get back into the first, I assume. So let me talk about this step by step. First of all, Misa or Frendell at 3. I assume that CCH is saying this because this is the most likely outcome, not because this is the slam dunk pick. I think the slam dunk home run draft would be Misa or Martone. But yes, this would be a good outcome. And then Malcolm Spence is a player who I didn't do a lot of homework on. I kind of talked about this earlier. Alex's goodbye ring said, what the heck? Why are you leaving? Oh my God. Second City Sports says, I've had him in my DMs before. He called Nazar and Bedard midgets? What? Is it just because, is he one of those people who thinks that you need to have size on every line to win? Sorry, I just took a bite of my oatmeal. It's kind of stuck in my throat. So he says, either Spence at 25. We'll talk about some of these prospects later on. I'm going to have some scouting reports open and things like that when it comes to picks later on in the first. But if Martone or Hagens drop to 10, first of all, I don't think it's possible that Hagens is going to drop beyond where the Islanders want him to drop. I imagine the Islanders are doing their absolute maximum amount of homework on where Hagens is going to go, and they're going to try to one-up it. If Martone drops and the Blackhawks get him without trading an A-plus prospect that they already have, obviously it's going to be a slam dunk pick, and it's going to make picking Frendell at 3 much more palatable. Moving on to the next spicy take. Second City Sports says he's just a moron. He's also the reason the tap thing started. Oh, the whole argument? Oh, okay. This is funny. Normally, I don't like making these takes public, even though I have a lot of criticisms about Kyle Davidson. But CCH also says KD will trade up for someone he can draft by trading down. This is just hilarious. I think that the prospect this year may be Vaclav Nestersil. If that happens, I do think he's going to go higher than a lot of fans expect him to. This is not the strongest draft in the world. I don't think that's a secret. So I do think a team in the late teens could take a chance on size, whether it's Nestersil or one of the other bigger prospects. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Katie may try to trade up for a player like that. Miserable for McKenna says something pretty interesting. He says 3 goalies go in the first round. Now, if I had to guess which 3 goalies, there were reports that Semyon Frolov, the Russian goalie, is being considered by some teams to be a first-round pick. So if 3 goalies are going in the first round, he's going to have to be one of them. I would imagine that Peter Andrianov? I believe that's the other Russian goalie who plays for in the NHL. He's also kind of projected to be in that second to third round range. I imagine if 3 goalies go in the first round, 2 of them are going to be in that Russian pool, and then one of them will be Ravensburgen. Sorry, I can't even talk right now. I need to calm down before the draft actually begins. Let me refresh this to make sure nothing's happening. But if that happens, I believe those would be the 3 goalies who would be picked. I would be a little bit shocked if it did happen. I know that and called out the prospects, Cam Robinson and Chris Peters did flirt with that same idea. It would kind of shock me. Now, I will say that the concept of a first-round goalie has changed so drastically in my lifetime. It's really hard to say what's going to happen. I mean, I remember when Marc-Andre Fleury, when I was a fetus, Marc-Andre Fleury went first overall. I wasn't really paying attention when that happened, but I did remember a lot of the reputation before he won his Stanley Cups of a lot of people saying drafting a goalie first overall is completely bananas. And obviously, you had a generational type talent in Andrei Vasilevsky. That's not all that interesting. But Florida, when they signed what's-his-face to a long-term, maximum $10 million AAV contract, Sergei Bobrovsky, that same offseason, they also drafted Spencer Knight in the first round. And all of a sudden, given that everyone wants to copy Florida, it wouldn't shock me to see some of these goalies start to go a little bit higher than they usually are, especially in a draft like this where there's already so much uncertainty on ceiling, and goalies are notorious for having an uncertain ceiling. Maybe we do see 3 goalies go first round. So if I was to guess, I would say it's more likely than not that fewer than 3 goalies go, but it wouldn't really shock me if 3 goalies went in the first round. It's a very good take. I think this may be my favorite comment of the group. Soup says Frendell to the Sharks. I mean, I hope that happens. I know Soup is in the chat earlier. I really hope that happens. I don't think it's going to happen. Casper, by the way, this dude is a Blackhawks content creator. Guys, go show him some love. I love when Blackhawks content creators, I'm not going to dox his DM, but he did reach out to me. I'll try to find his stuff and give it to the Discord a little bit later. If one of the mods can put the Discord link in the chat, I did not put it in the description for today. So if one of the mods can give a Discord invite link, I'll try to find this dude's YouTube channel where he covers the Blackhawks and put it in the Discord. Everyone show him some love, man. We can't have too many Blackhawks content creators. I love debates. I love disagreeing with people. I'm not like Bab Tanford or whatever his name is, Tab Bamford, where I think my opinion is right and everything has to be the way the Blackhawks think. I love different opinions. I love watching content. I love consuming content. So guys, give him some love. But his prediction is Blackhawks trade up to stop the Hagens fall. Again, this was 5 hours ago. I'm fully convinced that if Hagens falls any amount beyond 4, it's going to be because the Islanders are trading up for him. And I think the Islanders are going to find a way to make Hagens happen. If the Blackhawks get Hagens, I will be dancing in the streets of Los Angeles, boys. I would be shocked if it happened, but I am so high on James Hagens. I think he's going to prove everybody wrong. And frankly, the fact that Corey Pronman had his stupid rant, for those of you who saw that, at the beginning of his mock draft saying, I can't believe teams want to trade up for James Hagens when he's blah, 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 blah. The fact that he's so low on Hagens makes me even higher on Hagens. Screw you, Corey Pronman, and everything you stand for. The only reason you're relevant is because you have good sources. Frank Nazar is not the 14th best skater. Lane Hudson doesn't have average compete. Half of your draft takes are absolutely ridiculous. And the Hagens one will age arguably even worse than the Nazar one did. I'm so high on Hagens, and I hope the Blackhawks end up with him. I just highly doubt it happens, given the size of the top 6. Betchinsky says, Reichel will be traded sometime by the end of the draft, rounds 1 to 7. You know what? I can't believe I didn't like this. I probably didn't see it until now, but I think this is a very good take. Frank Saravalli had Lucas Reichel in his draft list. Let me actually pull this up to make sure I know where he actually ranked him. I can actually find this... I believe it was somewhere in the teens. He had both Reichel and Connor Murphy listed in his draft targets. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Reichel will be traded in this draft. I don't think it's going to be day 1 because Reichel's trade value is not really round 1 value. Everyone's saying, well, trade Reichel in the 3rd overall pick for the 2nd overall pick. San Jose laughs in your face if you suggest that. Not only does Reichel not fit into their team, not fit into their needs, he's nowhere near the value difference between the 2nd and the 3rd overall picks. I don't care that they understand if the Blackhawks think that Frendell is going to be the 2nd overall pick anyways. None of that matters. He doesn't have that value to be a significant trading piece in round 1. I think maybe you see him traded for a mid-round pick if the Blackhawks like someone who falls, or maybe even as a throw-in for a bigger trade. That is not something that would shock me at all. The Hockey Sun says, all right, boys, I'm driving. Tell me what's up. We're going through a group therapy session. The draft is about to start. I don't think I'm ready for it. I don't know how I'm going to react, man. This is going to be a big moment, man. Whatever happens is going to be huge. Sean Birdlick says, Brady Martin and Keyshawn Aitchison will go surprisingly high. I think their physicality will make GM salivate. This is a bit of a spicy take, because both of them are kind of the same profile of player. I know it's weird to say for a center and a defenseman, but first of all, Keyshawn Aitchison kind of plays like a forward in the offensive zone, but both of them are they have their signatures, right? They're extremely competitive players. I think Brady Martin's a good deal more skilled than Aitchison is. I think Brady Martin also has a good deal higher ceiling than Aitchison has, but they're both supremely energetic, supremely violent, and supremely hateful players. And I mean that as a compliment. And both of them are doing that while being a bit undersized. Let me actually pull up Elite Prospects on my second computer. Brady Martin, sorry, I had a voice crack, maybe going through puberty. Brady Martin's height is 6 foot and his weight is 187 pounds. Now, granted, he plays in the OHL, which is not a very violent league. So the fact that he's always playing like Sam Bennett in the OHL is a bit of a surprise, right? It's a bit of a shocker to have a player playing center while throwing his body at every opportunity. The question is, can a 6 foot nothing forward have that same impact in the NHL? And Keyshawn Aitchison is 6'1". He's in that same category. Even though he plays defense, even though he plays a different style, both of them are going to be an interesting case study to follow to see if their physicality actually translates to the NHL. And there's so many of these profiles in this draft. I mean, 5 to 15 to me are all interchangeable. I have Jake O'Brien ranked 5th. I could easily have him ranked 15th and justify it completely. I have Keyshawn Aitchison out of my top 10. I could easily see an NHL team drafting him top 10 and completely justifying it. It's going to be a wild time. I think in terms of a spicy take and prediction, I think this is very possible to happen. I just don't know if it's going to translate the way that NHL teams expect. Second City Sports says it's over B-Dog. Yeah, absolutely, man. I keep refreshing my page. Can you guys let me know if your streams start when mine is not starting? Because I just want to make sure that my stream is completely black. Let me know if you guys are able to see a stream. I have ESPN Plus, so I should be good to go. But right now my stream is completely black. So we'll see what's happening after that. I also asked you guys in the comments of my most recent video, let me actually refresh this. Just to make sure that all the comments are spot on. So Second City Dude, by the way, he's in chat. He's a YouTuber as well, for those of you who don't know. He's Second City Sports in our chat, so be sure to show him some love as well. Second City Sports says, I'm watching on TV, Batman just walked out. I'm in trouble. You know what? Let me figure this out. Let's see if I can get it here. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Let me take a sip of water. Oh my God, it's working here and it's not working for ESPN Plus. Unbelievable.
Fantastic host. Thank you.
Go Leafs, go. Who's chanting? Okay, I'm gonna need to find a good stream here because this is not gonna work. I can't believe I pay for ESPN Plus and it doesn't work. So I'm gonna be a little bit behind. So just a heads up there. I'm gonna mute Gary Bettman because my stream got demonetized last time. I'll kind of mute and unmute it as I go along. Okay.
So give me a couple more minutes. Much has been
hey, welcome in, Luke. Good to see you here.
Changes in our draft format this year. It's been called the Decentralized Draft. Let me give you a little glimpse of what is about to transpire.
Tell us, Gary.
There are the feeds of all 32 teams' draft rooms around North America. It will feel like they are with us tonight.
No, it doesn't feel like they're with us, you stupid coping idiot.
Virtually.
You stupid boomer, shut up. This isn't COVID. What is wrong with this dude?
Whose names will be called tonight and tomorrow.
This is so stupid. This is so cheesy.
In this spectacular Peacock Theater. Actually,
Second City Sports says you're like 30 seconds behind. It's not that bad. Yeah, but I pay for.
I ask you to stand right now.
Let me actually see if this works. All right, with 30 seconds behind, no spoilers in the chat. All right, do not spoil things in the chat. They're just applauding. Yeah, the Sphere is way better than this. And the centralized draft, in terms of making this feel more like a television event, the centralized draft is obviously way better. It's also the signature of the NHL, so it felt a little bit more special.
Other family members, coaches, teachers, and teammates have supported you at every step along your...
Yeah, he's just glazing these prospects. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the comments and just make sure I talk about everything while he's yapping.
We will make sure that moments after each player is selected tonight, he will be connected by the marvels of technology with his new team and
all right,
fans.
He's just yapping. So Second City Dude gave his prediction for the top 10. Already 2 of them are looking very, very unlikely to happen. But he says Schaefer, then Frendell and Misa, you can probably flip them. And then O'Brien, which is a spicy take. I would love for that to happen. I think I'm higher on O'Brien than consensus. I have him ranked 5th. I think he has among the highest hockey IQs. I think he has the highest offensive IQ in the draft. Among the highest hockey IQs, he gained 25 pounds of muscle in the past 2 years. He's clearly dedicated to maximizing his NHL potential, which is something that I absolutely love in a prospect. I think the Utah Yeti could do a lot worse than O'Brien at 4th overall.
Any extra pressure because you have the #1 pick?
Hold up. What the heck is happening?
I know we're going to get an outstanding young man and an outstanding player, so we're very excited.
Shut up with your
That's
French
right.
accent,
Good luck
Matthew
to
Darge.
you and all of your colleagues around the league. So, here we go. The first selection in the
You know what pissing me off? Gary Bettman
2024
thinks he's all that, man.
Upper Deck NHL Draft belongs to the New York Islanders.
Oh, here we go. The draft is starting, boys.
Islanders,
Los
you're
Angeles!
on the clock.
New York is on the clock.
As you can hear, there's some Rangers fans at the draft.
All right, I'll mute and then we'll get back to the draft momentarily. I have it open next to me so I'll be able to see when in my stream Gary Bettman is walking, or whoever walks up to announce the Islanders pick. I'll be able to see when they walk up. So I'll unmute the stream when that happens, all right? Okay, so let me just finish reacting to this. Hagens at 5th would be awesome. I imagine in this scenario, it's the Islanders trading back up. Dane Wyatt is going to go high. Martone. Radim Murtka going 8th is a bit out of consensus for me. I think Murtka is a very, very high floor guy. I'll be honest, I understand the hype around Radim Murtka. He's just not the profile of defenseman I usually like. I had Anton Salayev ranked below all of the other top tier defensemen last year. In fact, I had Cole Hudson similarly ranked to what's his face, Anton Salayev last year. Obviously that take aged more well than I thought it would, but Anton Salayev is kind of the same vibe as Radim Murtka. I don't think he's going to bring a lot of offense in the NHL. A lot of what he does is stuff that you already see from a guy like Alex Vlasic, for example, if he reaches his ceiling. So I understand why NHL teams will overvalue him, but he wouldn't be my personal pick. Eklund and Martin rounding out the top 10. I would be mildly surprised if Martin actually lasts to 10th overall. I think it's a possibility, but it would be a little bit surprising to me. I think he's going to go higher. He's the exact type of profile that NHL teams salivate over, drool over, glaze, say whatever boomer, whatever Gen Z language you want. That's what NHL teams do to Brady Martin. The other prediction comes from Luke, who's also in the chat. Welcome in, Luke. He says, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. Must have consulted a smart scout. Oh, the pick is in. About Frendell or O'Brien. Okay, hold up.
In the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from the Erie Otters, Matthew Schaefer.
What
Most
a
great hockey
shocker
players
that
come from
is,
great
eh?
hockey families.
What an
Matthew's
actual shocker. Matthew Schaefer is ranked #1 in Elite Prospects ranking. His consolidated ranking is #1. His ranking on my top 10 list is #1. This is the best player in the draft. I said this in my video. I believe the gap between Matthew Schaefer and Michael Misa between 1 and 2 in this draft is bigger than the gap between Misa and Hagens in my ranking between 2 and 3. Matthew Schaefer, even though he only played 17 OHL games, is, in my opinion, generational from a defenseman. I have him ranked higher than any defenseman in the past 6 to 7 drafts. I have him ranked higher than anybody since Rasmus Dahlin. He is that level of a transition monster. His skating is already NHL elite. He's a transition fiend, and the way he does it is so it's so rare in the NHL because he's a better skater in transition than he's a passer. He has good vision, he has a good awareness of pockets of space and how to utilize both passing and, frankly, sometimes he passes it to himself, but how to utilize his skating in transition. And even though it's not directly projectable usually when a defenseman is skating coast to coast and basically acting as a forward in transition, Matthew Schaefer is so good at it that it will be directly projectable to the NHL. He has skill for days. He has potential for days. Even though he's a little bit inconsistent in the offensive zone, his physicality still needs to develop. Keep in mind that he's 2 weeks away from being eligible for the 2026 NHL Draft instead of the 2025 NHL Draft, so he is still developing. And the lack of development this season due to his injury is also significant for me because he's young and he has a long runway. He has the highest floor in the draft and one of the highest ceilings. His physicality will get better. His habits in the offensive and defensive zones will get even better. His motor will carry him to a very high floor. I think at the very least, you're getting a top 4 player in the ilk of a, let's just say a Devon Taves kind of player. And his upside is a legitimate top 10 NHL defenseman in the entire league, a franchise changer for the Islanders. I understand they traded away Noah Dobson. Matthew Schaefer is 2 tiers above what Noah Dobson is. This is a genuine, legitimate, bona fide first overall pick, and Islander fans should be very happy. And now it remains to be seen whether Hagens is going to be a thing. All right, let's quickly go back, and I'm just trying to figure out a lot of things at the same time. I'll do this. Let me go back to the
Draft house to listen in.
comments just to finish reacting to this.
Boss. He's trying to compose himself.
And Thank you guys. I'll mute the stream for a bit. Matthew Schaefer's talking about how amazing it is that he always wanted to be a New York Islander. He's lying through his teeth right now. But Luke says, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. Must have consulted a smart scout about Frendell or O'Brien. He's kind of joking because I talk to Luke a lot. He's a good friend of mine. Very smart guy, very smart scouting guy who watches a lot of film, and he does some writing as well. So show him some love. But he says, my general prediction is a Hagens fall, and if not, give me an O'Brien Seneca-like pick. Now, this is interesting to me because I believe that if O'Brien goes, let's just say 3rd overall, I don't think it would be as shocking as Seneca was, because in Seneca's draft, you had a top 2 forwards. You had number 1, obviously Macklin Celebrini, number 2, Ivan Demidov. And then you had a group of defenders kind of within that same tier. You had, obviously Artie went 2nd, but you had Zane Parekh, you had Zeev Buyam, you had Carter Yakimchuk, you had Sam Dickinson, you had Anton Salayev, all in that same tier of defensemen that was seen in roughly the same, if not a slightly lower tier as the 2 forwards. But instead of going after Ivan Demidov, instead of going after Caden Lindstrom, I forgot to mention his name, he was in that same tier with the forwards, but he also had some injury red flags. Instead of going after one of the 3 forwards or one of the many defensemen that were available, they went completely off the board to somebody who's ranked late in the top 10 for the majority of people and drafted him 3rd. I think O'Brien going 3rd in this draft would be a little less shocking, frankly. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I think a Hagens fall is getting less and less likely given how aggressive the Islanders look to be. And that's about it. So let's go back to crying about the draft. We're moments away from finding out whether the rebuild is cooked. I'm sorry for being a little bit dramatic, okay? We're moments away from finding out what the 2nd overall pick is. The San Jose Sharks are on the clock, and they have the ability to change the entire outlook of the Chicago Blackhawks. I feel like I'm almost in tears. Be sure, guys, make sure there are no spoilers in the chat. I know I'm a little behind. No spoilers in the chat, all right? I haven't muted right now. I'm going to go to the slide that I have created for whoever the pick is, but I'm going to try my best to be objective because I do want to clip some of these and put them as YouTube shorts, kind of talking about the different prospects and stuff like that. But I don't know how I'm going to react if this is Michael Misa, man. I want to be objective to like each fan base because I know they're not only Blackhawks fans that come join things like this, but yeah, this is going to be devastating if it's Michael Misa. The Sharks are up next. Oh, so many compliments. You deserve it, man. You do a lot of good work. He's miserable for McKenna. You should change your name to miserable for Misa. That would be good luck, man. We need everything we can get. This is going to be, oh my God. Do you guys have any any coping mechanisms? I might need a lot of them in this video, man. In this live stream, I don't know how I'm going to react. We've been live for over an hour now. And the biggest moments, the actual climax of the entire live stream, the moment that will define the way the entire rest of this live stream goes is moments away from happening. I feel like I'm about to get like a test result back. Yeah, make sure you're objective. We have one Shark fan in the Discord now. I have no problem being rude to her. I'm going to be honest. Oreo ice cream is your coping mechanism? I'm trying to be healthy right now. That's why I'm not drinking that cocaine drink. But I'm eating oatmeal. It has some brown sugar in it. It's really, really, really good. Really good. I also have some potato salad. Let me have a bite of that, actually. Because my appetite may be going away momentarily. I can't believe how close this moment is, man. We've been building up to this one announcement for so freaking long. the last 2 days have been an absolute whirlwind of emotions, of manipulation, of heartbreak and yearning. Every emotion, every one of the 5 stages of grief I've been through in the past 2 days for Michael Misa. And now we get to see whether it's actually going to happen or not. So first of all, let's just establish this, okay? Mike Grier is full of crap. And I apologize for my language. Mike Grier put out the most BS report ever, the most half-hearted smokescreen I've ever seen, that the 2nd overall pick was suddenly being shopped. And now look at them on the clock. I don't see it being traded right now. I don't see that happening. He's so full of crap. I imagine all of this is just him laughing at us. He's a manipulative little sphinx, is Mike Grier. This is the most best player available general manager in the entire NHL. And he let us believe for a second, for a glorious, sweet and savory, amazing and juicy second, that he could pass on Michael Misa. He's an evil genius, but the key word there is evil. He's breaking our heart, man. He's mocking Blackhawks fans. The pick is in. Of course he doesn't trade the freaking pick, because why the heck would he? He's a fat liar, is Mike Grier. Second City Sports says, well, I say ganja, but you don't strike me. No, I don't do any weed. I'm going to take my last bite. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm literally skipping breaths. I'm so nervous. Do not spoil anything in the chat. This needs to be a live reaction. Do not spoil anything. I'm about to unmute when that WWE dumbass walks onto the stage. I can't believe how close it is. I'm going to take my last bite of potato salad. Look at them looking on. They look nervous. You guys think it's Frendel? They look nervous in the Sharks' war room. The pick is in. I'm sorry, I can't get myself to commentate while I'm waiting. Look at Michael Misa. He looks so sexy in that suit. Please, please, I'm begging you. I can't do this. I cannot do this anymore, man. I've been through the ringer. Oh my God. Is it happening? Do not spoil this. Here we go. Oh, they're talking about Anton Frendel. Yes, Frendel is the perfect piece for the Sharks. Please, please. I'm begging you with everything I have. I'm pleading. I'm on my knees. Please, please, Anton Frendel, please. The Sharks already have a Michael Misa, a better version. And Macklin Celebrini, you don't need 2 of them. You already have a top 6. The Blackhawks don't. Stop being greedy. Take Anton Frendel, please. Oh my God. I'm so scared, guys. Whew. You guys have to understand, the NHL has these guys ranked like Misa 2, Frendel 3. I have them ranked Misa 2, and then an entire second tier below them, which just consists of Martone and Hagens. And then Frendel leads the tier below them. The difference between 2 and 6 for me in my rankings is massive. There's everything on the line just in one decision. I'm shaking. I wish you guys can see. I'm actually shaking. Yeah, why do they keep talking? It's not going to be Gary who announces a pick. It's going to be that WWE midriff queen. I don't know what her name is. I don't watch WWE. I looked at I can't even eat. I'm so nervous. Oh my God. What do we do, boys? How do we handle this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Megan has Sasha Boumediene at 17th. She knows no puck. Oh, pick is in. Pick is in. Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go. Please, 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 I'm begging you. Please, please, please.
It's time for the second pick in the NHL entry draft. Making the selection for the San Jose Sharks is someone born and raised in San Jose. She's a WWE superstar. I
don't know this woman. Just get her on stage and announce Anton Frendel.
SmackDown champion.
Shut up, Gary.
I give you Bailey.
Oh my God, I'm so freaking nervous. Oh my God. Come on, say Frindell. Anton Frindell. Anton Frindell. Anton Frindell. Anton Frindell. Anton Frindell. Anton Frindell. The Swedish king. The freak of nature. Please, come on.
Hello, Los Angeles.
Hey.
Hockey fans.
Draft Anton Frindell now. I said hi to you.
It is a huge honor to be here
Shut up,
tonight and a
Bailey.
huge honor to represent my
Anton
San
Frindell,
Jose
please.
Sharks.
Please, please, please. I'm begging you. I'm actually on my
Better
knees.
watch them
Please.
boos, all right?
Please. Please.
So without further ado,
Please. Please.
with the second overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Saginaw Spirit.
No!
So it is Misa, an elite offensive talent. Saginaw's highest player they've ever
I'm
had
so
drafted
done
number 2
with everything,
overall.
man.
Zing,
Are you
correct.
kidding
Your boy
me?
Weeks, he
What's
went
the
number
point
9.
of the smoke screen?
Calgary
I
steal.
don't understand it.
Several teams are trying to trade up to get him, but
I'm done.
Megan, it's Misa.
Why did you even leak this? Every reporter said something along the lines of, oh, Misa, my fault. Why? It makes no sense. If you're a San Jose fan, screw you. Look at these strengths and weaknesses. Like, screw you, man. Like, I don't even know what to do anymore. This is ridiculous. Why? I mean, from a San Jose Sharks perspective, this is the obvious pick. He has a ceiling and a floor that's higher than anybody else. I can't do this, man. And he gets to play now, probably in a second-line center role. Basically, baby Celebrini on that second line. They're going to be impossible to play against. You're probably going to have Chernyshov on that second line alongside probably freaking William Eklund because they're built like a freaking perfect team. Oh, my God, man. Misa and Chernyshov are going to be able to continue their chemistry at the NHL level. And, yeah, whatever. Oh my God! I can't believe that they let us on like that. I really can't believe it. It's no right hand defense. Oh come on, Luke. They can get the next Noah Dobson for peanuts on the dollar, man. This is ridiculous. That forward core, they have Will Smith, Macklin Celebrini, Michael Misa, Igor Chernyshov, and William Eklund, all in the freaking top 6. From now on, you literally can play Will Smith on Macklin Celebrini's wing. That's the ultimate luxury. He looks so bad in San Jose colors. Why? Yeah, I mean, from now, this is just going to be stock now, isn't it? It's going to be Frindell 3, Dane White probably 4. It's ridiculous. It's going to take me a second to recover. I'm sorry, boys. Yeah, screw you, Mike Greer. I hate this dude. Enemy number 1. Seth Jones, you're forgiven. Corey Perry, you're forgiven. Stan Bowman, you're forgiven. Mike Greer, you're enemy number 1. I don't know who started the smokescreen or what the point of it was. I'm just convinced it's this dude so cocky at how good he is at being a GM that he started rumors for no reason, knowing damn well he was going to take Michael Misa all along. Yeah, haha, you're so funny. Screw you, man. This is ultimately Columbus's fault. I mean, yeah, trade 3. Please trade 3. Take Martone. Yeah. Second City Sports says, next episode of UFO, are we cooked? Yes, we are cooked, man. Are you freaking kidding me? The thing is, like, we can always say, well, you know, be miserable for McKenna. What is the guarantee? First of all, even if the Blackhawks get the second overall pick, what's the guarantee from anything that Kyle Davidson has done that he would go with the obvious slam dunk pick like a Ivar Stenberg versus another role player in the middle 6? What's the guarantee? There were 2 opportunities. I'm getting ahead of myself here because he might still take Martone, but he had 2 opportunities to take a line mate for Bedard, a bona fide first-line player, and he blew both. All right, so now we get to talk about Anton Frindell. Oh, boy. Yeah, might as well just, like, Now I'm just, where's the ice cream, man? I need to get ice cream. Who suggested Oreo ice cream or Oreo shakes or something? I'm gonna get that tonight, man. Why the smoke screen? Who started this? It's so stupid. And the fact that the draft ended up being stock too, despite all the hype, screw that. All the spice that was generated over the past 2 days, based on the rumors of Anton Friendel going second, are all wasted. They're all lies. Nothing is really, nothing's real. Screw you, Michael Meese. I'm not showing you anymore. Screw you. We'll go back to the stock. There we go. I don't know what to do, boys. Like, I need to kind of lock in because I need to commentate the rest of the picks, but Stonehand says trade 3 for Barzal with Reichels. Barzal's too old to justify that. And he's also like not as good as a lot of people think he is. Barzal's already 28. That's too old for Connor Bedard's window. They didn't even take Demidov. They had 2 chances, Alex. Demidov and Martone, and they're going to blow both for the same profile of freaking player. I'm rooting for Levshinov, and I'm pretty high on Levshinov. I think Levshinov is a much better prospect than Friendel is. It's... I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what to do. Oh, my God. Let me go back here. So Cam went 2 for 2 so far. He expects Friendel, Desnoyers, McQueen, Martin, Martone to go next. So we'll see if Friendel goes next. But is that Luke Misa? Oh, it is Luke Misa. I hope Luke Misa's Luke Misa's teammate's gonna go next. I hope so. Darkload Rick Tick says, now I'm depressed. I shouldn't have watched the draft. Yeah, I mean, this is what we get for being emotionally invested in a team that has overthinkers in charge of it. I can go through all the draft picks that were overthunked in Kyle Davidson's reign, one by one, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Adam Guyan at the top of the second round in 2023, overthinking moment. Mishiak, end of late second round, overthinking moment. I'm not going to go too far into it because a lot of the other draft picks are kind of remain to be seen. But here we go. I mean, I'm going to have to react organically. I'm going to try to be excited.
You can raise it a little more on my bachelor. Now, announcing the selection for the Chicago Blackhawks
Jeremy Roenick, just say
is
Martone,
one of the most
please.
iconic
Don't even
players
say Friendel.
in franchise history,
They don't deserve
as
it.
well
Screw
as a
that.
recent inductee into the Hockey Hall of Fame, Jeremy Roenick.
What's up, LA? Hello to all my Chicago Blackhawk fans, and a special shout, yeah, I know, go Hawks. And a special shout out to all you who are watching with us back at the official Blackhawks draft party in Chicago. Want to give a thanks to the LA Kings and the city of LA for hosting this incredible event. Also like to give a great shout out to all the firefighters and first responders who've done such heroic work here in LA. You guys are truly all the heroes. As we enter 100 years of Blackhawks hockey and celebrate the franchise's centennial upcoming season, I am honored to be here representing the incredible Blackhawks alumni and welcoming a new player to our storied hockey legacy and heritage. With the third pick of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks select from Djurgården, Anton Friendel.
This kid's a two-way stud.
He is a two-way stud. The Blackhawks select Anton Friendel to nobody's surprise. And this is kind of the stock pick, right? This was the expected pick going into the entire draft process. when I saw Friendell's profile, I knew the Blackhawks would fall in love with him, right? And there's a reason why NHL teams love this profile. He put up 25 points in 29 games, which is second all-time among U18 skaters, and he did that while playing a lot of the first half of the season between the J20 and Hockey Allsvenskan levels. Now, I released a video with a top 10 ranking talking about how Anton Friendell's weaknesses give me some reservation about his ceiling. Now, because I'm now going to turn a new leaf, obviously, because I want to take more of an objective view on Friendell and the way he fits into the Blackhawks. It's important to note that I do have some question marks on whether my own assessment of Friendell is actually accurate. The one thing I want to point is, first of all, he's very young for this draft class. All right. A lot of people point to, youth as not being a factor because he's already physically developed. And it's true in the sense that I don't expect him to develop physically a whole lot more. If he does, it's gravy. If he develops better conditioning, it's obviously going to help him. But I don't expect him to become even stronger, kind of the same way I didn't expect Levshinov to become stronger last year. But his youth is more relevant in the fact that his youth is more relevant in the sense that he still has a lot of development in figuring out what type of player he wants to be at the next level. Right now, he plays as a third forward. He lets Victor Eklund do a lot of the play driving for him, and we'll see maybe the Blackhawks can try trading up for Victor Eklund, keep some of that familiarity together in the NHL level, but he plays off of Victor Eklund. A lot of times when he touches the puck in transition, he's doing more harm than good. He's one of the worst transition players that I've ever scouted, and it's even worse on film than it is analytically, and it's pretty bad analytically. But one thing that I do want to note is not only is he young for the draft class, he also missed all of last offseason because he was dealing with an injury the entire time. So in terms of training himself, maybe training his foot speed, which is a bit of a weakness, maybe training himself with team drills to understand better the patterns of play that his team is trying to play with, maybe he will show improvements given his youth and his lack of overall development so far. There is a chance that he's going to brute force his way into becoming a much better ceiling prospect than I envision him being. But even if he doesn't, he's still the same prospect who set a record for points per game among U18 skaters in Hockey Allsvenskan history. Hockey Allsvenskan is a pretty good league for prospects, and he put up 0.86 per game, which is the new record among U18 skaters. And he did that while never playing on Djurgården's top line. He is a brute force master, especially if he plays as a power wing. I expect him to have maybe not all of that same brute force production, but he will be able to put up a lot of points. And another positive in Anton Friendell's game is he got better and better overall. Of course, he was recovering from an injury at the beginning of the season. A lot of what he showed on tape really showed that he still was suffering with the injury. He went between the J20 level and the Hockey Allsvenskan level, couldn't really find his footing. But as the season progressed, even though I criticize him a lot for not improving his weaknesses, he did get better significantly in his strengths. He put up 19 points in his last 11 regular season games, which, again, Hockey Allsvenskan is not a league that prospects are supposed to be doing this good in. 19 points in 11 games is borderline generational production. Now, I question the way that Friendell puts up this production, but you can't really argue with the results. My question is, given that he got better and better at his strengths throughout the course of the season, and it's difficult when you don't have an offseason full of training, I wonder if now that he does have an offseason to really iron out his deficiencies, and he has an NHL team in his ear telling him how to improve in transition, how to develop better skating, how to develop better habits, how to maybe work on his hockey IQ, I wonder if now is the perfect opportunity to really round out his game. If he does that, he could very easily be the best player in this draft. His tools are ridiculous. He is a work of he's an absolute physical menace. Everybody saw that one clip of him with the one-handed backhander into the tire. His shot is one of a kind. His body positioning can use some work, but his body itself is extremely strong. He's able to naturally protect the puck because of it, and he's able to buy time using that trait. But if he can round out his game with those tools, he'll not only be one of the toughest prospects He'll not only be one of the toughest prospects in this draft to play against, he'll also be a key piece of the Blackhawks moving forward. And even though I feel like the Blackhawks left value on the table in not drafting Martone, who can do some of the same stuff in a much more creative way that lends better to Connor Bedard, I'm very excited to see what Anton Friendel can be as a Chicago Blackhawk. By the way, I will be releasing a film review probably 2 weeks down the line. For film reviews, I usually spend much more research. I watch a lot of games. I don't watch highlights for film reviews. I think that's super lame. So I'm going to do much more film review of Anton Friendel's game, and I will have one of those releasing. Keep an eye on it, maybe in the next couple weeks or so. So that's basically my reactions for Friendel. This is me trying to be objective. This is me trying to be positive. If you guys want like some of my more uncensored takes, you guys can watch the video again. We can harp on the weaknesses all we want, because he has a lot of weaknesses. He sucks in transition. He's not that fast of a skater. He's not a good playmaker. He's super haphazard with the puck. Whenever he receives a puck and he's not directly facing it, it feels like he has no clue that it's coming, especially in the neutral zone. It feels like every time he receives a pass, it's like hitting a brick wall instead of actually being received by a player. But again, it remains to be seen whether he can lift up all of those weaknesses to an NHL average level so that his strengths truly shine in a top 6 role. Because one thing that everybody who knows Friendel, who talks to Friendel, who plays with Friendel says is there is no harder working player in this entire draft class. Marcus Kruger plays for Djurgården, and he says the exact same thing. And every NHL team gave him rave reviews in the interview process. And there are a lot of clips, by the way, of Friendel training despite his injury. He was out there on the ice with an iPad trying to improve. There is no questioning that this guy is addicted to getting better and being the best version of himself. And it just remains to be seen whether he can show that same improvement that he showed with his strengths. It remains to be seen whether he can show the same improvements that he showed towards his strength, towards his weaknesses, and elevate his ceiling as a result. With that being said, here's the next pick.
There's a bit of a pun in this, so bear with me. Staying on course, the next pick is for the Utah Mammoth. Joining us from Utah is one of the PGA Tour's longest hitters and most decorated athletes. Salt Lake City
that's a brilliant
Tony
comment.
Finau.
The Hockey Sun says, I can't believe the NHL took our 2025 third overall pick for the whole all-big situation.
Coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah.
I'll let this
Super stoked to be here to make this pick on behalf of Utah and the Utah Mammoth. Being a Utah native myself, having an NHL team in Utah has been absolutely incredible. Our inaugural season, I thought, was incredible. It was great, and I'm so looking forward to seeing the team grow with this incredible player. Now, I got to be honest with you guys. When we changed the name to Mammoth, I'm like thinking to myself, what kind of noise does a mammoth make? Well, I don't know what type of noise a mammoth makes, but I know what type of noise we make right here in Utah. Can I get a...
What the frick was that?
One more time for those in the back.
What is happening? Am I having an aneurysm?
With the 4th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Utah Mammoth are proud to select from the Moncton Wildcats, Caleb Desnoyers.
Wow, that was a horrible pronunciation. But Caleb Desnoyers is going to be
a 200-foot player.
He's one of the prospects that I'm most confident about his floor. Let me pull up his card. EP ranked him 7th. Consolidated ranking was 6th. I had him ranked 8th, but overall, everybody really knows what they're getting in Caleb Desnoyers. Here is a creative guy with... Oh my God, I can't talk. Give me a second. This guy's talking too loud. Here is a creative prospect with very high-end ideas, but foot speed that doesn't quite keep up. But talking about what he doesn't do is really ignoring what he brings. He is one of the most complete players in this entire draft class, and everything that he does is guided by the most important trait in hockey, and that is hockey IQ. He's an extremely smart player, and this is what guides his floor. I believe that even if his foot speed is not good enough for the NHL level, for the specific role that he envisions for himself, he will find a way to be a very, very good middle 6 player. And that's all guided by his IQ. You watch him against the QMJHL competition, and he really tore things up. And considering that he was playing with wrist injuries on both of his wrists, that's extremely impressive. You saw him forced, despite being a true center, he was forced to the wing for 3 entire months. And then when he returned to center towards the end of the season, he tore up the QMJHL playoffs to unbelievable levels. He made them look like absolute amateurs out there. Now, a lot of people, myself included, question his ceiling because of those Memorial Cup games. Because the moment he faced top competition in the CHL, a lot of those dynamic plays and unbelievable production came to a standstill. But one thing I will note is if you watch him in those Mem Cup games, although he made mistakes and he was struggling, as I kind of expected him to, given his lack of flash and his lack of elite first line upside, a lot of his habits away from the puck were still very good. He made one bad defensive mistake against Medicine Hat, but if you watched him during his London game, even though he didn't touch the puck, he was always finding his ways with effective stick checks and little moves with his skating. He was always finding his way to dangerous areas of the ice. He was playing against the top line of London, and although he didn't play that well, he had really good habits in the offensive zone, and a lot of what he does is projectable. I don't see the comparisons to a player like Jonathan Toews. Frankly, I think if you were to compare Jonathan Toews to anybody in this draft class, even though this is also not a comparable, Toews is probably closer to Michael Misa than he is to Caleb Desnoyers, but Desnoyers is one of the easiest projections that I can make. He is a very intelligent second-line center with maybe limited offensive upside because he is a little bit wasteful with his playmaking and a little bit questionable, and it's also a little bit questionable whether his shooting will translate to the NHL, but he is extremely intelligent, very good away from the puck, a very willing forechecker, an energy piece, a great leader, and a very capable second line center. And for a team like Utah, a team that's picking fourth despite finishing 14th, they jumped up 10 rankings. They jumped up 10 spots. Getting a player to fill an important role like Caleb Desnoyers is a great luxury to have. Now suddenly, you're not relying only on Logan Cooley as a center. I know Nick Schmaltz is currently kind of your second-line center type player, but Caleb Desnoyers will slot into that role in the future, and he will help Utah have a much more diverse identity that can match up against more teams. And for a team like Utah, this pick makes a lot of sense. I'm confused why Misa went second, because he's the second best player, dude. Like, I'm tired of pretending. Everybody on Twitter, you guys can change your name back. It was all BS. All the Blackhawks fans who are pretending to be Sharks fans because they wanted Frendell or whatever. One last time, let me play the Baby Shark.
Baby Shark.
Baby shark.
Alex says Utah took a bust. I don't think he's going to be a bust. I'm very confident he's not going to be a bust. I am also very confident he won't be justified as a 4th overall pick, but he's still going to be a good player. Second City Sports says Misa might honestly turn out better than Matthew. I don't think he will, especially since he's not going to be a first-line player, probably in San Jose. I don't think he's going to reach that ceiling. The Hockey Sense says Frendell might turn out to be better than Nestor still. Oh my God! I can't believe we fell for it. I think that's what's pissing me off even more. It's not that I'm obviously disappointed. By the way, I'm so disappointed. I forgot to pull up Anton Frendell's card. So there's his card. His strengths obviously shot, physicality, off puck play. He's, in my opinion, he's the best third forward in the entire draft. 200-foot play. He still needs better habits in the defensive zone, but he's very willing to back check. He's always doing something. He's never standing around the way you see from some other prospects. He's always doing something. He's always being productive. He's a missile on the forecheck. He's a good back checker. He finds open lanes and he attacks them viciously. And he has good skill when he has a lot of space, but that doesn't really translate to the NHL unless he improves it significantly. And his production, his brute force production, we talked about that for a little bit. His weaknesses are in transition, the worst transition player I've ever seen. His play driving, he does not play drive at all. This isn't even a weakness. This is a non-existent thing. His decision-making, very poor decision-maker. It's not even decision-making. It's more... he sometimes looks like he's not really a hockey player. He looks like he's kind of a physical beast that's a higher entity, but he doesn't know how to play hockey. Like he sometimes doesn't receive passes. Sometimes passes just kind of dribble off his stick and go nowhere. Sometimes he makes horrible decisions. It's just like very inconsistent isn't even the word, because he's pretty consistently poor with that stuff. He'll have multiple performances where he'll put up 2 or 3 points, and every stat watcher is pointing at that, being like, oh my God, look, he's so good. He's the best player in the draft. I'm looking at you, WJ, whatever his name is. You guys know who I'm talking about. But if you watch the actual film of the game, he makes like 15 mental mistakes. And you're just like, why are you doing that? Again, if he does develop a little bit more, especially in the areas of his weaknesses, in transition, in decision-making, in skating, in play driving, and playmaking, then he will be such a good player. I need to see the slightest sign that the weaknesses that he's had since he's 15 are being improved on. Because he's gotten bigger. He's gotten, his shot has gotten better. He's become an even better forechecker, but the same stuff that's been his weaknesses for the past 2 to 3 years, because he's been in the international eye for a very long time. He's a very well-known player. I just want a sign that he can improve that. And then, yes, he breaks down in motion, especially when he's not facing the puck.
Right? That I'll tell you a little bit more about this after Gary Bettman makes the pick.
Flyers on deck. Predators are now.
All right, let's see what the Predators do.
Making the 5th selection for the Nashville Predators, one of Smashville's all-time greats and a 2024
Alex, I'll show you this thing
into the
after.
Hockey Hall of Fame. I give you Shea Weber.
I think Nashville should take James Hagens.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here making the Nashville Predators
They won't.
first selection.
I think they should.
What a big day for these young athletes.
Hey, Shea Weber, Blackhawks legend Shea Weber.
So, I mean, there's a journey ahead of you, and I want to wish you guys all the
The
best.
star acquisition of the offseason, Shea Weber's making the pick.
Bridgestone. I know you guys probably aren't having any fun. I miss you guys. What a place to play. With that, with the 5th overall selection, the Nashville Predators in the 2025 NHL entry draft select from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Brady Martin.
Oh my God, these idiots! Oh my God, these absolute idiots! These idiots! I can't believe it! I called this, by the way. I called this in one of the predictions. One of the predictions had Martin going 10. I called that NHL teams are going to be stupid. Now, I don't want to be too disrespectful because Brady Martin is a very good player. This is a player who's, it's a big question whether a 6'0" player can translate that level of physicality to the NHL. People always throw out Sam Bennett, and I kind of, in a tongue-in-cheek way, I put Sam Bennett as his biggest strength, because the fact that Sam Bennett just won a Conn Smythe for Florida is one of the biggest reasons why Brady Martin was a top 4 pick. I promise you that. The NHL is such a stupid copycat league. I just can't get enough of it. But with that being said, I don't want to be too disrespectful to Brady Martin, because even though I think this is a massive, enormous Beckett-Seneca level reach, he's still a really good player. His strengths are obviously in his physicality, not only in how tough he hits, but also in how willing he is to constantly hit. At the OHL level, it's nearly unmatched. He does also have some elite skill. His skill is elite, especially in transition. He has some excellent, beautiful hands. He's a magnet for the puck. He touches the puck as much or more than anybody else in his league, and he's improved his pace significantly over the course of his career. Now, his weaknesses are his decision-making in hockey sense are still very much a work in progress. There are a lot of cases where he just forces needless one-on-ones when he could find open space. He also misses passing lanes consistently in order to just carry the puck or to try to skill his way around opponents. He has a little bit of a lack of explosiveness as well, especially when he's turning and he's trying to change direction. He's still very much a work in progress when it comes to turning his skating into an actual strength instead of an inconsistency. And again, the big question is his ceiling. I don't think he has a ceiling of a James Hagens, and I think a team like Nashville is completely stupid to be taking a player like Martin, because by the time you're contending, you want to have You want to have players who have high ceilings. James Hagens, you could argue all you want about the floor and about the runway that he has to reach his ceiling, but Nashville is in a position of no strengths. You traded away your biggest prospect in Yaroslav Askarov to San Jose. You went all out last year and it backfired tremendously. And you went back 2 picks because the Islanders and the Utah Mammoth both moved up. And your prize pick, when you had James Hagens fall into your lap, the guy with the highest offensive ceiling, the guy with a higher floor, frankly, than Brady Martin, because, again, it's a question whether he will even project to the NHL, when you had the opportunity to get one of the highest upside players in the entire draft and really kickstart more of a cohesive vision on what your future looks like, you choose a role player in Brady Martin. This is a bad pick. It's a sign that Barry Trotz is trying to piece together whatever he can out of this roster instead of really planning significantly for the future. It's a sign that Barry Trotz is falling into that trap that I called NHL teams would fall into. I called that they would see fool's gold out of Brady Martin, and this is exactly what Barry Trotz did. I questioned this pick, not because I'm not a big fan of Brady Martin, because I am. I think he would be a tremendous pick in the late top 10 to early teens, but I think drafting him 5th overall is a massive reach, and I think he's going to be a good player. So I don't want to see Nashville Predator fans coming at me in 2 years when he's a good second-line center. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying with the 5th overall pick, in the context of a draft that still has James Hagens and Porter Martone on the board, you completely ignored ceiling and you went after the same profile that Sam Bennett has, just because, by the way, Sam Bennett's doing it on the second line for Florida. Nashville's not going to have any of those same luxuries. They're going to force Brady Martin into a role that he's not best suited to, and it's going to backfire. With that being said, the next pick.
So making this selection for the Flyers, a legend in Philly, probably next to Rocky, their most famous athlete, an NBA analyst, a great friend to the NHL, and a great friend of mine.
Charles Barkley.
Coming to us from Chicago.
Certified hockey fan Charles Barkley. This is great. This is almost cheering me up from the Blackhawks pick.
Hey, Gary, how you doing? Man, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me tonight.
Great to have you with us. So tell everybody what you love about our game.
Oh my God!
Well,
the freaking brown nose that
hockey. They don't have
the brown nosing that
they just want to get their name on the Stanley Cup. I admire these guys. I respect them. They just
By the way,
want to win the Stanley
Philly
Cup.
should take Hagens.
And at the end of the day, that's all sports should be. And we're all trying to win the championship. But if you give it your best, that's all you can do. That's why I love the hockey, their mindset.
We love that you're a fan of the game. We have some business to do. Why don't you make the pick?
Well, Gary, number one, I want to thank you for being a friend. You've been a friend a long time. And I want to say welcome back to Philadelphia, Rick Tocchet. And with the 6th pick, my Flyers take Porter Martone from the Brisbane Steelheads.
A huge pick. Huge pick. The steal of the draft early. This is a massive addition to the Philadelphia Flyers. Now suddenly, Porter Martone unlocks so many different things for the Flyers. But before we talk about the fit with the Flyers, let's talk about Porter Martone as a prospect. EP ranked him 3rd. The consolidated ranking was 3rd. I ranked him 4th, but he's one of my favorite players in this entire draft. People talk so much about the weaknesses. Oh my God, he's a 6'4" player that doesn't show physicality. Oh my God, he has low foot speed. Oh my God, in the defensive zone, he doesn't look like he cares. Oh my God, in the middle of the season, Brampton had to separate him from Luke Misa because of consistency issues. Everybody focusing and hyper-fixating on these weaknesses are ignoring how rare his profile is. Porter Martone is arguably, and this is a debate between him and Jake O'Brien for another day, Porter Martone is arguably the best playmaker in this entire draft, and he's 6'4". Porter Martone has one of the best shots in this entire draft. His one-timer was rated as the 2nd most powerful slap shot at the U18 tournament when he was playing, and he's 6'4". Porter Martone is one of the most incredible net front presences I have ever seen. When you talk about a Corey Perry type player, sure, he may not have that physicality. Sure, he may not have that consistency. Sure, he may not play with the same edge, but he's even better in front of the net. He has a different level of creativity than Corey Perry does. He has a different level of creativity than even a Tkachuk does. That's the level of rare profile that we're talking about. And when we consider prospects like this, every team needs them. And the difference between Porter Martone and every other 6'4" player that every other NHL team is seeking is Porter Martone also has some of the highest hockey IQ in this class. Porter Martone is also capable of driving the offense for a line. Show me another player in the NHL that people seem to hate as much as fans seem to hate Porter Martone, who's 6'4" with the ability to drive the offense of a line and still show some of those other traits that Porter Martone does. Show me that player. The closest person right now in the NHL would probably be Mikko Rantanen, who's a lot faster, not a good comparable, but every team in the NHL is begging for an offensive creative superstar like this. He is tremendous in the net front. He's one of the most unique prospects, and keep in mind, within Philadelphia, he's going to be working off Matvei Michkov. He's no longer going to have to go and be physical in forechecks because Michkov is an absolute magnet for the puck along the boards. He's no longer going to have to work in transition because guess what? They just acquired Trevor Zegras and have a lot of other players coming up in the system who can carry the puck with speed through the neutral zone. This is a brilliant, brilliant draft pick by Danny Briere. A 10 out of 10 pick. If I was a Flyers fan, I would be ecstatic that the prospect with one of the highest... I would be ecstatic that the prospect with one of the highest ceilings in this NHL draft, a guy that currently NHL Network is comparing to Mikko Rantanen, as I mentioned earlier, that this guy was picked 6th overall. You didn't even have to trade up for him because I believe two teams above you chose the wrong prospect, allowing this perfect player to fall into your lap. He's going to be playing in the NCAA next season, and kind of the same story with Frendell. I hope he shows improvement in his weaknesses, but I just have so much more faith in his strengths and how unique his profile is that I'm willing to even forego his weaknesses altogether. I don't care that he has low foot speed. The other two players on his line better make up for it. It's easy to find guys with good foot speed. It's easy to find forechecking guys without a lot of skill. But finding a 6'4" player with the offensive toolkit that Porter Martone does, while also being a net front presence and a tremendous all-around player, is almost impossible. This is the rarest profile in this entire draft. He's one of the best profiles in this entire draft, and Philadelphia should be extremely happy that they ended up with him. The Hockey Sense says, I'm calling these picks like an insider. You know what? Let me actually go back to to Cam Robinson's prediction. He said Schaefer, Misa, Frendell, Desnoyers. So he's already wrong. Because he predicted McQueen. And it was Brady Martin. Even Cam Robinson probably didn't think it was possible to be that stupid. And he thought Martin would go next and Martone after that. So he's a little bit off. He just was more confident in McQueen than the consensus actually ended up being in the NHL, which is fair. I think there's probably a really big discrepancy between NHL teams and whether they're willing to take a chance on Roger McQueen. So that's kind of fair. How are you guys enjoying the stream so far, by the way? If you guys have something else that you would like me to do, some other style, anything like that, let me know. All right? I feel like I've kind of recovered from the frondellitis. So I feel pretty rejuvenated right now. Someone wake Kyle up. Hagens and McQueen are there. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I wish I did more research on the late picks in the first round because I wish I knew of a player that I would be really excited about. I know Malcolm Spence has a really intriguing profile, and I have a lot of scouting profiles I did a lot of research that was not film watching. I just didn't have time to dissect film for the top 40 to 50 prospects. So I'll be relying on research rather than on actually watching and having a good grasp on the players. Alex says, and I'm depressed right now. Yeah, fair enough. Second City Sports says, congrats to the Flyers for having a brain. It's disappointing. You know what's crazy to me? Second overall, the Sharks were rumored to be interested in Misa, Frendel, and Martone. Third overall, the Blackhawks, obviously without Misa, were rumored to be interested in Porter Martone and Anton Frendel. And yet, he fell to 6, and the Flyers made the right decision. Like, for me, it's not even close. That's the thing. These are different tiers. I think Hagens and Martone are in a different tier than everybody else, than Brady Martin, than even Anton Frendel. Even though Anton Frendel is 6th on my ranking, and Brady Martin's not in my top 10. Let's see what's next. So two-way centers and wingers late in the first. Yep.
Making the selection for the Boston Bruins,
Who's Boston going to take? Boston should take Hagens as well.
An award-winning comedian,
what the Islanders
actor,
are doing.
golfer, and lifelong Bruins fan.
Who are the Bruins going to take? This is interesting.
My name is Glad to be part of the 2025 NHL Draft. The Boston Bruins select from Boston College.
Oh. Are you kidding me? Steal of the draft. They did the smart thing. Why am I so shocked? The Boston Bruins are rebuilding in the right way. They're picking way, way beyond where James Hagens should have gone. He should have gone in the top 3. And they went best player available. This is the perfect way to start a rebuild or a retool, whatever you want to call it. James Hagens will tear up the NCAA next season. James Hagens will make teams look stupid next season. I have no doubt in my mind about that, because even though people hyper-criticize his season this year, he was still a point-per-game player as the 3rd forward on the top line for BC. By the way, a top line that regressed even outside of James Hagens. And he did that with a career worst shooting percentage. His shooting percentage this year was half of Gabe Perreault's shooting percentage last year. Half. And that makes people think he doesn't have an elite shot, but in reality, it's just that he was extremely unlucky. And he was playing alongside 2 play drivers, and he is a play driver. You can't have too many play drivers. This is a player who's going to transform the Boston Bruins. This was absolutely the right decision, and his strengths are really understated on this slide. I mean, his strengths are offensive IQ. I think he may have the highest offensive IQ in this class. He plays with a high speed, but he's capable of slowing down the play to a standstill, and his vision is constant. There was one viral clip earlier in the season of James Hagens scanning and not looking down once while in possession of the puck, and it's not just a gimmick. For James Hagens, he's constantly scanning. He's constantly understanding how to get in the best position to make a play. He became a much better two-way player throughout the span of this so-called disappointing season. And although that came at the expense of his offense, it's still a great sign for his NHL floor. This is a slam dunk top 6 pick. This is a player with a higher floor and a higher ceiling than at least 2 players who went above him in this ranking. And I'm surprised that he lasted all the way to 7. Boston is starting their rebuild in exactly the right way. He is a one-man wrecking crew in transition. He's capable of almost Patrick Kane levels of awareness when carrying the puck through the neutral zone. He knows when to pass, when to carry. He's an amazing playmaker who, again, he slows the play down to a standstill, but also has that explosive skating that's among the best in the class. So he's capable of playing many different ways. He's going to look weird in Boston colors. He looks really weird in the Hagens 25 right now, but he's just a tremendous player. We can harp all you want about his size. He's 5'11". People talk about him like he's freaking LJ Mooney. People talk about him like he's 5'6". This guy's 5'11", and he got better and better physically. Obviously, when you make a jump from the US NTDP to the NCAA, you're going to be overwhelmed a little bit by the physicality. You saw that same overwhelming physicality aspect of the game happen to Logan Hensler later down in the draft. Players who are making big jumps of competition are going to have those growing pains. And by the way, James Hagens was the only player in the top of the draft, other than Anton Frendel, who made a major jump in competition this year. He took a bet on himself, and even though it didn't work out quite as well as Macklin Celebrini's bet did a season prior, he still had a great season, and he's going to explode next season now that he has a year of comfort in the NCAA, and he has experience as a playmaker with 2 better line mates. He's going to be able to drive his own line next season. He's going to be the focal point of Boston College, and he's going to thrive as He's going to thrive as a result. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. Seattle's definitely going McQueen, the Hockey Sun says, but wouldn't be surprised to see a reach for a D. Ooh, you think like a Radim Murtka or Jackson Smith. That would be interesting. Hockey Sun says, currently driving to Walmart so I can publicly fall on my knees. A little dramatic, little. Yeah, Second City Sports says, I hate this. The two teams we beat 15 years ago are taking the guys we should have taken. I think the player the Blackhawks should have taken is Porter Martone. I don't think they should have taken. I probably would have taken Friendell over Hagens, even though I'm the world's biggest fan of Hagens. Or I would have traded another smaller forward or two to try to trade back up for Hagens, to be honest. 7 is too low for Hagens. One second. The Hockey Sun says, check Stowside Generals. Oh, yes. You're giving the good treats. Well done. I totally didn't vote no to that poll. Totally. Friendell gonna be another Donato. No, he's not. He's better than Donato. Friendell, I mean, the range of outcomes is of course, yeah, my bad. You can see Michael Misa's thing. So EP ranked him second. Consolidated was second. I ranked him second, obviously. His strengths are well-roundedness. I mean, he's the best overall forward in the draft, and it's not even close. You could argue his offensive ceiling is close to James Hagens, and he's way better in every other way. He's a bigger frame, more willing defensively, more projectable, better away from the puck, not as reliant on play driving, which is a weird thing to say, but Hagens definitely struggled given how little he touched the puck. He always is doing something. This is one thing that Friendell does well, is he's always doing something. Misa also has that in his bag. He's always doing something. Away from the puck, he's a magnet for the puck. He kind of dumbs things down for his teammates. I respect Christian Epperson. I think he's going to go very high in this draft. I think a big reason why he was so good is because Michael Misa makes playmaking so easy for his line mates. He dumbs things down. He makes his stick available at all times. It's always on the ice. He has great habits. You never see him make a stupid play that would cause him to get chewed out by an NHL coach. And that's unlike anybody else. His contact skills are a half step below Celebrini's, and those are like borderline generational. His contact skills are unbelievable. Sorry about that. His 200-foot game, he's a very willing player. Just everything. I mean, his production, obviously, a damn near goal per game player in the OHL. 134 points in his draft year. Generational statistics, even though he's not a generational player. His weaknesses, ceiling, just because he's playing on a team with Macklin Celebrini. Macklin Celebrini's kind of the better version of Michael Misa. They're in the same archetype. Sorry, I'm missing a pick. Okay, Ron McKenna, absolutely.
Hello, LA. It's a pleasure to be here.
Who the heck is this?
It's a thrill to be a part of this fantastic draft. So, our selection is from the Brantford Bulldogs, Jake O'Brien.
Woohoo!
Another center.
Back-to-back steals of the draft, boys. Jake O'Brien ranked 10th according to Elite Prospects. Consolidated ranking is 8th. So according to the consolidated ranking, he went exactly where he was supposed to go. But I had him ranked 5th because I believe that his offensive IQ and his toolkit combination is the best in this draft. I would put his playmaking even above Porter Martone's, even though it's very close. Jake O'Brien is also a 6'2" center, and a guy who got more and more comfortable as the season went on. He can play make for days. He has eyes at the back of his head. He has an uncanny map of where every defender and every teammate are on the ice, and he's able to find them and almost manufacture passing lanes unlike anybody in this draft. I think his ceiling is a first-line center. I think a direct comparable would be Dylan Strome, because I think he's going to be at his best if he's working off of a sniper. Now, in Seattle, that may not be the ideal fit because Seattle doesn't really have that level of a sniper. Maybe he can work off Shane Wright, maybe not. But I believe he's a true center, a guy who can play in every facet of the game, a guy who's better at 5-on-5 than a lot of people give him credit for, and one of the best power play merchants in this entire draft. His analytics at 5-on-5 are better than the rest of the team by far, and he combined that with only playing on the second line with a turnstile of very ineffective line mates. Overall, his skill and his toolbox are improving by the minute. He started to play on the penalty kill towards the end of the season. He played a higher paced game in the playoffs. He gained 25 pounds of pure muscle over the past 2 years. He has a clear understanding of the kind of player he wants to be, and I am convinced that he has a work ethic. Even though he's a very quiet guy, a very work behind the scenes guy, he has a work ethic to reach that lofty ceiling. I believe that his potential is as high as anybody in this draft. And even though Seattle may be looking to harness his defensive game a little bit more, he's going to be a creative stalwart for the Seattle Kraken. The Hockeyson says, Buffalo drafting McQueen would make me believe in his back problems. Whatever they say they touch turns to crap. Yeah, well, Buffalo's coming up at 9. Right now, in my top 10 rankings, Matthew Schaefer won 1, Misa is taken, James Hagens is taken, Porter Martone's taken, Jake O'Brien's taken, Anton Friendell's taken. So we still have Victor Eklund on the board, and we still have Roger McQueen and Carter Bear. Those are the players remaining in my top 10. And we have 2 picks left. So my top 10 was pretty accurate to what the NHL was believing, even though it was in a little bit of an out of order. And I did that intentionally. That was what I thought of the prospects, not where I thought they would go in the draft. Alex says trade up and get Eklund. I'm completely on board. You know what's interesting? Given that Buffalo just traded away JJ Peterka, who's very much an energy player, I wonder if they just draft Victor Eklund here and try to replace him with that. I didn't really think about that pre-draft, but now he's available, and he's arguably best player available. Because, I mean, you just traded for Kesselring, and you probably expect him to be in the top 4, which means you don't really need a defender. And besides, you have left-handed defensemen. You have Owen Power. You have Rasmus Dahlin. You don't really need another left-handed defenseman. Unless you want to reach for like a freaking Logan Hensler or something, but they're not going to do that here. I wonder if Eklund's actually the pick. Alex actually complimented me. He said, wow, ringside cooked. Eklund, you're a Sabre. Huh. I'm just amazed that you actually complimented me for once. See, we can be friends. Told you. I think Eklund would be a great pick for the Sabres because, again, my big issue with the Sabres is I don't know what direction they're trying to go in. I hate teams that are doing what Detroit is doing right now, where they're signing veterans who are occupying top 6 spots and elevating the team artificially, but they're not going to be there when the team's actually good. And they have a bunch of middle 6 prospects who are doing nothing to elevate the team. And then they're trying to chase after big fish free agents, but they're also trying to rebuild. I hate teams that are wishy-washy. I wish Buffalo made it clearer what they're trying to do with the pieces that they have, because then it would be easier for me to be like, okay, go after a higher upside player or go after an energy player, because I believe Victor Eklund is a top 6 player. This may be the perfect marriage of upside and role. Seattle refuses to draft a damn first round. What do you mean by that, Hockey Son? Luke says him and Catton will be unbelievable. Oh, Catton, Berkeley Catton. I completely forgot. My bad. Luke, you're absolutely correct. I was thinking, who does Seattle have in their pipeline? For some reason, my mind went to Shane Wright. You're absolutely right. Berkeley Catton and Jake O'Brien will probably be linked at the hip for the rest of their careers. I think that is such a good combination. Catton has energy for days. He's a good finisher. O'Brien has all of the offensive IQ that you could possibly need to carry an entire line, and he's an unbelievable playmaker. That is a match that's going to work so well for Seattle. I didn't even think of that. Good call. The Hockey Sun says, I can't wait to hear about how whoever is there at 25 was ranked number 3 on Kyle's board. Yeah, you know the behind the scenes of that in the draft. You know those draft behind the scene videos that they release after? You already know it's going to be the most insufferable stuff. Oh my God, I can't believe Sasha Boumediene fell to us at 25. He was going to be the 10th. He was the 10th ranked player on our board. You already know what's going to be. Oh, refuses to draft a demon. Yeah, that makes sense. To be fair, I know best player available does not exist in the NHL. I know that. But I'm also a fan, right? I have an emotional connection to a player who, when I watch him, I am immediately drawn out of my seat. I have an emotional connection to that. So even if the needs of the team were somewhere else, you can't blame a team for going best player available. All right, let's see who is picked next. Who's the next bust for the Buffalo Sabres?
Making the selection for the Sabres are members of the Goo Goo Dolls,
a
band that got its start in Buffalo. They've been nominated for Grammys 4 times, and tonight, Goo Goo Dolls members Johnny Resnick and Robbie Takak are on the record with the 9th pick.
Gary Bettman doesn't look like he's having a good time.
All right, with the 9th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Radim Mrtka.
There we go. There's a reach for defenseman. Now, again, I talked about this a little bit earlier on, but Radim Mrtka is not the general profile of player that I usually like. I did not rank him in my top 10. I don't think he's a top 10 caliber prospect in this year's draft. But again, I mentioned that between 5 and 15 in my ranking, you can completely shuffle them. And the reality is Mrtka would have been ranked 15th on my ranking, which means you might as well take him in the top 10. Mrtka is a 6'6" defenseman with good skating, not spectacular. For his size, his skating is pretty good. He has obvious shutdown potential. When you watch him play, he takes entire areas of the ice away from the opposition. I question why Buffalo's going after that profile when there are higher upside players like, for example, Victor Eklund, who would replace JJ Peterka almost to a T, available on the boards. They end up going for a left-handed shutdown defenseman, a guy who could be in a top 4, but on the left side of the ice, you already have Rasmus Dahlin and Owen Power. You're probably going to have to play Rasmus Dahlin on his offside now just to incorporate Mrtka into the top 4. And considering you have Kesselring and Owen Power likely to be appearing, that is a very good top 4. He's a very safe floor prospect. And again, this points to the same criticism I had of Buffalo earlier on, and that is, I don't know what direction they're going in. You're trading away young talent who clearly don't want to be there. I'm not saying that JJ Peterka shouldn't have been traded because it's clear that he wanted out. But when you're trading away players like that, it needs to be also associated with a direction for your franchise. If you're not rebuilding, you should be getting value back that's more than what you got back in that trade. I understand you wanted NHL players, which suggests to me that you're going for a more quick window of contention. And with that vision, Radim Mrtka kind of works. He is going to be in the NHL, and he's going to be a very predictable role in the NHL. He's a safe floor. His vision is solid in the offensive zone. He has clear shutdown potential. Although his hands and feet sometimes slow down and don't really react as quickly as you want from a top 4 defenseman, his frame by itself makes him an easy projection to the NHL. I usually don't like this type of player, and considering that he's still in my top 15 shows that it's kind of justified at the end of the top 10. So overall, I would give this a B-. The Hockeyson says they're probably planning for Mrtka being out there when Dahlin or Power force a trade out. If they try to replace Rasmus Dahlin with Radim Mrtka, that will be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I want to see him run a power play 1, man. It'd be absolutely ridiculous, man. Oh my God. The hockey son found his new strategy. He said, "I'm going to keep guessing McQueen until it's correct." Ka-chow! Hockey son also says he's like mentally slow. Don't make fun of him like Frendel. Oh my god. Oh, the difference is, like, all jokes aside, Frendel has offensive impact. I don't think Murtka does at all. Like, I think I was being, oh my god, this is sickening. I hate seeing Michael Misa in freaking Sharks jersey, man. I hate it. Well, let me open the card one more time. I feel like slow processing was a little bit generous to him, to be honest. I really want to emphasize, I don't see that upside. I think I was being a little bit generous, even calling him a legitimate top 4 defenseman. Because a lot of people call Artem Levshinov a top 4 defenseman. I think the potential for those two are just galaxies different. I should have said like a bottom 4 defenseman, a guy who's like a shutdown defenseman. You know, every team has a couple of those in their bottom 3. He's kind of that type of player. Top 9 pick for that is just too rich for me. Same with Anton Saliv. I think Anton Saliv is a much better skater, obviously, than Radim Murtka. Different caliber of player, but I don't get why NHL teams fall in love with those shutdown profiles so much at the top of the draft. It's the same issue that I have with Frendel because, again, very, very good role player. You can't draft a role player at 3rd overall. You just can't. It makes no sense from a process point of view because guess what? The guys you're paying are going to be star players. The moment Sam Bennett requests $11.5 million, he was getting shipped out of town. You don't build your team. You don't draft your Sam Bennetts in the top 3. You sign them in free agency and hope that they turn into Sam Bennett like they are now. I don't know, man. I think Frendel at least has a ceiling that is untapped because he's young and he's inexperienced and he can get better. He has all the tools he needs to get better. But Murtka specifically, I don't get why he's a top 10 pick. I think I was a little generous in my previous assessment. McQueen to the dot. Yeah, you're guessing McQueen to everybody, buddy. I'll be honest. Pat Verbeek terrifies me. Every time he's on the clock, I feel like he's going to do something ridiculous. Not even stupid. I don't mean stupid. I think Beckett Seneca's a good player. I think Leo Carlson's a good player. Don't think he's as good as Fantilli is, but he's a good player, right? I just feel like every time Verbeek makes a decision, it's going to be weird. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. There are a lot of good players still on the board. Again, Victor Eklund's still here. Roger McQueen's still here. High upside player. Kind of the same profile that Verbeek tends to chase anyways. Jackson Smith's still here. I would have taken him over Radim Murtka. Lyndon Lakovic's still here. Justin Carbonneau's still here. Braden Coots, I may be higher than him on him than consensus, but he's still here. Everyone's favorite. Oh my God, they're showing the Beckett Seneca moment right now. Everyone's favorite 6'1" enforcer of a defenseman who plays like a forward is still here as well. Keishan Hitchison. A lot of guys that they can draft here. They can go in a lot of different directions. Pick us in. Let me unmute.
Making the selection for Anaheim, 2 of the original cast members from the 1992 Disney hit movie, The Mighty Ducks.
Oh my God.
Joshua Jackson and Marguerite Moreau.
Oh my God. This is an announcement. These are guests. Oh my God.
That's it. Quack, quack. Let's go.
A Charlie Conway jersey. This is amazing. Yes, Anaheim.
Yeah. How we feeling tonight, hockey fans?
Finally, a good guest.
All right. We love to hear it. With duct tape gear, no coach, and 0 chance of winning until we got a lawyer with community service hours and a limo.
I think what we're talking about is 33 years ago, Disney made a movie about a scrappy Pee-wee hockey team from District 5.
Yep, they did.
And then somehow it turned into Flying V's and Knuckle Pucks.
This
and
is
maybe
so cool.
even a very special triple
I would be
D.
fangirling so hard right now if I was an Anaheim Ducks fan. This is so cool.
Thank you. Man, it's good to be here with you guys tonight. Ducks fans, let's do this. With the 10th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from the Brandon Wheat Kings, Roger McQueen.
Oh my goodness! I had Roger McQueen ranked 9th in my rankings, and he goes 10th in the actual draft. This is good value by my own rankings. Elite Prospects was even more optimistic than I was, ranking him 5th. The consolidated ranking was 9th. But the story behind McQueen is he's the most boomer bust prospect in the entire draft. We'll talk about his fit with Anaheim momentarily, but his strengths are he's enormous. He's a big friendly giant out there, and he combines that with an elite, almost illegal looking skill set. From a pure offensive point of view, from the ability to handle the puck in the offensive zone, I would consider him even a better prospect than Caden Lindstrom. He has unbelievable skills. He can deke out of a phone booth despite being 6'5". He has a very whippy shot that he can use from literally anywhere on the ice, and it becomes even more deceptive around the net, kind of in a Porter Martone way, and his physicality is continuing to develop. I will always appreciate a prospect that works diligently on their weaknesses instead of just improving the areas that they're already good at. And Roger McQueen last year was not a very physical guy. He was a wiry 6'4", and this year he's starting to grow into that physicality. He even got ejected when he came back from injury because of a slightly dirty hit. And although it's not good to be dirty, it's a good sign that McQueen is starting to get comfortable with his body. If he can continue to build that physicality, and he can maybe harness that into making more reverse hits and using his physicality in puck protection, he can be near impossible to take off the puck. He has an uncanny ability of finding the puck before his defenders do. He plays like he's 5'9", and yet he's 6'5". His biggest weakness is his back injury. It was misdiagnosed, and he missed a lot of time as a result. I don't have the medicals because I'm just a fan, but if the back injuries are lingering, or if there's any risk of the back injuries lingering, he would have been on my do not draft list altogether. That is some of the biggest red flags that you can possibly have. Having a tall prospect with back injuries that could return would just be a risk that I would not be willing to take. But if his injuries come back positive and he continues to develop and round out his game, maybe he could actually be the best first-line center in the entire draft. That is within the realm of possibilities, considering that Elite Prospects had him ranked 1st in the entire draft when he came back from injury. Overall, he also kind of struggles with defensive awareness. He sometimes looks a little bit lost away from the puck in the defensive zone, and that's something that he's going to have to recover. In addition, especially against good competition, his offensive awareness tended to turn off at times. He sometimes deked a little bit too much, held onto the puck instead of trying to find a passing lane, and overall, his play was better against bad teams than they were against good teams. But considering that McQueen lost a lot of developmental time, you assume that if he continues to develop with no injury concerns, he could maybe iron out some of these weaknesses to reach his ceiling as a first-line player. Oh, I love that reference. That's such an elite reference. The Hockey Sun says, all right, time for the Hawks to trade up for Poo-Poo Peepin'. That's who the Hawks have number 3 on their board after Schaefer and Frendell. Absolutely. Oh my God, he's wearing a Lightning McQueen. Oh, that's so good. It says Ka-chow on the back too. That's so sick. Oh my God, W McQueen. I don't know. He seems like an easy guy to root for. I hope he stays injury free. Very exciting type of player. Obviously, every tall prospect, especially if they play center, they're immediately compared to Tage Thompson. But you know what? McQueen is a guy who actually has roughly the same type of skill as Tage Thompson. Every other comparable doesn't have that. So who knows? He's not going to be Tage specifically, but he could be a very effective top 6 player. And of course, Anaheim goes for that, right? They went after Beckett Seneca the moment he had his growth spurt. That's the kind of guy they love going after. You trade away Trevor Zegras, who's smaller skill, and you draft Roger McQueen, who's bigger skill. They just want to get bigger in every area of the ice. And they just did that. Alex says, yo, ringside, what's Effin Frendel's face-off win percentage? I know they're making play with Bedsy. If it's not 75%, I'm going to hate it. Well, I hate to break this to you. I don't have his face-off win percentage, but what I can say, he doesn't play center for Djurgården. He does not play center in Hockey Allsvenskan. And I promise you, if you don't play center in Hockey Allsvenskan, unless you make major changes, you're probably not going to play center in the SHL next season either. I have no clue why people think he's a center. He doesn't play center for his club. He plays center for Sweden, but look at his Swedish performances on the international stage. He was horrible at the U18s. Sure, he was good at Five Nations. That's Five Nations. We're really judging a player's ability to play center on a Five Nations tournament? Really? Then why the F is he effing marked a center? You tell me, man. He's a power winger. I think if you play, again, I said this earlier in the stream, I think if you put Frendel at center, you're resigning to the fact that he's not going to hit his offensive ceiling. He doesn't have the hockey IQ to play first-line center. He does not. He's going to be overwhelmed on thinner ice. Again, he plays in Sweden on bigger ice, and he still can't play the middle of the ice consistently. The only time he makes plays near the net with possession is if a defender makes an astronomical mistake. That's the only time he does it. He doesn't play the middle of the ice. He doesn't have the awareness to process what's happening around him when he's in the middle of the ice. He just doesn't. Especially on the puck. He's not going to be able to play first-line center. If you're putting him at center, you're resigning to the fact that maybe he's going to have a defensive impact. Maybe at the end of a game, you can have him take a face-off. I don't know, because he's strong. He might be able to become a good face-off taker. Maybe you put him in an Anton Lundell role. But again, you don't justify a third overall pick by looking at Anton Lundell. Doggyson says, I'm not going to I have no idea who the rest of these guys are. Yeah, fair enough. I'm probably not going to like it too. We can be stupid and ignorant together. That's fine. Alex says, and this is why you pick Martone. Yeah, I mean, Martone is a winger. People act like, oh, we don't know if Frendel is a center or a winger. If you don't know a hockey player's position, the hockey player doesn't have a position. I'll tell you his position. If you want him to justify a top 3 pick, you better hope he plays on the wing. Because then you'll start to see some of those attributes, some of those strengths. Now, of course, theoretically, he can just improve everything and become a first-line center. And I can also grow, if my aunt had skates, if my aunt had wheels, she'd be a bicycle as well. Anything can happen. I'm just saying it's not likely that he's going to just elevate all of his weaknesses at once to become a top-line center. It's just not going to happen. I shouldn't be so sure about it. It might happen, but it's probably not going to happen. And you can't bank on it happening either.
He's won 3 Stanley Cups with Pittsburgh and has played in over 1,161 NHL games. Making the 11th pick in the NHL Draft, please welcome one of Pittsburgh's all-time greats, Chris Letang, and his son, Alex.
Hey, this is cool.
Good evening, LA. It's pretty special. Never had a chance to be drafted, so I guess the Penguins sent me here to announce it, and it's a great experience for my son. So without further ado, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select
from the Calgary Hitmen.
Oh, here we go.
Benjamin Kindle.
Okay, Benjamin Kindle is not
center, right-handed shot, reads the play really well.
All right,
Just
Benjamin Kindle is one of those players who I don't
feel
feel comfortable saying my own opinions on him because I only watched very little film on him. So let me pull up some information on him. So this is Pittsburgh. Benjamin Kindle is a crafty playmaking forward who can inject offense into an NHL middle six. He is a little bit undersized. He's 5'10", around 180 pounds, but he plays like he's much bigger. And he also has some 200-foot awareness, which makes him a fit for teams that are prioritizing speed and hockey IQ over pure size. Think about the way the Blackhawks were rebuilding earlier in their early in their rebuild. Maybe Pittsburgh is trying to follow that same archetype. In terms of strengths, playmaking is Kendall's standout strength. He's one of the WHL's top assist generators, and his vision and puck distribution are elite for his age. He had 98 points and a draft year leading 1.56 points per game in the WHL, and is also a very smooth skater, which allows him to be an obvious source of offense even at 5-on-5. He also combines that with excellent positional IQ away from the puck. He finds soft spots in defenses and exploits high danger areas without the puck. And even though he's a smaller player, he does bring a noticeable competitive edge. He backchecks, he engages in board battles and wins a lot of them, and he's trusted to kill penalties because of his strong situational awareness. His biggest weakness is, of course, his frame. I'm surprised he went this high, given that he's only 5'10", and the NHL seems allergic to this type of forward, especially recently. He doesn't shy away from physical play, but there are some questions about whether that smaller frame can work in the NHL. Also, his shot is accurate, but not really overpowering, kind of the same vibe as Caleb Desnoyers. He leaned heavily on playmaking in junior. He's going to need to round his game a little bit, but that's the case with a lot of players here. In terms of ranking, let me actually pull this up. He was 20th by consolidated ranking and 20th by elite prospects. So according to them, this is a big-time reach. And you can kind of tell that I think it's a reach too, because he was ranked 11th. Sorry, he was drafted 11th, and I didn't prepare. And I prepared the top 17 picks. So yeah, I'm surprised that I'm already not prepared about a prospect, given we're this early in the draft. They do have the luxury of having back-to-back picks, so we're about to find out what else they have in store alongside Benjamin Kendall. The Hutchinson said, who the fool is that? Alex says, steals for 25th pick. Carter Bear, obviously, I don't think he's not reaching 25th. I have him in my top 10. I know a lot. I watched a lot of Carter Bear. I can talk all about Carter Bear all day. Honestly, if the Blackhawks get Carter Bear at 25, I'm happy about this draft, even with Frendel. Justin Carbonneau, I also know a lot about Carbonneau. Cole Rechny, I don't know too much about him. I'll have to rely on scouting reports. Malcolm Spence, of course, everyone's favorite pick at that spot. I wonder what the overall sentiment is. You know what? After this next pick, I'm going to pull up my Twitter so we can experience my feed together. I wonder what everyone else thinks about what's happening in this draft. Let me actually quickly let me go over to the prediction. Okay, so he only went to 7. Let's go see what's happening in the rest of our Twitter. Here we go. Soft serves being a negative Nancy as usual. Oh, let me actually have to go back. Prep.
I guess some of you are wondering what this is. Alex, why don't you show everybody?
Yeah, show us what the stupid ass button is. A trade! Oh!
Well done. The Pittsburgh Penguins trade pick number 12 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Philadelphia Flyers in exchange for picks 22 and 31, also in the 2025 NHL Draft. So it's 12 for 22 and 31.
Oh my God, what are the
Philadelphia,
Flyers about to
you're
do?
now on the clock.
What are the Flyers about to do?
Draft day trade. That's
Do you want to break it down for us? You want to tell us
Flyers,
what they're getting in January?
The Flyers already got one of my steals of the draft so far. Porter Martone went further than he was supposed to go. Are they about to double down and get Victor Eklund? That would be a ridiculous haul for the Philadelphia Flyers. Career franchise-altering haul, if that's the case. Alex says if they pick Eklund, they're good. But they're good is an understatement, my brother. That would be ridiculous. We see James Hagens talking. I don't really care. Oh, my God. Who else is available? We have, obviously, Eklund's still available. Jackson Smith, also available. Brady Martin was taken. Lyndon Lajkovic's still available. Carbonneau's still available. Hensler's still available. You also have Aitchison. Do you guys think Philly's going to go for Aitchison? It would be a very Philly pick, but Philly's been pretty smart during this offseason, so I wonder if they're going to go with the stereotypical Philly pick. Alex says, they go Eklund, I'm a Flyers fan. Haha, bye. That's interesting, though. 12th overall pick was traded for 22 and 31, which means in a few picks, the Blackhawks are going to be in range to trade 25 and their first second-round pick to get back into the first if they want to. That range is coming. So if Eklund falls like 2 or 3 more, maybe the Blackhawks come calling. So maybe I don't want the Flyers to pick that player. You guys can get Keyshawn Aitchison for all I care. Or even Jackson Smith. Jackson Smith's a good player. I feel like if Eklund falls to 15 or 16, Blackhawks have to pick up the phone, right? They have to. I mean, you picked Frendell. You have to get the guy who makes Frendell tick. I mean, a Victor Eklund, Frank Nazar, Anton Frendell line would be insane. Insane in production. Insane. You can talk about the process of getting a passenger with the 3rd overall pick all you want, but in terms of output, in terms of on-ice product, if you combine Eklund with Frendell and a guy like Nazar, insane. Or even a guy like Moore in the middle, incredible. You still have to fix the first line, which is disappointing, but maybe 2026 will be the Bedard line mate finally coming along. We still have 9 people here. Thank you guys so much for sticking along on this fine Friday evening. Pick is in. All right, let's unmute. Ready? Let's see what Philly does. I'm starting to get invested again. I do not want this to be
Making the selection for the Flyers, the record holder for most regular season games played as an Eagle and 2-time Super Bowl champion, Brandon Graham.
Oh my God, legend. Remember Strip Sack?
What's up, Philly?
What's up?
Hey, y'all know 2-time Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Flyers. I'm telling you, they making great picks right now. Feeling good in Philly. Just wanted to say, with the 12th pick in the NHL Draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select Jack Nesbitt.
Jack Nesbitt.
Again, more size.
More size, a center. Oh my goodness. Well, I clearly don't have him prepared. But Jack Nesbitt is a playmaking center who played on a very bad Windsor team, but scouts, I mean, he has clear vision and creativity. When you think of maybe an ideal fit alongside Michkov on a potential line with Martone, maybe you want a center with size and playmaking to kind of put everything together. And I think that's the fit with Nesbitt. All of a sudden, everybody else in Philly starts to fall into place. Maybe Trevor Zegras can be a long-term option on your second line, or maybe you can even flip him for futures. You also drafted middle six players recently that can fit into the second and third lines. Nesbitt has clear top-line potential if he reaches his ceiling and if he's able to be covered for his deficiencies by some of the other players that the Flyers have. His biggest weaknesses are consistency and strength. As a playmaker, if his wingers are not finishing, he will fade out of a game and look almost invisible. He needs to learn how to impose himself shift by shift. But the good news is, in Philly, you have one of the best finishers in the entire NHL among under 22 players, and that is Matvei Michkov. And assuming that you play him alongside Porter Martone as well, guess what? Porter Martone is also a tremendous finisher. And all three players have different profiles, and they're just aligned enough with their hockey IQ that they could work together. His playmaking and his vision are his standout strengths. He has a knack for threading passes through sticks and finding teammates in good scoring positions. Even on nights when Windsor was terrible, he would at least create a couple of quality chances with a clever dish under a stick or a saucer pass over a defender's stick, and he also has good puck control. He holds onto the puck in the offensive zone and knows how to slow down the pace to buy time for plays to develop. And with slower skating players like Matvei Michkov, and like Porter Martone, that ability is going to be extremely important. He's a very high processor of the game. Again, a perfect fit alongside Martone and Michkov, who are both elite processors. All three of them are able to anticipate where line mates will be and what lanes will open, and I expect them to have very creative, very detailed set plays in the offensive zone that will be nightmares for defenders to go up against. Nesbitt's also very good defensively. Consolidated ranking is going to... Oh my God. Nesbitt's ranked 28 by consolidated ranking, 48 by elite prospects. That's the more typical Philly pick, right? Reaching in the middle, in the teens for the second straight year. I guess he and Jet Luchenko can compete for the second line center role. I was a little bit complimentary because I do think he has potential. Let me read what Elite Prospects says. Oh, Elite Prospects does not like him the way that the scouting reports that I found do. Elite Prospects rated his skating a 4, shooting 5, passing 5, handling 4.5. So I was a little bit generous. Probably not going to publicize that one. Yeah, I think the scouting report that I found was completely wrong. Basically, he's a two-way player in the bottom 6. And the kind of guy who needs line mates to kind of make him work. Let Eklund drop to 16. It's here come the overthinking. This is the overthinking part of the NHL draft. It's always in the beginning of the draft with like, oh my God, we need to take Brady Martin in the top 5. Oh my God, we need Anton Frandel because every other team wants it. The overthinking always happens in the beginning. And then the late top 10 and early teens are always like really good value players that have no business going there. Guys like Porter Martone and James Hagens. That's kind of the golden part of the draft. And then again, at this point, you get the overthinking portion of the next prospect group. Like, it wouldn't surprise me to see Nestor Sil go like somewhere here, way higher than people expect him to. How far behind am I, by the way? We are at the point of Detroit. Loki Ring said this is chill at AF, not gonna lie. I appreciate it. I'll take that as a compliment. We're just having a good time here. I'm really happy that we're at the midpoint almost of the draft. We're a couple picks away, and I still have prospects that I studied on. So I feel like the process of me balancing med school and this content is actually working out pretty well. Better than I expected to. I was really, really upset, by the way, because I stayed up nights over the past couple of days, and I woke up super early when I actually slept, and I tried to grind this stuff, and it was really frustrating because when you're really tired, you get angry at stuff. It's just kind of nasty. Pick is in. Okay, let me unmute.
Here's their pick is in.
Making the selection for Detroit is one of the Red Wings' biggest fans. Dave Coulier is well known for his role on Full House, but has been in the fight of his life battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. We are happy to report that as of late March, he was declared cancer-free.
Hey, there you go.
And he joins us from Detroit. Dave, great to see you.
Hey, thank you. I'm excited. I wish I was there with you, but I'm here live in Detroit at Little Caesars Arena, and I am so honored to be chosen by the Detroit Red Wings organization to announce their 2025 NHL Draft pick here on ESPN. I go way back with the Red Wings. When I was a kid, my dad and I would go to the old Olympia Stadium to watch Gordie Howe and the Red Wings play, and we were always proud Red Wings fans. Many years later, of course, I would wear my Red Wings jersey on my TV show, Full House. Well, this year we have the 13th pick, and we've had some incredible players wear number 13 for the Red Wings, most notably the magician, Pavel Datsyuk.
All right, what bus are they going to take now?
Let's hope that the number 13 brings us some great luck this season. Now, let's get down to business, and the Oscar goes to, with the 13th pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Detroit Red Wings are proud to select Carter Bear.
Oh my God, no. My favorite prospect goes to Detroit. I ranked him in the top 10. Frankly, if it wasn't for that Achilles injury, he would have been even higher. Carter Bear is the most competitive player in this class. He's the most relentless player in this class. He's a guy who hounds pucks like they are a firstborn. He is elite defensively. He's the most well-rounded player in this draft. Everything about him is explosive. He doesn't have good high speed, which is a concern for his projectability, but he makes up for it with explosiveness and with willingness. He is 100% in every battle. He plays every game like he's never going to step on ice again, and that is exactly what an NHL team's going to be. He's gotten significantly better over time. He began as, I believe he was a 6th round pick, and sorry, I believe it was a 6th. Let me double check that actually. Yeah, he began his WHL career as a 6th round pick, and he plays with that same chip on his shoulder. He is one of the most gifted players when it comes to the combination of tenacity and skill. He does a little bit of everything. He's gotten better at his playmaking. He's learned how to slow his pace down a little bit when in possession of the puck to allow his teammates to be a part of it. He has a beautiful backhand, a very almost Sidney Crosby-esque power in his backhander. And again, Carter Bear is going to be a Detroit Red Wing, right? This is the kind of guy they love going for. They want energy. They want middle six pieces. They want to overload that. But I just have a sneaky suspicion that if he reaches his ceiling, Carter Bear is going to be a little bit more than some of the other picks that Detroit have made in this general range. The big question mark for me is his Achilles injury. Because Carter Bear is so explosive and the Achilles tendon is very much responsible for generating that explosive skating motion, it remains to be seen whether the surgically repaired Achilles will have that same explosiveness. But all reports are that he's recovering extremely well, and everybody in the NHL that's reporting on those injuries is saying that Carter Bear is going to be on the ice extremely soon. So maybe that Achilles is going to get back to normal, and the Detroit Red Wings might be getting the steal of the draft. Second City says, am I wrong for thinking every other rebuilding team got better and we just treaded water so far? No, you're not. I don't think we treaded water because Frendell is so unique, but in terms of improvements in like star talent, first line caliber players, yeah, you're not wrong. San Jose got Misa. Philly got Martone. Boston got Hagens. Seattle, if you call Seattle a rebuilding team, they got O'Brien. Frendell's no Martone. Yeah, I agree. You're preaching to the choir, my brother. Alex, you're preaching to the choir. I am completely with you. This whole thing with like these prospects just standing, talking to a TV is so awkward. Is it just me? Let's see what Twitter's saying. Let's switch over here. Let's see what Twitter's saying. This is going to be just a battle of NHLE. Like, people who just look at production be like, look, he put up such good production. Look, he's exactly like Alexander Barkov. Oh my God. It's gonna be a battle of these guys and people who actually watch film. It's gonna be very annoying. Yeah, Wally went through like Wally's going through stuff, man. You guys see his tweet earlier after the Noah Dobson trade? Where is it? Look at this. Remember when the Hawks took Artem Levchinov over Ivan Demidov because young right-shot defensemen never become available? Look at this sassy little Sasquatch. Unbelievable. Exactly. I agree with that. Just have them shake Gary's hand, get a jersey and a hat, and get off the stage. Be like the NFL. I feel like the NHL's trying a little too hard to be different. I don't know why. Now the Noah Dobson return looks a little weirder. Because assuming the reports that Columbus was pissed off because they offered more for Dobson is true, and it makes sense that it would be true, right? Why are you going after futures so hard if you're not going to try trading up for James Hagens? A little bit of a weird play. And 10 for Dulles, Chicago Blackhawk. Yeah, he is, buddy. Yeah, that's fair. You know what? Screw you. This is the exact guy who was running. Oh, Artem Levchinov is the best defenseman I've ever seen since Rasmus Dahlin. Why are Blackhawks fans so mad? He's like the same as Demidov before before the Habs drafted Demidov. Same dude. I like him, but I just have to call that out. Yeah, you need to get Eklund. Honestly, my assessment of drafting Frendell will change overnight if they reunite him with Eklund, which is weird to say about a third overall pick when we're considering a player who's now available at 15, right? It's a little bit weird, but you kind of need to do that now, right? Somebody's reporting that Crosby will play elsewhere. Okay. Look at Ben Pope trying to run propaganda. This is crazy. Tank on ice. Okay, buddy. He's a great talker. I'm not going to listen to this on stream because Alex is going to get too excited if I put Leah Hextall on. But he's a very good talker. Frendell, to answer this question, I'm not going to reply because this is somebody else's hockey den, but Frendell is going to be staying in Sweden. Djurgården just got promoted to the SHL, so he's going to be playing there with Eklund. Here come the Columbus Blue Jackets. Oh my God. Great move. Meredith Goodrose announcing the pick for Columbus. We're 3 hours into the live stream. My goodness. They're chanting John.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this time to thank every single team and every single fan base for your support for my family this past season. It's truly an honor to be here, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you.
Hey man, this good. It's enough to make a grown man cry, man. Yep, that's Meredith Goodrose. It's a great gesture by Columbus.
Okay. With the 14th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Tri-City Americans, Jackson Smith.
Jackson Smith, the love child of elite prospects himself, Jackson Smith goes. This is frankly a little bit lower than I would have had him. I thought I was a little bit lower on him than consensus, and I still had him ranked 11th. Elite Prospects had Jackson Smith ranked number 6. So if you are to trust Elite Prospects ranking, he is the steal of the draft. He has elite forward mobility. In fact, in general, let me paint a picture for you. Jackson Smith is a left-handed defenseman, which is all fair and good. But if he was a right-handed defenseman, I really believe the conversations between him and Artem Levshunov would be much more similar than they actually ended up being. Jackson Smith lasted all the way to, where did he get picked? The 14th overall pick, while Artem Levshunov went second. And they have a lot of the same strengths and weaknesses. I think Levshunov is a little bit higher end than Jackson Smith is, but a lot of their strengths and weaknesses are the exact same. I would argue that Jackson Smith, especially when carrying the puck in transition, has even better four-way mobility than Levshunov does. He also has that same physical shutdown potential, the same ability to potentially at the NHL level eat up 25 minutes a night. This is a guy who's going to be working alongside Zach Werenski for, actually maybe not even alongside Zach Werenski since they're both left-handed defensemen, but Zach Werenski can play on his off wing. He's going to be playing in the top 4 for Columbus for the foreseeable future the moment he makes the NHL. He has a lot of creativity on the puck, even though his puck management is a little inconsistent. Kind of like Levshunov, he tends to maybe turn off his brain a little bit at times and doesn't have the same awareness that some of the higher end prospects, guys like Matthew Schaefer, guys like Zane Parekh and Z William have, but he has a lot of the physical traits that NHL teams will look at and think, well, I can fix that. In general, even though he's a little bit of a style over substance player at this point, and he didn't have the best overall production, he started to turn things up at the end of the season, and that, again, is a great sign for a prospect. He had 10 goals in his final 16 games as a defenseman, which is ridiculous impact. So maybe if he can continue on that trajectory, he could have an incredible draft plus 1 season, and his immediate projection as an NHL defenseman will increase as a process. He does have all the tools necessary to make that happen, but we'll see if his brain is able to keep up. Check Discord DM. All right, let me check this right now. Should I dox you? Oh, he's not good enough. So thank you for pointing that out. Let me actually pull this up. So, how do I get to this? Where is this? Give me a second. All right. So, let me find Charlie. Frundell should not be in the NHL, man. That terrifies me. Yeah, he's obviously saying he's a great talker. This is interesting. So Anton Frundell on where he plans to play in the 2025-2026 season. If I get the chance to take a spot on the team, I will do everything I can to do that, to play. And if I'm not good enough, if I don't make it, I'm going back to Drew Gardens. I don't think he should be in the NHL. If he's in the NHL, God, I don't know. Then suddenly you probably feel more pressure to have Oliver Moore in the NHL. Like, Anton Frundell is the kind of player, even though he's a very good player, he's the kind of player that everything that he does requires a trickle effect by your team. This isn't a player who can kind of create independently. So if he's playing in the NHL, you want to have some of the, you want to have a supportive line that's ready to insulate him. And I'm not sure those supportive players are all ready for the NHL. Guys like Oliver Moore, Frank Nazar is ready for the NHL, but you need to have energy alongside him to kind of get the puck and to allow him to play more as a third forward to kind of gradually improve his weaknesses. He's a player you need to kind of babysit along. He's a bit of a luxury pick that will work better on a fully built team than he will on a team like the Blackhawks. I would want him in the SHL, frankly. I don't think he's going to develop good habits in the NHL. Do you think Martone makes the NHL? No. If they sign him to an ELC, can he go back? No, he's under contract in for his SHL team, if they sign him to an ELC, they'll also need to pay the SHL team a transfer fee. This isn't quite the same as a junior level player coming to the NHL. It's a different process. No shot he actually makes the team, right? With the Blackhawks, never say never. I would have said the same thing about Artem Levchinov. No chance he makes it to the NHL after he went to the AHL. With the Blackhawks, you kind of never say never, right? Alex says, if the Canucks take Eklund, I'm going to off myself. All right, buddy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Second City Sports. Thanks for pointing that quote out. It's good stuff. I hope / expect that he won't make it, but I think it could be devastating. I'm already very, very questionable about his ceiling. I think you're completely ignoring that ceiling and completely taking that out of consideration if you play him in the NHL this season. He needs to gradually improve those weaknesses. Otherwise, he's not coming close to any theoretical cute little ceiling you have for him. It's not going to happen. The pick. Oh, it is on. Oh, what? Oh, no. They're still on the clock. They still have a minute left. Probably deliberating to go after, like, freaking some goalie or something. Oh, they could actually go for a goalie. Archer Shilov's kind of had a bit of regression. He did win the Calder Cup playoffs. But I think they were expecting him to be in the NHL by this point. And Thatcher Demko still has injuries. And I don't think his future is in Vancouver. They do have Kevin Lankinen, but I wonder if they go goalie. I mean, this is a team that kind of needs to rebuild. Let's be honest. They can go anywhere. And if they go best player available, that's Eklund. By far. Second City says if the Islanders end up with Matthew, Eklund and Aitchison? Who's Matthew? Are you talking about Matthew Guard? Eklund and Aitchison, I'm going to be mad. I don't know. I really question Aitchison's ability to translate to the NHL. If it does, he's going to be tremendous, though.
Making the pick for Vancouver, a member of the Triple Gold Club, strong on his skates, so stupid. Two-way winger, Mikhail Samuelson. Right?
What's up, LA?
What's up, LA?
I'd like to thank LA for hosting this great event. Also want to give a shout out to all our fans back in Vancouver. Thank you for your support. Also want to say congrats to the Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cups. Very well done.
You guys are a little ahead of me. Don't spoil.
All right. With the 15th selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds, Braden Coates.
Oh, Braden
League player, 6 of the
guy
last
that
7. Another center,
Look at that.
Close to home, too. He's playing. They could scout him a lot. He looks like a Matty Beniers-style player. 200-foot, high number of defensive puck touches. In the U18s, too, face-off success rate, he was the only center above 70%, and he led. He also was #1 in scoring chances at U18 with 20, so he can create opportunities. I'm sure they're looking at the data.
Right.
And
let's talk about Braden Coates. Give Vancouver a little bit of what they're here for. Braden Coates is one of the highest energy / motor players in this draft. This is a draft that has an unusual amount of motor or energy, and outside of maybe Carter Bear, I'd say Braden Coates is at the top of that list. He's an absolute Swiss Army knife. He plays defense, he creates in motion, and he has a tremendously high floor. You can't really find a harder worker than Braden Coates. Whenever Seattle was on the ice, he just made something happen. He's never just stationary doing nothing watching the play. He's one of the most fun players to watch because of how involved he is. He's competitive. He has a strong work ethic. He has relatively high intelligence and very good tools. I think he's a very all-around good player and the kind of player that NHL coaches will be salivating over. He's a guy that every NHL team wants on their team, and his work ethic is going to be infectious for the rest of the Vancouver Canucks. As the Canucks go into the next stage, without JT Miller, you can maybe see them trade away Elias Pettersson in the near future. There are rumors around their captain, Quinn Hughes, and whether he wants to play with his brothers. All of a sudden, you bring in a guy in Braden Coots who may not have the same upside as the players that we mentioned earlier, but he's an energy guy. He's a locker room guy, and he also has enough skill to work in a middle six. I think he's a very high floor player, but his ceiling is pretty enticing as well. Right now, he relies on his speed a little bit too much. He goes to the outside and sometimes skates himself into trouble. His hockey sense, I wouldn't say is a weakness, but it's more inconsistent, as is his vision. But it's a work in progress, and it's steadily gotten better. I think if he continues to develop, he could be an identity piece for Vancouver, who also carries his load of the offense, and that's exciting as they go to the next stage as they go to the next stage in their team. You're way ahead of me, Alex, my brother. I don't know why my ESPN Plus is not working. This is so infuriating. It's crazy. Let me refresh and see if I can make this work. First round. No, it's still at the same spot. I mean, we still have a lot of good... how is Eklund different from Reichel? Oh, my God. We still have a lot of good prospects available. We've seen some reaches, especially Philly's second pick. It's a big reach. But we still have Victor Eklund available. We still have Keyshawn Aitchison, who I expected the NHL to be way higher than they actually are. I didn't expect him to make it to the late teens. You still have Justin Carbonneau. You still have Cole Reshny available. Some very good prospects still here. So we'll see what the NHL thinks of those players. I would love right now. This is the time. New York Islanders, they have back-to-back picks, man. The Blackhawks have to make something happen. I'll just answer that question. How is Eklund different from Reichel? Eklund is a forechecker. Reichel is not. Reichel is a skilled player who's tried to, Luke Richardson tried to kind of pigeonhole him into a forechecker just because of his speed. He's not. Eklund has a different dimension of awareness away from the puck, ability to find open areas of the ice. He's not over-reliant on carrying the puck the way that Reichel does. His decision-making is crisper than Reichel's is. He's different from Reichel in a lot of ways. I think actually Eklund's play in the defensive zone can use some work, as can Reichel's. But considering that Eklund still has a lot of room to grow as a player, I'm more confident, obviously, with an 18, 19-year-old than I am with a guy who's been given a lot of chances to succeed and hasn't really taken it yet. Alex is rooting for a trade. I don't know if you're reporting a trade. I don't know if I'm that behind, but right now, New York is on the clock, and they have back-to-back picks here, 16 and 17 from the Noah Dobson trade. I expected them to use that to trade up for Hagens. That was not going to happen because Boston took him in the top 10. Of course. But yeah, we'll see what they do with back-to-back picks. This is actually a pretty interesting spot because, again, they're good players. The Islanders can really make their prospect pool better with this one draft if they just pick both. But selfishly, I want the Blackhawks to try to trade up for one of these picks. Get you a baby Eklund. Trade alert! Oh my god! Oh, what stupid! Oh my god! I thought that was
trade
button. Just happened at the draft. No, they're just pointing out the Canadian Islanders trade from earlier. I want the Hawks to trade. Yeah, I'm there too, buddy. I don't think... Like, I expect Eklund to go within the next 2 to 3 picks. This is not a story of a player who's going to fall very far. I refuse to believe that. He's not in that same tier as, the 20s. He's going to be picked like soon. So the Blackhawks will need to trade up soon. And again, I understand how much it sucks that we're talking about the necessity of trading up to insulate the player the Blackhawks just picked at 3rd overall. That's just the reality of the situation now, right? This is not really a luxury anymore. You already picked the luxury at 3rd overall. Now you need to find players that will make it all work. And Victor Eklund's one of them. I think he has clear top 6 potential. He needs to get bigger. He needs to get stronger. But everything else about him is pretty much set in stone, man. Let me just flash his card. I had him ranked 7th. And despite ranking him 7th, I spent almost the entire video. If you guys watch that video, I still recommend watching it after the draft. I think there's some good stuff there. A lot of good research went into that. But almost the entire time I was talking about Frindell, I talked about how I liked Eklund more. And the reality is, every single time I watched Anton Frindell play, Victor Eklund was driving play. Victor Eklund was more noticeable. Victor Eklund was more intelligent on and off the puck. Victor Eklund was finding better passing lanes. Victor Eklund was making a difference. And Frindell just is very good at what he does. And what he does is a very small subset of things. Again, he needs to get better. But Eklund is kind of the opposite. He doesn't have any of the physical tools. He's not a very fast skater. He's tiny. He's 161 pounds. And even that, I think, is generous. He looks tiny on the ice. His shooting percentage is a 17.1%. So in terms of weaknesses, I expect his shooting to come back down to earth, while I expect Frindell's to continue at that pace or even get better at the next level. Keep in mind that Hockey Allsvenskan's league average is about 10%, so Victor Eklund's shooting percentage was way above the average. And you may see that come back down to earth next season, and maybe that's why teams are hesitant to pick him high. But I don't care about his production. That's not the reason why I'm taking him. I'm taking him for that energy. I'm taking him for the fact that even though he's 161 pounds, playing against grown men, he's still forechecking more than any of those grown men are. And because he's so small, he's forced to use his brain much more than even Anton Frindell does. I think Anton Frindell fundamentally is a poor forechecker. He's just a good forechecker because he's a missile and he weighs 200 and some pounds. He's overpowering. I don't think that same style of forechecking, where his center of gravity is higher than it should be, and he's a little bit late to a lot of battles. Hold on a second. The selection's in now. Let's see what the Islanders
Making the next selection for the New York Islanders is perhaps the team's biggest fan. He's best known for his role as Eric Murphy in Entourage. After selecting Matthew Schaefer with the first pick, now please welcome Kevin Connolly.
What's up, LA? What's going on? Yeah, Los Angeles is my home now, but best years of my life were spent on Long Island. Shout out to the draft party at UBS Arena. Everybody there, wish I could be there. Hope you guys are all having a good time. And with that, in the 16th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from Djurgården, Victor Eklund.
There it is. I called it. He's going to get picked. Victor Eklund is officially the biggest steal of this entire draft. 16th overall is sacrilegious for a player of this caliber. I had him ranked 7th, and if you watch my top 10 video, you'll find that it took me everything in my body not to rank him higher, because frankly, I like his game as more projectable as a play driver than his line mate Anton Frindell, who went 3rd overall to the Blackhawks. Victor Eklund went 16th. It's incredibly what's the word I'm thinking of, huh? It's incredibly baffling to see that level of a difference between a player who drove play and a player who benefited from Eklund's work. Ultimately, the reason he fell is because of his size. He's 161 pounds, and because he plays such an energy Because he plays such an energy-heavy, forechecking, powerful game, it's a bit of a question whether it's going to work in the NHL. You simply cannot be a 161-pound player while playing that style in the NHL. But if Eklund gets 10 to 15 pounds of muscle and continues to work on his all-around game, he is going to be a top 6 play. He's going to be a top 6 play driver in the NHL. His brother's already an effective top 6 player, and Eklund plays with far more of an edge than William does. His play driving is also noticeable, and he's a very well-rounded player. He's a guy that NHL teams will love having, and even if his statistics regress, for example, he had a 17.1 shooting percentage during the 2024-2025 Hockey Allsvenskan season in a league where the average shooting percentage is around a 10%, so you kind of expect Victor Eklund to come back down to earth, but frankly, I don't care about his shooting. That's not the reason why I had him ranked 7th. Everything else about his game is so good that he can thrive in a top 6 role if he just gains a few pounds. I believe that the Islanders are getting an absolute steal. This type of value should not be available this late in the draft, and combining him with both Matthew Schaefer and whoever they pick next is an incredible draft haul for the Islanders. The Hockey Sense says we didn't trade up because the Hawks are going to take a D. D's nuts, yeah. The Hockey Sense also says, I just want to reiterate that compared to the Sphere, this draft experience is like multiple leagues down. It seems so amateur. It seems like my live streams, you know what I mean? It seems like I kind of went and bought a TV and like I'm trying to make it seem interactive and it's not interactive and I'm trying to force things that aren't actually there. It just seems so amateurish. The Sphere was absolute cinema. I think you're honestly understating it. This experience sucks. You're making prospects after they just got drafted stand awkwardly with their back towards the crowd, talk awkwardly to a camera when nobody's on site. It just seems weird. It seems like they're trying to make it centralized when it's actually decentralized instead of just actually embracing what the draft is. It's really awkward to me. Alex says, okay, we want Justin Carbonell. Yeah, I have Justin Carbonell ranked. Where do I have him ranked, actually? I didn't have him in my top 10, but I had him pretty soon afterwards. I think 13th. I don't have my own rankings in front of me, but yeah, I feel like the thing that bothers me so much is there's so many opportunities to go after ceiling. It's just never the right move, is it? Right? It's always a move and then a justification, or it's always a move that was not made, but we tried our best. The process is good, but the results are not. It's never an actual move that gets done, man. It's never the right move at the right time. It's so frustrating. I will say about Justin Carbonell, I do have some Hockey Sense issues with that. Even though he's very versatile. I like his tools, obviously elite tools, very good ceiling, incredible hands, good shot, and a solid floor. I do have questions about Hockey Sense, which means he fits perfectly in the Blackhawks system, doesn't he? Oh, you were in the Sphere during the draft. You believe it's the first draft with 0 games played across the draft class? I mean, if everybody plays like Frendell, maybe you're right. How early do you guys think Nesterstill's going to go? I wonder. Sorry, I'm texting Wally. This is so unprofessional. I'm texting Wally in our Discord. Okay, wait, I have to unmute, my bad. This is the second pick by the Islanders.
Kevin did such a good job with the last pick. I said, let's do it again.
Yeah, I'm here all night. No, I'm kidding. Oh, okay. With the 17th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the New York Islanders are proud to select from the Barrie Colts, Keyshawn Aitchison.
Oh my God. That is an incredible draft haul. Matthew Schaefer, first overall. 16th overall, you get Victor Eklund. And 17th overall, a guy that many people thought was going to go in the top 10 because he plays like a maniac. He plays at 100%. He plays with a competitive edge that really is rare for any level of competition, much less a junior level in the OHL. He plays like he wants to kill you every shift. And after what we saw from the Florida Panthers and how borderline dirty they played, I expected teams to be all over Keyshawn Aitchison. I mean, after all, Brady Martin, basically the forward version of this, ended up going in the top 5. Aitchison is going to have a few more problems than Brady Martin at translating his game to the NHL. He's a 6'1", 200-pound player, and he plays like a power forward. I question whether, even though he's very physically dominant, I question whether that will be directly translatable to the NHL. Also, he has a great shot, but he plays a little bit too much like a forward for that to be directly translatable as well. I believe that given the right coaches, sorry, I got distracted by the highlights. He is all over the place, isn't he? I believe that given the upside that he provides, and if he's given the right coaching, he can develop into an identity piece. He will be a fan favorite regardless of where he is in the lineup. The only question is he going to fit in an important top 4 role for New York, or is this a little bit of a reach on an identity bottom pairing guy? Hockey son Brandon said, I can't wait to be saying hashtag Dookie for DuPont this time next year. That's crazy. If we draft Sasha Boumediene, I'm going to quit on the spot. I'm telling you guys right now, I'm warning the 6 people who are still in chat. If we draft Sasha Boumediene after all of this, I'm going to quit. I am going to quit. Yeah, Islanders won this draft. This is an incredible haul. Some people are lower on Keyshawn Aitchison. I think he's going to be an NHL player. Frankly, I think he could even move to forward. He kind of plays like a forward offensively. And I think his physicality would be better as a 6'1" player on the forecheck than it is as a defenseman. He doesn't really play like a defenseman defensively either. So maybe he can even switch to a forward. But that's a big projection, right? Right now, I think he's going to be a bottom 3 defenseman, but a real identity piece, the kind of guy that every single NHL team will be craving. Yeah, dude, not only exponentially growing, they're near 0, bro. Cole Eiserman is nowhere near these prospects. I mean, where is Cole Eiserman drafted? Was it 21 overall? 20 overall? 21 overall? All of these guys are higher picks. Yeah. Shout out to Second City, man. He called it so early on. Incredible prediction by Second City Sports. He said, if the Islanders end up with Matthew Eklund and Aitchison, I'm going to be mad, LOL. That was before the 16th pick. He nailed it. The Islanders have absolutely nailed this draft. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. What are we even doing? Why am I Blackhawks content creator, and why? The thing is, like, you can make excuses about everything. You can talk about the process. I am a very, very process-driven guy, and I'm at a loss for words, man. I'm at a loss for words. You know what sucks about if this process doesn't work? It's going to be too late. You can't just keep tanking. Otherwise, you'll become the Buffalo Sabres. So you better hope that this process, whatever the heck the process is, you better hope it works. This sucks. It just absolutely sucks. I mean, what the heck? Oh my God. A quick comment about the sorry, Alex says I literally have the Hawks winning the cup in 5 seasons. Yeah, I appreciate your optimism. I find it hilarious that Ben Pope, the most objective of all objective reporters, showed up on Prospect Don's YouTube channel. And Prospect Don asked him, this typical thing, the typical interview question, like, oh, do you see the Blackhawks winning a Stanley Cup in Connor Bedard's career? Ben Pope, the savage that he is, just straight up said no. Who says that? Of course, Mario came on the next day and he's like, yeah, of course, I want to say yes because, the politically correct answer. Ben Pope, with his punk ass, he was just like, no, screw that. You see what they're doing? Hell no. The Hockey Sun says hashtag Bullocks for Boumediene. If we draft, honestly, I'm telling you, if the Blackhawks draft Sasha Boumediene at 25, I'm closing the stream. I'm ending right away. Like I know I said I'm gonna react to every pick, and I know I plan to upload all of them. No, I'm done. I'm done. Who's left? We still have we don't have Victor Eklund anymore. We still have do we have Lyndon Lakovic? Oh, I would love Lyndon Lakovic. I don't think he went yet, did he?
This moment, right here, right now. People wait a lifetime for this, so hold on to it.
Lyndon Lakovic didn't go. I love him. I would not mind that. We saw Lyndon Lakovic. Obviously, Justin Carbonneau. Alex's wet dream Justin Carbonneau still available as well. I don't know, man. I think I would rather have Lyndon Lakovic. At least double down on that size. He's a 6'4" frame. Even though he plays on the perimeter, and he's so raw. I think he still has a lot of skill. Maybe double down there. Yeah, this is so cringy. You know what? I'm muting this. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Alex, you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, man. You gotta keep up. Baby shark. Mac is on a shark because he plays for the Sharks. Come on. All right. Anyways, we still have Lyndon Lakovic. We still have Justin Carbonneau. We still have we don't have Radim Murtka. We don't have Braden Coots. We still have Logan Hensler. I'll be pissed if it's Hensler. Yeah, we're running out of guys that I'll be excited for. Let me play.
Lanny McDonald.
On the clock. I think Carbonneau, Lakovic. I'm going to be running low on. Is that Lanny McDonald? Oh my God!
Thank you very much to the LA Kings and the National Hockey League for their hospitality. We'd also like to thank a special thanks to our fans and especially our season ticket holders in Calgary and those attending the draft party at the Scotiabank Saddle Dome and hanging out in the Telus Club. We'd also like to say it's going to be one hell of a party of the Sea of Red when the draft picks go in tonight. With the 18th pick in the 2025 National Hockey League Draft, the Calgary Flames are very proud to select from the Victoria Royals, Cole Reshney.
Cole Reshney, okay.
Another center, left-hand shot.
Cole Reshney was ranked 25th according to Elite Prospect. Let me just make sure I have my stuff in order. Cole Reshney. 21st according to Consolidated, 25th according to Elite Prospects, right in this range. Solid pick. A bit of an undersized center, 187 pounds though as a 5'10" player. He's a bit of a do-it-all player. He's going to be a plug-and-play asset. His skating needs a lot of work, but overall, everything else is solid. He plays much bigger than his size. He's an engine for his junior team. He can line up at center or wing. He's a left shot player who can kind of impact the game in all situations, and he has a good amount of energy, right? His skating is probably projects as average, but his details and playmaking is really the thing that teams are going to be banking on in this range. He's a very efficient passer, and he understands patterns of play in the offensive zone extremely well. His hockey sense and his compete are both big positives. He's almost constantly in motion. He's a bit of a hunter of the puck, and he makes himself an outlet away from the puck. He's kind of a motor for a team's offense. And on a team like Calgary, a team that's already half built, that relies a lot on their goaltender, you need center prospects who you can kind of plug and play, and you can see the floor that Cole Reshny brings. And even though he's undersized, he is a bit of a power forward type player as well. He's a guy that any coach is going to enjoy as a player, and even though he doesn't quite have elite traits, it's going to be effective at the NHL level, especially his playmaking, and he can create from all areas of the ice. He's a specialist from down low. He's not a great skater. He's not a great shooter. His physicality is good, but not necessarily consistent. But I have faith that he could put it all together as an NHL player. His mustache is great. I mean, it's Lanny McDonald. What do you mean? Of course it's great. By the way, I'm just chilling with you guys, by the way. I'm not going to be clipping this part of the live stream. I'm not going to make my opinions public about prospects that I don't study myself. This is just for giggles for all of us here. Draft Justin Carbonneau? Yeah. Carbonneau... Right, I'll be transparent with you guys. Let me scroll through who I have left. Lyndon Lakovic is a guy who I've prepped on. Justin Carbonneau, of course, I've prepped on. And Logan Hensler. I don't want them to draft Logan Hensler. I would love any of these two players. Or, of course, the typical big guys in the late first round, guys like Vasilov, Nestersil, and stuff like that. But really the only needle mover would have been Victor Eklund if they traded up for him. Regardless of who they end up, I think the pick 25 in a vacuum could be a great return, but I'm going to be disappointed with this pick, with this draft haul. I think it's between a C and a B minus, somewhere around there, in terms of value left on the table, especially. What about Wozniak? Don't really scout him, but he has a size and skill from what I know. I didn't scout him either. I watched a lot of him before this year. I liked him, but I'm not going to comment on somebody who I didn't really... I didn't really scout him myself. Let me see what Elite Prospects thinks. They have him ranked 53, so no. Yeah, he's still not a good skater. He wasn't a good skater even when I watched him. All right. What do you guys want to do for the... oh, my goodness. I actually have to step aside for 5 minutes. Let's try to get to 25. Actually... yeah, so after this pick, I'm going to step aside for 5 minutes, take a little bit of a break. I'll play Baby Shark for you guys. I know you guys enjoy it a lot. But yeah, I'll have to step aside. I forgot to do something. It's important. No. Yes. This draft has just kind of been frustrating. The Misa letdown and then just how slow it's moving. Yeah, exactly. It feels like it's going to be tomorrow by the time the 25th pick comes along. It's really grinding. I mean, how long have we been live for? 3 hours and 47 minutes. Like, what are we doing, dude? No Baby Shark. You're getting Baby Shark and you're gonna enjoy it. Yeah, it's not even centralizing the draft. I mean, the NFL draft is not centralized either, but they know what they're doing. Pick is in. Here we go. This is gonna be a smart pick too. They have a good front office. Oh my God. Like it's just it feels like slow torture watching all these other teams that I don't particularly like drafting really, really good players. I couldn't agree more with that. KR Shy Sports. Yeah, there's no cringe Zoom interview in the NHL. People always clown Roger Goodell for his hugs and weird stuff like that, but he understands how to make a draft like this work. I thought the NHL figured it out last year with the spheres. It was unbelievable, and now look at this. This is just not it. I know maybe it's because I'm salty because, I mean, I'm not going to beat a dead horse.
Hello. Good evening. And welcome to all of our season ticket holders here at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis, Missouri. And to all the Blues fans watching at home on your couches, eating Emo's pizza, let's go Blues.
St. Louis has good pizza too.
I'm Nikki Glazer. I am a proud St. Louisan. I literally live right down the street, so I am so happy to be here. I mean, I'm happier than Brett Hull at an open bar, you know? We went Blues. So I really am honored to be here to announce the 19th draft pick for the St. Louis Blues. Fun fact about me in high school, I was actually my prom date's 19th pick, and I was traded after the first dance. But enough about me. Let's get to this. With the 19th overall selection in the 2025 NHL entry draft, the St. Louis Blues are proud to select from the Blainville-Boisbrand Armada right winger Justin Carbonneau.
Great job. I love her. Justin Carbonneau.
You know what? Screw this, man. What am I even doing here, man? Elite Prospects ranked him 11th. This is a steal. I had him ranked at like freaking 14th. Elite tools, incredible hands, good shot, plays every situation. He can play a checking role, which he played at the CHL USA Prospects Challenge. He can play a simple game if he plays with two play drivers. He can play a physical game if need be, especially when he's protecting a lead and when he's trying to play defense. He plays a playoff-friendly game. He can be a play driver. He has a very high floor. Freaking, what am I doing, man? What am I doing? What are we doing here, boys? Like, what are we doing here? Every other team is getting value. It's just so sad. You guys are gonna watch this, all right? You're gonna watch me delete Justin Carbonneau from my slides, and now I only have two guys who I prepped. One guy in Lyndon Lakovic who would be a good outcome. One guy in Logan Hensler who would be horrible. You just need to wait for the Hawks to draft a D before you rage quit. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Oh my God! At least we didn't draft Desnoyers, right? Where's Anthony Tony when you need him? At least we didn't draft Desnoyers. God, oh my God! I'm trying not to cuss. You guys, I think Frendell is a better prospect than a lot of people think. The reason why I'm so upset is not because he's a bad prospect. The reason I'm upset is because just the process of it doesn't make any sense to me. Oh my God. This is so stupid and cringy. I hate this so much, man. I don't know what are we doing here? Waiting for freaking another disappointment. At least Václav Nestrasil's still on the board, I guess. But oh my god, man. Oh my god. This is like this is death by needles, man. Oh my god. This is such a drawn out process too. It's ridiculous. Like what are we even doing here? Why are we watching this? It feels like we're watching some random dude's FaceTime call with their parents. What are we doing? What's the point of this stupid Zoom meeting? Nobody's interested in hearing the same stupid cliche over and over. Nobody's interested in hearing, I can't wait to be a part of St. Louis. And then the front office saying, I can't wait for you to be a part of St. Louis over and over. For 32 freaking picks. Who signed off on this? It makes no sense. The Hockey Sense says, you think Ryabkin goes in the first round only if a team as stupid as the Blackhawks take him. My God, man. If the Blackhawks take Ivan Ryabkin, I don't know what the heck I'm going to do. I might be more happy if they take Boumediene. Oh, my God. I'm so done. Give us Malcolm Spence. I forgot about Malcolm Spence. Give me Lakovic or Spence. Oh my God, they're going to announce the GM of the year because we needed more of a break. Watch them announce Kyle Davidson out of nowhere. Are you kidding me? We get a whole backstory about these clowns? Oh my God. Jim Nill is winning GM of the year? Oh, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm losing my soul. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm bored out of my mind. Oh my God. Exactly. Watching Frendel talk to Davidson, I was like, what is he supposed to say? We only drafted you because we couldn't get me. Exactly. Like there's nothing good that's ever going to happen from there. The best case scenario is the stupid cliches that every league is trying to get away from. I don't get the point. Who signed off on this stupid concept? This is such a half-baked amateur idea. Oh my God, man. Like, everything about this draft is aggravating. It's slow. It's boring. The Blackhawks... It's crazy because listening to me talk, you won't really understand the fact that I'm higher on Anton Frendel than the majority of people are. I had him ranked 6th. The majority of people, especially in the Blackhawks fan base, had him ranked lower than that. But everything about the draft, especially given the direction the Blackhawks are going in, it's just a little aggravating, man. That's it. I don't see how they're supposed to match up against San Jose right now. Like, I think it's next to impossible. And everything else about the draft too is just aggravating, man. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna eat my oatmeal, man. Alex says, with the 25th overall pick, the Blackhawks are proud to select Sasha Boumediene. Lyndon Lakovic, such a Columbus Blue Jacket. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Cameron Reed's still available too. Good little player. Kind of in the same tier as the second tier of defensemen in this draft. I don't know what to do, man. Hawkinson says there's also been seemingly less big news this year than previously. That was supposed to be the one benefit of the format. We had some big news before the draft. It's not just Dobson. I think JJ Peterka, well, it was a pretty big move, but yeah, I guess you could say there are a lot of rumors. Not a lot of actual fire, man. I'm getting so jaded. I feel like I need to not fall for the same trap next year. And then I'll be fine. Alex really wants Malcolm Spence now. Yeah, I'd love that. Five away from the Blackhawks pick. Boys, I'm going to quit after the Blackhawks pick, all right? I think it's fair. We have ads as well. Oh, my God, bro. This is everything about this stupid draft. Oh my God, bro. All right, boys. I'm gonna actually step aside right now, just because nothing is happening. Oh my God, we have Toothless on the screen. All right. I will be right back. Just so mad because back-to-back years, I felt like Demidov and Misa would have been perfect fits for Bedard. I get next year's draft is stacked. It's just so frustrating missing 2 years in a row. It's not just that, though. It's the process, right? I am a guy who cares a lot about process, and there's nothing really pointing to an idea that Kyle Davidson would be searching for Bedard's line mate next season either. Because why would he? He had the opportunity 2 years in a row, and he didn't get it. You know, there's no way we know the details about like why the Ivan Demidov trade up last year didn't work, whether the Sharks were actually willing to trade the second overall pick, whether the Blackhawks could actually get that elite top tier of forward, but even I'd argue even Porter Martone would be the same thing this year, man. He's a better fit for what the Blackhawks need to build around Connor Bedard. Here come the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Making the pick for the Columbus Blue Jackets with the 20th selection, another warm welcome from Meredith Goudreau.
Thank you, everyone. And again, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the 5th line back in Columbus. Hope you guys are having a fun night. And I want to give a very special shout out to our babies, Noah, baby Johnny, and baby Carter. We love you. With the 20th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from the Chiska Juniors, Peter Andre.
Oh, there's the goalie! Hey, don't worry about him, Meredith.
Peter is not here with us tonight.
The Russian stud from the is he playing the MHL? I don't know. He's a goalie, man. I don't scout goalies. I'm not good at scouting goalies. If you want, you can ask one of the meatballs on Twitter who are like, I play goalie and I know everything about playing goalie. Ask them, man. He's a goalie. He's athletic. I know that. He's aggressive. Starting to read from EP's draft guide now. He's one of the younger goalies in this draft class, so he's probably going to grow even more. He's currently pretty short. He's 6 foot feet. He's 6 foot feet, yeah. That's how I know I need to quit this freaking live stream. He's 6 feet tall, but he's very young, so he could grow. And he's very fundamentally good and athletic, so, I mean, yeah, he's a goalie. Frustration's getting to, yeah, I mean, it's been a process, my brother. My friend, it's been a process. It's been a steady process. Honestly, I was doing pretty well after the Frendell pick. I was pretty impressed because I was devastated. I was in an emotional wreck of a state. I was kind of holding it together. I feel like I've kind of lost my mind right now. I'm running on fumes. No, I'm not running on fumes. Like, I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys, but my professionalism is down the drain. I hope you guys are fine with that, right? I think you guys are. There are ads going on. I'm going to step aside. I'll use the bathroom. I'll get some stuff done. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. All right, 5 minutes. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, and by the way, just for Alex, I'm gonna play Baby Shark.
Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark.
Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark.
Grandma shark. Don't Grandma Shark. Grandma Shark. Grandma Shark. Grandpa Shark.
Boom, chicky, boom, boom.
Grandpa Shark.
Boom, chicky, 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 boom.
Grandpa Shark.
Boom, chicky,
Grandpa Shark.
Let's go hunt,
Let's go hunt, Let's go hunt, Let's go hunt. Run away, run away, run away, run away. Safe at last, safe at last, safe at last, safe at last. It's the end, it's the end, it's the end, it's the end. Da 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 da.
Yo, Alex, would you like another rendition of Baby Shark? Just for you? Just for you? Specially made? Let's go through Twitter, see what else is going on. Just for you, I'll go through my notifications. Docs everybody. Hold up, my bad. Unprofessional. Trade alert. Uh-oh. What is happening?
The Ottawa Senators trade pick number 21 in this year's draft, 2025, to the Nashville Predators in exchange for picks number 23 and 67, both in this year's
Decentralized the draft.
Ottawa to Nashville, 21. Nashville to Ottawa, 23 and 67. Nashville, you are now on the clock.
All right, so Ottawa gains a third-round pick by going down a couple. And maybe with Pittsburgh there and all those multiple ones, maybe they might take a goalie. Are we going to have a goalie run?
We may.
Because Nashville could take a goalie here, right? They traded Skarov, who was their big prospect for a while. Saros is almost 30.
Absolutely. And listen, everybody always...
Could go for Ravensburg, and he's still available. Semyon Frolov is also a guy that NHL teams clearly like a lot. Again, all of them are goalies. I don't know anything about them. It's yeah. I don't know what the I don't know what the Preds are doing. I think they had an even worse draft than the Blackhawks did if they take a goalie here. I'm not saying the goalie's bad. I just don't get the process. It's really fun when your team trades for a pick that you didn't expect at the draft. Yeah, I guess. Every Nashville fan is asleep given how much of a doozy this draft is. But, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun, I guess. Made that Preds fan Oh, my God. That one Preds fan that bought tickets and stayed all the way to the end to watch underage kids talk to a TV screen. Yeah, that one fan, right? Yeah. This draft. Am I the only one whose head hurts from listening to this stupid commentary? I'm sorry, I'm sexist, I guess, because it's a female announcer. It's not the reason, though. Like, so much of nothing happening, man. This is just such an aggravating draft. They need to. I was actually kind of in favor of the decentralized draft just because I thought it would bring spice, right? I thought there'd be more movement the way that there is in the NFL. There'd be more storylines, more surprises. No, this needs to go back to centralized ASAP. This is ridiculous. This is horribly produced, very amateurish, aggravating to live through. This is horrible. This is unacceptable. This is awful. I am amazed there's still 6 of you in chat. You guys are hockey addicts. You guys are legends. Thank you guys for staying with me because I feel like I'm disassociating, bro. I feel like I'm not staying with myself, but you guys are legends. You guys are staying here. So thank you guys for doing that. But oh my God. Am I the only one? Someone's about to get called sexist in McDonald's. Huh? Barry Trotz is a very bad GM. I'm just going to go out and say this. Here comes a pick. Let's see if my prediction of Barry Trotz being horrible is correct. You guys ready for this?
Making the second pick of the day for Nashville is an all-pro NFL tight end who is also a great friend of the Predators. Exactly. Please welcome George Kittle.
Oh. Didn't know he's a Preds fan.
What's up, guys? Very honored to be a part of the NHL Draft. Thank you so much for having me. I just want to give a quick shout out to the #1 Preds fan in the entire world, Felix Forsberg. You're going to love this guy, Felix. I can't wait for it. So, just want to say, with the 21st pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Nashville Predators select Cameron Reed from the Kitchener Rangers. What a beauty. Thanks, guys.
Very left shot, really good skater, quick feet.
So I was wrong. Barry Trotz really working to rebuild that pipeline. The first pick was a little questionable with Brady Martin, but Cameron Reed is a very good, very projectable defenseman. He's 6 feet tall, so he's not necessarily the tallest, but he's 200 pounds. He's a play-driving defenseman. He's as skilled as anything. He skates like the wind, and right now, that's really all you need to be projected in this range. I think he went lower than I expected him to go. Let me actually look this up. I know Elite Prospects thought of him very highly. I wonder what Consolidated was. Yeah, 19 by Consolidated ranking, 19 by EliteProspects.com. He's right there in the same range as Radim Murtka, in my opinion. Radim Murtka went top 10, which honestly, I think I'd rather have Cameron Reed than Radim Murtka. I mentioned that I don't really like Murtka's general profile that much. There feels like there is a Radim Murtka every other draft minimum, and they always get overdrafted, and they never really end up being top-line players like other players in that general range are. But I think I'd rather have Cameron Reed. I think he has a much more projectable offensive game. It's a little bit weird because, again, he's a smaller player, but he's not as dynamic as other smaller NHL defensemen. But I'm not too bothered by his size because he has good skating. He has good change of direction. And his acceleration is even better than his top speed. And for a smaller player to succeed, I think that's kind of the foundation you should be working from. He's a good playmaker. He has solid hockey IQ. I think he's a good all-around player. Again, a guy who I would take above some other guys who are drafted above him, especially on the blue line. I'd take him over Radim Murtka, take a chance on him. And for Nashville to take a high upside player like this, I think that's a good pick. Hockeyson says, I thought he was going to say, and he's also a great Predator fan. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm just saying things based on the homework that I did and based on like the one game that I watched of each of these players. Please take everything I say right now with a grain of salt because I am going to grind film later, especially with whoever the Blackhawks draft at 25. Please don't consider what my opinions when I'm this jaded, man. We're 4 hours into the live stream. I'm still going strong, by the way. Like, I appreciate you guys for sticking around. We're 4 hours and 12 minutes into the live stream, though. So please don't take my opinions too seriously. It's not going to be the same opinions I have with 2 weeks of preparation for a film study, all right? I think that's kind of self-explanatory. They're talking about Barry Trotz as a coach and his experiences guiding his ability to build a team. I don't agree with that because I think Barry Trotz, the GM, fundamentally different than Barry Trotz, the head coach. I think Barry Trotz, the head coach, valued a profile of players that he completely contradicted in his first season in Nashville. He would never build a team the way that Nashville was built. He would be incensed as a general manager if a team played that soft, that one-dimensional. I think that Barry Trotz, the general manager, you're giving him too much credit if you're saying that he's learning from his experiences from Washington as a head coach. I think you're giving him too much benefit of the doubt. Oh my God. I think this is exactly the type of player you should be taking a chance on in the 20s in this draft. Kind of the exact opposite. You should also be taking a chance on size here because I don't think you're going to find a lot of elite, high upside players. I think Lyndon Lakovic's still here, isn't he? Where's
Most. Well, I can guarantee my mom's looking forward to country music, that's for sure. But just to get there, it's an amazing city. I've been there once before. I love the city, loved everything about it, and I've heard only great things about the hockey there and the Nashville Predators themselves. So I'm just pumped to get going there.
Speaking of great things, we've heard so much about you, and the panel was just mentioning that you have a connection to Joe Thornton. You spent some time in the gym with him, and that's at Scott Patton's gym. Patton's gym, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So we know that Jumbo going to go into the Hall of Fame. He's good at taking care of a beard. But has he given you any advice, or have you guys had any conversations about going forward in the NHL?
Yeah, I mean, just simple advice. I don't see him too often, but when I do, I just
honestly kind of
I can learn off just observing him. He tells me things like, even today before the draft, he said, "Good luck to me," and just have fun with it. It's just simple things like that I learned from, and that really helped me through.
Yeah. You're going to Nashville, Cameron. You're going to have a lot of fun. Congratulations, Bucci.
Thank you, Leah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Audio's loud. My bad. My bad. It's because I switched my scene in OBS and I forgot to turn the volume down on my second scene. That's my bad. Is this better? I mean, it's muted. My bad. Let me unmute.
The pick is in. Gary Bettman. Looks like Chris Letang is back with his boy.
Is this better? Let me know if this is better. Chris Letang and his kid are back again, man.
Alex and Chris, we decided to bring them back.
You're so funny, Gary. You're so relatable.
With the 22nd overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the Rouyn-Noranda Huskies, Bill Zonin.
Oh, Bill Zonin, okay. If anybody has any criticisms of Bill Zonin, speak now because I need to call you racist.
So Bill Zonin from the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League is the pick for the Penguins.
This is a pretty solid pick.
I mean, he's on the board once again, and then of course you can see
physical presence.
The embraces with the family.
I question whether everything is projectable. I think he needs to become a better skater.
I mean, I don't think they were first
he's a very
round
detailed
for the last
player, though. I mean, if he can improve his skating to a certain baseline, everything else there is to Bill Zonin's game. You can like him. I mean, he's going to be a presence in the middle six if he can improve that skating. It's really a question of whether he's going to be able to do that. He plays in the QMJHL, but again, this is a different
and intensity, and he was ranked sixth.
Why am I talking with people talking over me? I prefer Lyndon Lakovic right now. I can't believe he's still available. But anyways, with Zonin, there is a certain level of projectability that's missing because of his skating, but everything else, I feel like his what am I thinking of? I'm starting to lose my mind. I feel like his hockey sense, his IQ is actually pretty underrated. He's a little bit of a deceptive player, a bit of a do-it-all player. he's a good forechecker. I'm trying to think of what I remember from him. He put up some good points too. He put up 83 points in 64 games in the QMJHL. Not great, but it's pretty good. So yeah, good all around player. He has a nasty element to his game too. He's a bit of a power forward. I expect him to make the NHL. He just needs to become a better skater. Should I start singing One Direction for you guys? No one cares. We want Malcolm Spence. Okay, never mind. My brother in Christ, we cannot hear. Can you hear me now? Hockey Sun, can you hear now? Or are you talking about the audio? I intentionally muted it. Sing Bon Jovi? What song do you want me to sing? I need Second City back because I need to do a duet. I refuse to sing solo. All right. All right, perfect. My bad. I don't know what happened. I saw something weird happen, but I don't know what it was. My bad. Thanks for letting me know. Yo, compliments to the chef. I don't know if the compliments to the chef. Whoever made this this oatmeal, it's elite. It's keeping me going. I feel like I have way more energy than I expected to have, and it's kind of throwing me off because we're 4.5 hours into the live stream. We're still not. This is ridiculous. What is the NHL thinking, man? Have a nice day, Bon Jovi. Yeah, right. I don't know what the NHL's thinking. Let's go through the actual tracker. Let's kind of have a summary. So first overall, Matthew Schaefer. Second overall, Michael Misa. Yeah, we already know Frendel. Dane White. This is the thing. Like Anton Frendel's a better player than Desnoyers. I don't have any doubt about that. I think he has a higher floor and a higher ceiling. So I would be more upset with Desnoyers, who went right after Frendel. Obviously, the dream was Misa. The dream was also Martone. The dream was also Hagens. But I feel like Desnoyers and Martin are both objectively worse draft picks than Frendel is. Chicago's actually on my screen. Oh, my God. I think I might be behind you then, because they're not on my screen. But anyways, after Porter Martone and James Hagens won back-to-back, and rightfully so, Philly and Boston, two rebuilding teams / retooling teams, get two of the best prospects in the entire draft. Jake O'Brien won right after that. Another one of my favorite. This is literally 3, 4, and 5 on my ranking, going 6, 7, and 8, back-to-back-to-back. This is the value right here, in my opinion. Radim Murtka, a little bit of a reach. Roger McQueen, boomer bust prospect. Of course, Anaheim is the one to take him. He fits their archetype like an absolute glove. Benjamin Kindell goes right after, and Jack Nesbitt goes after that. Like two reaches. I mean, I'll just say it how it is. There's so much better value on the table, including, in my opinion, I would put Lyndon Lakovic above any of these players, and he's still not picked yet. But anyways, Kindell and Nesbitt, this is too early for them. Two good prospects, just too early for them. Carter Bear, great player for Detroit. Fits their identity, but has a higher upside. Jackson Smith, great value for Columbus. If they want a blue liner, this is the second-tier defenseman who I'd be taking a gamble on the most just because of his tools, how elite his skating is. Braden Coots, we talked about him. Victor Eklund, obviously, I wish the Blackhawks were able to make that happen. And Victor Eklund and Keishon Aitchison going back-to-back to the Islanders, combined with Schaefer, who obviously won first. This is ridiculous. They win the draft by a landslide to the Islanders. Cole Reshny going next. Justin Carbonneau, bit of a steal for St. Louis. Going 19. He should have gone way higher than 19, in my opinion. Andrianov going to Columbus at 20. I'm surprised there's only been one goalie. I know Luke was asking in in my Twitter hot take section whether there'd be 3 goalies. There's still some time for 2 more goalies to go, but Andrianov ends up being the first one off the board. And Cameron Reed, we talked about him and how he's kind of one of the second-tier prospects who I'd rather take a gamble on given his explosive tendencies, even though he's a smaller player. He also has a great defenseman in Roman Josi to learn from, and then Bill Zonin. Here we go. And
Canada. Ottawa native, Tom Green.
All right, here we go, Ottawa. Hagens says the Hawks are notoriously inefficient with their early second-round picks, so I don't expect them to make
Senators
to
and
make there. Yeah,
Ottawa Valley resident there, eh? I cannot tell you how proud I am to be announcing the 23rd overall selection
Just don't
of
announce
the
Lyndon
2025 NHL Draft. The Ottawa Senators and Charlie are proud to select from the University of Wisconsin, Logan Hensler.
Logan Hensler, a guy who I actually prepped. Great. So Logan Hensler is a great skater. He's a right-handed defenseman, and I in a tongue-in-cheek way, I said, "Close your ears, Wally," because Wally was ranting about, nobody can get a right-handed defenseman, and now look, the Blackhawks overdrafted Watchalong. Logan Hensler is a right-handed defenseman, a great skating right-handed defenseman with a solid floor. I think he has shutdown potential. The weakness is he's way too safe with the puck. He doesn't take a lot of risks. When he first came to the NCAA, he was completely overpowered. If you think James Hagens was overpowered by the jumping competition to the NCAA, I think Logan Hensler was 10 times more caught off guard. I think he struggled with changing pace. He struggled with physicality, and I think that forced him into a very safe projection. Hensler was rated in the top of the draft before moving to the NCAA, but he's
looked like a veteran in college hockey.
I mean, you could be playing against some players for him to maintain
that 21, 22, 23, and to come in at his age and play the way he did.
He has some good
for
moves
University
here
of
and there.
Wisconsin.
He's,
Very
again, a very good skater.
And a cool fact, too, is that his father built a backyard rink when he was just 5 years old.
Not very strong.
And my dad had a backyard rink all the time. I'm sure it was way better in Minnesota than my area.
My only pet peeve here, and it's something that I've been banging the drum on for the last several years, is we've all these amazing American players, and they're playing north of the border. And he's going to join Brady Tkachuk, Jake Sanderson, who we're going to see at the Milan Olympics. Those are two incredible players. And look, I wish them the best of luck, but I wish we could see them a lot more here in the U.S. But what Ottawa's building here is pretty special. I'm very impressed. They're pushing the playoffs.
Eventually, and he's going to be a role player whenever he does. And this is the kind of player that you can justify drafting, especially in a weak draft class when you're already a playoff team. Turn those chicks down.
Maybe having a little technical. How are you feeling right now? What was going through your mind as you made the walk up to the stage?
I'm so happy this happened with the technical difficulties. This is ridiculous. Why is this a thing? Who signed off on this? I'm so glad it's stabbing them in the back. This is ridiculous. Fever Dream audio. I'm so sorry, bro. Let me know if anything's too loud. Like specifically, I can adjust it. But oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Technical difficulties. He can't even talk to his general manager. How is he ever going to cope? Why is that even a thing, man? Oh my God. The Blackhawks are one pick away from drafting Sasha Boumediene way too high. Oh my God, bro. All right. You know what? That's fair. The Hockey Sense says, I'm cool with you not even sharing the pick audio anymore. Honestly, I'm at the point where I'm still like enjoying hanging out with you guys, but my brain isn't working at the level that it needs to manage OBS effectively. So I'm just not going to share the audio of the picks. All right. Is everyone else cool with that? Because when I turn it on, I forget to turn it off. I'm just really not working. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. This is the time where it's kind of starting to break down, right? The professionalism's not really there. Only the legends are still sticking around. I can say my political statements now. We can talk about Karachi and the kind of vests that they sell there to certain people who want to have an explosive impact. We can say whatever comes on our mind now, right? This is a safe place now. So let me know if you guys are okay with me not sharing the audio. Can you sing The Devil Went Down to Georgia or something? Oh my God. My rule is I need to have Second City here to sing. That's my rule. All right, perfect. Logs. Hey, Logs. Logs is here. Were you here the whole time? Or oh my God. I feel like I'm breaking down, man. I didn't even process that. Welcome back, man. It's good to see you. The fact that there are advertisements too is just grinding my gears, man. In like the worst television program that I've ever watched, the most boring draft. It's the NHL draft. How do you manage to make that boring? We have 7 of the most diehard fans in this chat right now. And even we are bored out of our freaking minds. And our favorite team is about to pick in one pick, and we cannot be bothered. How'd you manage to make an event like this so damn boring? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind word, Logs. I appreciate that. Go to your nearest Marshalls for cup gear? Yeah, right. I don't even know if we have Marshalls in California. We probably do. I don't really go out much. You can probably tell by my jobless behavior, but... Don't... Oh my god, I'm really breaking down here. Okay, who's still on the board, man? Lyndon Lakovic's still here. The Hawks are a pick away from getting Lyndon Lakovic at 25. That's ridiculous. I don't think they're going to pick him because they're going to overthink it and pick somebody worse, but that should be the ideal pick they make, man. Baby Martone, as I call him. They have Panthers Cup gear at Marshalls in Florida? Yeah, the hockey sense that I'm pretty sure I would have left if I was there in person. All right, the Kings are about to, announce their pick. Oh my god, I just realized I'm going to have to lock in for the Blackhawks pick because there's a chance I want to upload it. Don't try to make me stay or ask if I'm okay. I thought Ellie was pretty clear. Oh, they traded to Pittsburgh. Oh, for God's sake. The LA fans are so confused. They waited this long in their hometown for a pick, and this dude just came up and announced that they traded it away. They're pissed off. This is so funny. So Pittsburgh trades up for the 24th overall pick. This is so funny. They called the special guest over just to announce the pick. That's so funny. Oh my God. This is the most half-baked idea I've ever seen from the NHL, and they've had some terrible ideas, man. Did they just call him Ravensburger instead of Ravensburgen? I wonder who Pittsburgh is taking here. They can go best player available, to be honest. Best player available is going to be Lyndon Lakovic, my opinion. Also have Malcolm Spence. You have the big guys like Nestor Sil and Vinzaghi and stuff. But yes, please take Sasha Boumediene so the Blackhawks don't gigabrain this. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Watch them pick Malcolm Spence. I hope they do. I think Lyndon Lakovic is a higher end prospect. I'm sorry. Malcolm Spence is a little bit more of a low ceiling player than Lyndon Lakovic is, in my opinion. Also, the Kings are trading for the Oilers' old pick. Choking the first round. Yeah, exactly. It's part of the deal. The deal that the Oilers have with Satan, a.k.a. Evander Kane. This gives you time to lock in. I'm sorry, I'm missing chat. I'm completely off my game. You guys can call me out, by the way, if I'm doing something like I'm missing chat messages or something. You guys are legends. There are 10 people in chat now. I don't know why. Oh, it's because the Blackhawks pick is coming up. If I'm missing something, let me know. If I'm missing a chat message or something, because you guys, at the very least I can do is freaking acknowledge your chat messages. That's the very least I could do. The Hockey Sun said this gives you time to lock in for the Hawks. You know what? I'm trying to save my energy for that, but I'll do my best. If it's Linden Lakovic, I'm prepared. If it's anybody else, well, good luck. I'm gonna turn the audio on just for this. All right. I'm not gonna commentate it too much because it's the Penguins pick.
Labor laws, but Alex Letang is back again because
he's doing such a good job. The Penguins had. Instead of analyzing, I'm gonna go back to the tracker.
Thank you. With the 24th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select from the University of Michigan, William Horkoff.
Oh, Will Horkoff is? Okay. Athletic freak, yeah. A little bit of a reach, in my opinion. Again, in this range, I think NHL teams are justified in reaching a little bit. I'm confused why Linden Lakovic has fallen this low. I think I'm higher on him than consensus, I guess. But it makes me nervous because the Blackhawks don't seem like the kind of guy to draft a player like Lakovic over some sort of bet at size. If you told me before the draft that the Blackhawks would have the chance to draft Nestrasil at 25, I would have jumped at that opportunity. I do think that because Lakovic is still here, I do think he's a better pick than Nestrasil, though. I think he's both higher floor and higher ceiling. So I would be mildly disappointed if it's Nestrasil, but I can easily be convinced. I mean, Nestrasil's dad wants him on the Blackhawks. He's a guy with energy. He's gotten better throughout the season for Muskegon. If this is Nestrasil, I'll be happy. What does Lakovic do better than Malcolm Spence? He creates offense, too. Like Malcolm Spence is very good as a complementary player. Like you can put him on a line and he will do his job, but he's not really dynamic. He's not a dynamic kind of play driving player. And I feel like the Hawks have already gotten their fair share of just people, you know. I like Malcolm Spence a lot, but I just feel like there are better people available here. That's all I'm saying. Do you think you would pick $100 out of the toilet or $20 off the sidewalk? It depends on who's been in the toilet. Do you guys see Dr. Squatch and Sydney Sweeney? Do you guys see that combination? His favorite food is pizza. Nobody cares, woman. Nobody cares. All right, you know what? Let's lock in. Everyone get up. Everyone get up and do a stretch. All right? You guys have been sitting at your computers or your phones for far too long. Your posture sucks. As a medical student, I'm obligated to tell you, get your ass up and do some stretches, okay? Lock in. Start caring about your health. Get up and stretch. Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel like I haven't gotten up in. Oh my God. All right, boys, lock in. Lock in. Lock in. We need to be at 100%, all right? I know it's been a long stream. I know we've been waiting for this moment for the entire freaking stream. The slowest paced NHL draft that I've ever seen. The most boring. I can't believe they managed to make the NHL draft boring. But all of that waiting was for this one moment. The Blackhawks are on the clock with the 25th pick in the 2025 NHL draft. And there's some talent available that nobody saw coming. The most notable, in my opinion, is Linden Lakovic. A guy who produced more with less talent around him than anybody else in this draft class. And even though he's inconsistent physically, I'm getting tired of hearing the overreactions when a big player doesn't play the most perfectly projectable physical game at the junior level. That's the whole point. When he already has a frame, you got to be confident in his ability and the ability of your coaches to try to develop that side of his game more. What you can't teach is what Lakovic already has, and that is the ability to create offense from the perimeter and the ability to play an all-around good game. He's a dual threat scoring option. He controls the game. He creates for his line mates. I think he has clear top 6 potential. I had him ranked around 14. I thought I was underrating him. Clearly, the NHL is completely the opposite way. I think he has potential to be one of the top 12 to 13 best players in this class when it's all said and done. Awkward Human says Potter or Lakovic. Man, I really want Lakovic. We'll see. The Hockey Sense says Lakovic forced his way to the Hawks. I hope so, bro. Imagine the Hawks trade back. I will lose my freaking mind, dude. I will lose my mind. You will watch me in real time lose my freaking mind. You will do that. Dude, this is so... Does the NHL not understand how boring this is? Like, we've heard the same... Look at him giggling. This is so stupid. All right, let's lock in, boys. We're moments away from knowing the second half of the first round haul for the Blackhawks. Let's take a bite of oatmeal. Open your mouth, guys. You know you want some. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? Sorry, guys. Sorry you guys had to hear that. Why are you looking at Blake Fiddler? What are you doing? Man, if the Blackhawks draft Boumediene with the board, that's... Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. I'm starting to get like flashbacks. Why would you draft Blake Fiddler, man? Pick us in. Here we go. Lock in, boys. Lock in.
For our next pick, I'd like to recognize someone very special to me and the entire National Hockey League family. For 44 years, Gary Mahar has been running the league's communications and PR department.
You need to get better communicating.
No one is better. No one has been as important in shaping the narrative of the NHL.
Oh my
and
God, the narrative of the NHL can use some
stories
work. What is happening?
with our fans all around the world. He is a friend and one of the most valuable people to ever work for the league. Gary is retiring after the draft.
I don't
and
care.
Tonight,
I don't care.
To make the next selection for the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, Gary, yay. Please communicate to me that the Blackhawks draft Lyndon Lakovic.
I grew up in Montreal.
I don't care.
And as a lifelong Montreal Canadiens fan,
I don't care.
I'm proud to turn myself into a Chicago Blackhawks fan
I
for
don't
the rest
care.
of my hockey career.
Shut up.
By announcing with the 25th overall
25th.
selection in the 2025 NHL Draft,
A lot of 25s.
my team, the Chicago Blackhawks, are proud to select from the Muskegon Lumberjacks, Vaclav
There you go.
Nestrasil.
All right. You know what? I'm not going to be upset at that. Vaclav Nestrasil, the guy that almost every Blackhawks fan wanted all along. He's a bit of a jack of all trades. He's a hard-working guy with creativity, a violent side, a great forechecker, inconsistent skater. He's going to have to get better at that. But he is now a first overall pick. And this is a pick that a lot of people really wanted. His dad wanted him to be a Blackhawks player. Nestrasil is an obvious fit with the way the Blackhawks want to play. They love size, and Nestersil is nearly 6'6", and despite being that tall, he kind of is a jack of all trades, which is unique for a player of his size. He plays with a lot of energy. He punishes defensemen if they don't get rid of the puck enough. He skates hard after every puck, even if his skating as a tool needs some work. He knocks away pucks. He plays a pretty high skill game in the offensive zone, even though the entire game as a whole needs some more polish. This is going to be a fan favorite for the Blackhawks and a profile that the Blackhawks were desperately missing. The Blackhawks wanted size, the Blackhawks wanted grit, and with their first 2 selections in this draft, that's exactly what they get. With Anton Frandel, it's more of a density, 6'1", power forward game. With Vaclav Nestersil, it's pure potential, 6'5". His skating is a work in progress, but the rest of his game tells a lot about his overall potential. It wouldn't shock me to see him develop into a top 6 player because his playmaking is spectacular, his ability to chase the puck is spectacular, and his willingness to improve is even better than any trait that he has. I think this is an A+ pick for the Blackhawks, even if there is some value left on the table again. Dawkinson said, my dad wants me to be paid millions of dollars to not play for the Hawks. Am I going next time the Hawks pick? Well, you might be the emergency backup goaltender. Do you think they're going to draft the mandatory e-bug with their 2nd round pick? Frandel is dense. Yeah, you like that word, don't you? Yeah, Alex needs a... He probably failed his interview, you know? He's a 3rd rounder. All right, well, you're talking about Adam Gaia. Oh my God. Why is that so accurate? All right, boys, I'm gonna step aside. I hope the Blackhawks don't trade back in. Actually, you know what? I feel like at this point we should just hang out, shouldn't we? I mean, my goodness. Oh my God, let's keep it at Lyndon Lajkovic's page, man. This is I'm amazed that there's an outcome in the draft where the Blackhawks got Nestersil, and I'm still disappointed. The pick is in for the Predators at 26. Watch them take freaking Lajkovic. Oh my God, bro. I appreciate you guys for sticking around. 8 of you, man. That you guys are legends. Talkin 6 in our Discord said, my best friend who I'm currently with played him all season, said he thinks he has the most potential out of the USHL, which is nice praise. It wouldn't shock me if that's true, but his floor is extremely mid or even low. Yeah, I mean, it's just about, I have faith in Nestersil's ability to reach, not his ceiling. His ceiling is like a 6'5" player with the movement skills and the talent that he has. Talking about a ceiling as a hypothetical, it's a little bit of a scary thing to talk about, but I don't think he's going to be his floor. He's a very hardworking guy and a guy who's gotten steadily better. So he'll probably be an NHLer. Oh my God, bro. Holy crap, the trap. Oh my God. I thought you were serious for a second. Oh my God. I'm at the gullible state, man. How long have we been live for? We've been live for 4 hours and 46 minutes. let's see. I will say, like, Nestor Still was probably my dream pick at 25 before the draft, but I had no clue that Lyndon Lakovic would still be here. So from that perspective, I guess the Blackhawks took a swing at a very high ceiling, low floor prospect, general profile that I was excited to see. I'm not really paying attention who just got drafted. Riker Lee got drafted. Good for him. Is he a US NTDP player? Why does that name ring a bell? No, he's not. My bad. Madison Cap. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm losing my mind. Second City's in her duet time. Second City, I'm not. Yeah, do you know any pop songs? Second City, we need to sing a duet. Bippity boppity boobity. Oh my god. I don't know, man. This is such a gut wrench, man. Like, you do so much work. Honestly, next time I blame myself. It's my fault for like staying up at night and grinding around my exams, and like I feel like I overworked myself and I had very high expectations as a result. And I feel like I got too affected by the whole emotional roller coaster over the past 2 days. If I just kept an even keel, I feel like I would have this outcome would have been fine for me. But what kind of pop song? I don't want to appease the hockey sun. I don't know, like, what Bon Jovi songs even exist. Any ones I know? Songs. Nah. I don't. We need to have a Discord stream one so I can hear all of you sing and harmonize together. You guys can sing Bon Jovi. I'm good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, living on a prayer. Oh my god. Alright, I might put it to a vote. Do you guys want to hang out? We have 10 people here still? What are you guys doing here, bro? The draft is the longest, most drawn out thing ever, and I am not a good host, man. You guys are legends, though. What are you guys doing here? The Capitals are drafting LeBron? LeBron Jr.? Bronny to the Capitals? To the nation's capital? What a patriotic act by Bronny James. The Blackhawks are going to draft Angel Reese in the second round. Just watch. Oh my god, bro. You know what? You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? Let's have some fun, all right? Is this prep, right? Just make sure I know what I'm doing. All right. Yeah, this should be good. Let me make sure it's full screen. Yeah, it is. We have 2 DMs, probably expletive, so I can't open that. We're going to have some fun with a Blackhawks 2023-2024 quiz. All right? While this stupid stuff is going on, I just want to make sure the Blackhawks don't trade back up. So let's make an activity out of this, all right? The opening night roster. You guys ready for this? 2023-2024. So Bedard's rookie season. All right? Let's play this quiz. We can also do the hurdle challenge or whatever. I think that's pretty fun. We can hang out in Discord to save. My voice is fine. That's a crazy thing. Yeah, this is Bedard's first year, so his rookie season. So right away, we're going to go with Connor Bedard. I know Ryan Donato played on that first line. I know Taylor Hall played on that first line. I know Nick Foligno was there. Defensively, we still had Seth Jones. I know I'm going to forget him later. Connor Murphy. We have another pick, so let me just open my ears for a second. I'll be right back, though. Carl Soderberg. Who are the Capitals are going to take Lakovic. Watch.
From the Moose Jaw Warriors, Lyndon Lakovic.
What did I freaking say, man? The Capitals always do this. Every time. Every time. Look at their prospect pool. You would look at their prospect pool and think that they were drafting in the top 5 every single year. It's ridiculous. They got Cole Hudson in the 2nd round last year, and all of a sudden now he looks like a star. They do this every year. Lyndon Lakovic is going to be a star. Oh my God, I'm so sick of this, man. They're good teams, they're smart teams, and they're freaking stupid teams. And you can tell them by the draft. I know the draft isn't everything. I know there are a lot of different philosophies. I told you, when I saw the Capitals were picking, I said they're going to draft Lyndon Lakovic. He's going to be a top 10 player now. Ridiculous, man. Look at the prospects they freaking have. And come back to me. It's because they bought cap-friendly, yeah, of course. They can sign him to a team-friendly entry-level contract. It's just, why? I should become like a freaking baseball fan. Even the Cubs are starting to regress a little bit. Why do I do this, man? Why do we all hang out here, man? Why don't we all just become like Capital fans or like Islander fans or something? This is ridiculous. Alex says, I'm a Habs fan. I mean, dude, look at the Capitals prospects. Remember Andrew Kristoff from the 2023 draft? I know he hasn't made the NHL yet, but he's been tearing up the CHL. Ilya Protas, they drafted him in like the 3rd or 4th round or something. Let me actually look this up. When did they draft Ilya Protas? In the 3rd round. A season later, he looks like a freaking star. He has over 2 points per game. It's ridiculous. And now he's already signed his pro contract, and he looks poised to be in the AHL next season. Patrick Thomas, I mean, Blackhawks fans watched a ton of him. Cole Hudson, Ryan Leonard, who's now in the NHL. Oh my God, and now freaking Lyndon Lakovic, arguably a higher ceiling than most players that I mentioned already. It's ridiculous. You would expect them to be picking in the top 10 every draft, but no. They just do the smart thing. They do common sense things. That's what makes good NHL GMs. If you don't overthink by trying to copy people and trying to build a winning team, just pick the right player. And guess what happens? You end up being a well-run team. Ridiculous, man. Khrushchev, Foligno. Oh, you're answering here. My bad. Anthony Beauvillier was not on the opening. This is the opening night roster. Philip Khrushchev was definitely here. Is it Philip? No, it's Philip, right? Sometimes they have misspells. What? Why is this not here? Nick Foligno already put. Jason Dickinson's a good one. Dickinson. Jared Tenorti's a good one. Was he not here there? Oh, let me lock in. Alex Vlasic was here for sure. Who's the bottom pairing stuff? Corey Perry was here. You're right. It was the Dickinson Foligno Perry line that kind of tore things up at the beginning of the season. Who's on the second line? Lucas Reichel was here. Lucas Reichel. That's all the centers apparently. Who were the wingers on that team? I think Ryan Donato was technically a winger. Peter Mrazek, that's a gimme. Arvid Soderblom was here as well. Who are the bottom? Who are the 4th line players? Mackenzie Entwistle. What? There's a timer? What? I was reacting to something else. Oh man, screw this, stupid. Well, let's just see all these, man. Footballers who play for Barcelona and PSG. Oh my God, I don't care, bro. All right, well, let's. No, I'm not. We need to do a hockey one. Let's see if we know this year's draft, this year's Blackhawks team. I honestly think we might struggle with this quiz. September 18th. So this is a little bit after the season started. You guys ready? Can we not turn the next pick is in. Let me just react quickly. I don't think I care, but I love Eric Comrie. You know what? Nice guest. Bro, you barely represent them, man. It's all Connor Hellebuyck. Oh, hell yeah. The Blackhawks are not going to pick Boumediene. There you go. That's for you, the hockey son. Sasha Boumediene. Actually, a decent player. I feel like I would have been upset with him at 25, but no, he's fine. Great skater. Is it beyond the realm of possibility to trade back in and grab Spence? I would love that, man. I think they should. I don't know what they're doing. What's the plan, bro? Oh my god. The fact that oh my god, Lyndon Lakovic went to the Capitals right after the Blackhawks picked is just the cherry on top to a great day, man. Great day. Great draft. Good work, Kyle Davidson. I think this is probably the lowest I've ever been on Kyle Davidson. I'm still not a fire Davidson guy, but it's getting tiring, man. I need to see some thought process behind some of these picks, man. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Plan is Ryabkin at 34. Hell no, bro. Hockeyson says Hawks can't bear to lose a third-round pick from the Hall trade to move back up. Oh my god, that's true. It's a very valuable pick. All right, you know what, boys? Let's figure this out. Let's lock in. You guys ready for this? Okay. So let's plan this in advance. This is this year's roster. You guys locked in? All right, let's go. Connor Bedard. Let's go Alec Martinez. Let's go guys who I'm gonna forget. TJ Brody, Connor Murphy. Let me scroll down so you can actually see it. Alex Vlasic, Seth Jones. All right. So going from the Lucas Reichel. Patrick Maroon, Pat Maroon. This is so stupid because typos matter. Craig Smith was there. Yes, he was. Oh, we have numbers. This is easy then. Joey Anderson, Andres Athanasiou, Tyler Bertuzzi. This is too easy, guys. Jason Dickinson, Ryan Donato, Nick Foligno, Taylor Hall, Philip Kurashev, Ilya Mikheyev, Frank Nazar, Zach Sanford. This is too easy. Brett Cini, Tavo Teravainen, number 38. Who's number 30? Oh my God, Ethan Delmas. I was thinking of Brandon Hagel for a second. I was like, what the heck? Kevin Korchinski, Artem Levshinov. Number 39, Laurent Brossois, Peter Mrazek, Arvid Soderboom. This was way too easy. They gave numbers. That's way too easy. You guys have any ideas? Anything you guys want to see? We're hanging out. I think we might cut it short. We're over 5 hours in. It might be time to say goodbye, boys. What do you guys think? You guys want to do something fun, some activity, or do you guys want to call it quits? I'm going to go on a trip tomorrow, so that's something I can look forward to. It's going to be really, really nice trip. Nice unwinding from all the stress around draft time. And then you guys can expect an Anton Frandel deep dive film study probably 2 weeks down the line. I'm starting internal medicine, which is not the worst rotation in the world, but this is going to be a graded rotation. So I don't know. It really depends on how much film I'm able to find in the timeline of everything and stuff like that. But probably 2 weeks, roughly. Maybe we can jump on a live stream one of these days and just do gaming and stuff. I did buy Civilization 7. I want to start a gaming series that's kind of between us, between the 6 people who are still in chat. You know what? You guys deserve this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna kind of tease this. Dismiss. Let me see if I can find this. Before this draft began, I already created a thumbnail. Oh my god, I don't want to leak too much. Give me a second, boys. I know this is a little bit aggravating. I don't want to leak too much though, because I have a lot of things in the works, and a lot of things might never see the face of day. But let me just do this. I'm gonna copy this. Boys, I'm more locked in now than I was doing the draft. I'm trying to figure out how to do this the right way. So I'm gonna go over to the this page right here where we can see Lynn and Lakovic. I'm gonna delete this, and then I'm gonna copy paste. Keep original styles. I already made a freaking thumbnail with Anton Frandel edited in for a realistic rebuild series before the draft began, because I was so confident. And this is before the whole Michael Misa emotional breakdown happened. This is early in the process. I knew that Anton Frandel was going to be the pick, so I already have this thumbnail made. But I almost scrapped it when I thought Michael Misa was going to be the pick. I almost talked to my graphic designer saying, like, dude, you need to make one with Michael Misa. This is the only upside to the Blackhawks drafting Anton Frandel and not being able to draft Michael Misa, in my opinion, because I'm really happy with this thumbnail. But all that's to say, like, I don't know if let me go back to the, I think I showed enough. All that's to say, I don't know the timeline of when I'm going to be able to start the series. I'm going out of town right now. I'm going to have the film study in the works, but I'm going to start some sort of gaming channel. I have some technical difficulties with my Xbox, especially with the connection to my computer. But I'll try to figure out if I can get that working. Second City Sports says the only problem is you're not going to be able to get the CHL draft guys on the right teams. Yeah, I'm gonna use a custom roster. I'm gonna use a custom roster. That's not a big deal. The Hawkinson says I'm staying up until this is over. You know what? That sounds like a challenge to me. I can stay up too. I think I'm scared. God bless whoever's making these quizzes for those awful Hawks teams. You guys want to do that? That's low-key kind of fun. That's more fun than the draft. Am I crazy? Yeah, there it is. Am I crazy, or is this more fun than the draft? Let me see what else this user made. I hope it's like NHL top 100 career power play goals. This could be interesting, actually. Let's see what else is there. NHL point scoring leaders. Let me see if it's is it based on year? Oh my, I'm not gonna get that. No. That's not the vibe for at the end of a 5-hour stream. That's not the vibe. It's so funny because I don't even have the... I accidentally closed the draft. I have it open now, but I'm so locked into like everything else we're doing and just hanging out with you guys that I'm not even focused on the draft anymore. I feel like we need to do this more. What do you guys think? Like, everything doesn't have to be about hockey, because the hockey product sucks. Why don't we just like hang out more? You know? We can play games. We can start like more of a gaming series. I love story-based games. That was my big vision when I was starting YouTube. I wanted to find a way to divert into story-based games, guys. Things like Telltale, things like Arkham Knight, things like that. I feel like we could have a lot of fun with something like that. Alex says no. Nobody asked you. You're a hater. I'm confident you would not get it. I would make a 1-question quiz that would be guess the Hawk I'm thinking of. That's brilliant. You guys want to do that right now? That's more interesting than the stupid draft. Guess the Hawk I'm thinking of. No, you're wrong. It's Jared Tenorti. All right. NHL, guess the player by the teams that they've played for. Oh, this might be interesting. If this is recent stuff, it might be interesting. We could get back to that. 2025 head coaching hires. Let's just quickly do this just to make sure we know. Can you pick the new head coach given each NHL team? What? I can't even read anymore. Can you pick the new head coach each given NHL team is hired for the 2025 season? Let's see if we can. Seattle Kraken. Who the heck did they hire? Lane Lambert, I think. Yeah. Philly obviously hired Rick Tocchet. Vancouver. I do not know this. Adam Foote, I think. Yeah. Blackhawks. The man, the myth, the legend, Jeff Blashill. Boston Bruins. Was Marcus Sturm or Dan Muse? I don't remember this. I don't remember who the Boston Bruins hired. This is terrible. I'm gonna go mute. Oh, dang it. Quenneville. Did I just say that the Penguins hired Mike Sullivan back? Mike Sullivan. Oh my God. My bad, boys. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous error right there. Oh my goodness. Carolina might trade the pick, apparently. Okay, you know what? Let's lock in. Let's get back to the tracker. Let's see if they trade it.
Getting ready for the NASCAR race tomorrow night. There's a lot going on here, but it sounds like a lot going on in the NHL draft too. So I'm going to toss it back to Gary Bettman. Start that trade.
Okay, here comes the trade.
The Carolina Hurricanes trade pick number 29 in this year's draft to the Chicago Blackhawks in exchange for picks 34 and 62 in the 2025 NHL Draft.
Oh my God, it's
and
actually
a fifth
Chicago.
round pick in the 2027 NHL Draft. Carolina trades 29 to the Blackhawks for 34 and 62 this year and a fifth round pick in 27. So, Chicago, you're on the clock.
Thank God I didn't quit. Oh my goodness.
So that's a couple second-round
The
picks.
sleepyhead actually woke up. That's
Blackhawks
insane.
moving up. So
All right,
we'll
boys,
see.
we're going to have to lock in. The Hockey Sense says, you're welcome for keeping you here. Yeah, thank you very much. You know what? You actually deserve it. There it is, boys. Let's lock in. Malcolm Spence, bro. I don't want to hear anything. Wozniak BS, man. This needs to be Malcolm Spence. Let's stop screwing around and let's just pick the right player for once. Just the right player. You know, end the note and this long day on a good note. Send me into my vacation happy. All right? Is that too much to ask for? Just draft Malcolm Spence and move on with your life. We need to lock in though. I feel like I'm starting to break down, but I need to lock in for this. I'll be honest. I don't know if I'm going to clip the second pick because the 25th pick and what's it called? My commentary about Vaclav Nestrasil was horrible. I appreciate you guys not calling me out for that, but I was a wreck when I was talking about Nestrasil. So I need to try locking in more for this. I need to figure out what I want to say about what's his face. About Malcolm Spence. I really like Waz though, but yeah, Spence. Yeah, Spence is. I think he's the right pick. So we have no second round picks. I'll be honest. I wasn't paying attention to the conditions of the picks. I'm sorry, to the trades. I'll look it up for you though. Mason West is also available, isn't he? I feel like the Blackhawks are going to be very high on him. Another kind of triple down on size. But we did get the report that Mason West was a lot of teams are questionable about Mason West because they feel he might go back to playing football. Which is kind of interesting. I'd be cool with West. Yeah, I'd be cool with West too. If the Blackhawks have a guarantee that he won't go back to football, I'd be fine with West. Feels like a Blackhawks pick, just a endless potential kind of guy. All right, are we ready to lock in? I'm not ready to lock in. Look at me, man. Oh my God, dang it, bro. Pick is in. All right, let's lock in, boys.
7 beginning at noon tomorrow. The pick is in for the Chicago Blackhawks.
With the 29th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select from Edina High School, Mason West.
We freaking called it. Mason West, the top high school prospect, a guy who has a background of football, a true athlete. I need to remember to mute the audio. He is one of the most rare profiles in a draft full of rare profiles. Just like Vaclav Nestrasil, who the Blackhawks selected at 25, they're doubling down on size. Hopefully this means that in the future, they have a team with multiple identities, a team that can beat you in so many different ways. Mason West is very much a work in progress. Right now, I would grade him at an average to below average in a lot of the traits that he has. But his skating is solid, and he is... He has a high, sorry, I got distracted by everything going on around me. I think his tools are a little bit of a work in progress, and some reporters were worried that he would go back to playing football. But given that the Blackhawks traded back up into the first round for him, I assume that they have some guarantee that he will be focusing on hockey. And that's a scary thing because the sky is the limit for a player like Mason West. We called this in the build-up. Everybody in chat live, you guys heard me talk about Mason West before the pick was made, and here we go. He went from high school to the USHL, and he became better there. It's going to be a very long runway for Mason West to hit his ceiling, but I frankly don't even know what his ceiling is because he's operating from a pretty tantalizing foundation. He's a good skater, which is surprising since he has a background of playing football, and everything else about his game is very much projectable. I believe he will show a lot of improvement, and I don't know what he's going to look like at the NHL level, but his flashes of skill and his positive skating are definitely a good sign of promise for the Blackhawks. Sharks pick Malcolm Spence. I'm done. They probably will. I don't know. I'm done caring about the Sharks. I feel like their forward core is so much better than the Blackhawks that I don't even care about them anymore, if that makes any sense. Like, it's not like if they pick Spence, then they're better than the Blackhawks among their forwards, and if they don't, then the Blackhawks are better. It's not even close. If the Blackhawks are going to match up to them, it's going to be on defense. It's that simple. Let me hear Malcolm Spence talk. I actually am interested.
LA, so yeah, I'm kind of don't really know what to say. So yeah, I'm
They're
just super
here
blessed.
in this moment. Now we know that you are a heck of a football player as well. You're a QB for your high school program. You're going to continue to play football, which we love. How do you think commanding an offense and being a captain on that team helps you in your hockey?
Yeah, I think I'm a leader on the ice. I think I kind of bring that leadership role from football. I'm a quarterback, so I try to bring the command on the offense, try to bring that onto the hockey ice, and try to be more of a doer rather than a stayer. I think I try to make big plays in big time moments. So yeah.
Football mentality coming to Chicago on the ice. They gotta love that. Congratulations.
Well, the good news is if Caleb Williams is a bust, at least you have a good backup option here. Leah Hextall, that's such a stupid question because I was hoping she would ask about whether he has any plans to go back to football long term over hockey, but she didn't. She was like, what part of like playing football translates to hockey? And obviously he's gonna be like leadership. I'm a leader on the ice. That's such a softball question, man. Oh, Blake Fiddler's still here. Cullen Potter's still here as well. What? I thought Cullen Potter got picked. Am I thinking of someone else? Oh my God! Look how down bad Alex is. My grasshopper, man. Meet your right hand. Good Lord. Huh. Unless you mean bad in a bad way, then I apologize. That's out of hand. I'm sorry. We're 5 hours into a live stream. I apologize. I should not have said that. Oh my God. All right, let's get back to our game. I was actually having some fun there. At this point, we have 2 picks left. Oh, the Sharks are picking next. They're going to pick Malcolm Spence, 100%. This is the stupidest commentary I've ever. Oh, I'm losing. I'm losing my soul, bro. You know who was picked in the second round? Nikita Kucherov. So the second round's so exciting, right? Brain dead, man. All right, the pick is in. Let's just react to this. You know, we're almost done with the draft. We might as well lock in, you know. Shut up, Bailey. Malcolm Spence, obviously. What? 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 I think Joshua Ravensbergen is kind of the best goalie in this draft, to be fair, by my personal assessment. Again, they're all goalies. I don't know anything about goalies. He was ranked 24 according to Elite Prospects. Big monster of a goalie. He's 6'5", kind of the exact opposite archetype of what they already have in their system. This is an interesting fit. Very composed, kind of a first round grade type goalie, and the Sharks get him late in the first round. So I mean, Askarov is more of the athletic type. He's more of a Ravensbergen's more of a stand up, composed, not moving too much, always in position kind of player goalie. So I guess their timelines are a little bit different. Askarov's closer to the NHL, but this is kind of a luxury pick, man. This is the Sharks saying we don't need to reach on any profile. We're fine the way we are. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go defense here. Askarov a bust confirmed? Huh, I wish. There's not smoke in that room. Greer must have blown it off Oh my god, I can't read. There's not smoke in that room. Greer must have blown it all up Davidson's grass. Oh boy. All right, 2 more picks, boys. 2 more picks in this miserable draft. Can't believe the Blackhawks had 3 first-round picks and it's still like this, man. Mason West, what an interesting pick. I'm shocked that he went in the first round because just this morning I was listening to a podcast, the Called Up podcast, where they're like, NHL teams are wary that he's going to be moving back to football. If you give in tonight, let me set you free. I am losing my mind, 'cause this draft is poo-poo pee-pee. All right, the LA Kings are on the clock. 3 first-round picks. Kind of strange that that's been the case in 3 out of 4 Davidson drafts. I wish the value proposition was even close. Man. Because if you go best player available, then oh my goodness, you have a team. This is probably the closest that Kyle Davidson has come to try to replicate the Sam Rinzel pick. Mason West is also a high schooler, just like Sam Rinzel was. I think Rinzel has better tools, a better foundation, kind of probably a better ceiling as well. But I just think Mason West is kind of that same archetype of player where he's just purely, let's see what the heck happens. Yeah, you can kind of argue Vaclav Nestersil is the same way. So, I mean, the first one worked out really well. Let's hope these 2 work out as well. If you give in tonight, let me set you free. Oh my God, the LA Kings traded their first pick, didn't they? It would be so funny if they traded this pick too in their hometown. Just a big middle finger. They hit that stupid red button with a big middle finger. Just like, screw you. I think it's because they don't know what to do with second rounders, them trading up. That reminds me of Ryan Pace, because he sucked at drafting in the beginning of the first round. He had Kevin White and he had Mitch Trubisky. So he just traded 2 first-round picks for Khalil Mack. Like, screw it. I'm done drafting first-rounders. Worked out really well for one season before Cody Parkey happened, but it's a different story. Are the Kings even there in person? They should be. I mean, this is in their backyard. It would be so funny if they're like in a hotel room across the street. Bruce Davis is still here. I'm kind of surprised that the Sharks went goalie over defense. Do they really not believe in reaching for anything? I think the Sharks might be the only true best player available front office in the league. So it'll be interesting. It's no surprise that the consensus among fans and media are that the Sharks are the next coming of Jesus, right? Like, everyone loves the Sharks. It's because they're so best player available. That's a crazy hairline. Oh, Bruce Davis. Oh, we're just talking about him. I'm not going to give my assessment of him, but I'm kind of surprised the Sharks didn't take him at 30. Second City Sports says, out of all the KD era drafts, I think this is the weakest one. Let's see. I mean, 2023, obviously. Like, who are we kidding? 2022, Korchinski. Is the value proposition of Korchinski at 7 worse than Friendell at 3? I think so. I think I was lower on Korchinski at 7 than I am at Friendell at 3. Although it's kind of the same concept of reaching for a profile, right? And then Nazar, really great value, and then Sam Rinzel, unbelievable value. So yeah, this is probably worse than 2022. 2023, Bedard kind of ruins everything, right? You can't really compare anything to the 2023 draft because Bedard is, I mean, even a drunk blind monkey would be able to make that pick. But Oliver Moore at 19, very good value. I think a lot of people are lower on that value just because Gabe Perreault went later. First of all, Gabe Perreault tore things up in the NCAA with a ridiculous shooting percentage. In 2023-2024, his shooting percentage was over 20%. 20 freaking percent. Ridiculous. Came back down to earth a little bit, and I would imagine that also contributed slightly to James Hagens struggling a little bit. But we'll see what he does in the NHL. I think Oliver Moore is kind of that identity piece that the Blackhawks needed to pick early in the rebuild for them to kind of point to when they talk about what type of players they want. He is one of the best skaters of any prospect in the entire NHL. And that's kind of the identity that the Blackhawks are going for. Elite Prospects seems to think that Oliver Moore has more of a play-driving offensive creativity potential than I do. And if that's the case, then sure, put him in the top 6 and laugh your way to the bank. 2023, obviously with Bedard and even with Moore, I think the first round was pretty good. 2024, Levshunov at 2, undoubtedly better value in my opinion than Friendell at 3. I think Levshunov is a much better prospect than Friendell at this point. Both of them have good potential. Both of them are similar types of players. Both of them are similar types of players in terms of being a little bit weird with the puck, not having good polish, being physically developed early. But I think Levshunov is a better overall prospect currently than Friendell is. So from that perspective, I think 2024 is maybe better. I will say that Boisvert, I had like a 20s grade on Boisvert, and Van Acker I didn't have anywhere in the first round. So from that perspective, I think the combination of West and Nestor Sill is probably better overall, given that they were late 20s instead of teens. I think the value proposition of Nestersil and West, especially the potential they offer, is better value at 25 and 29 or whatever it was than Boisvert and Van Acker. The Hawkinson says he's drafting for his replacement if this team doesn't progress significantly. I would have hesitated to say that a couple months ago. I love how we talk. Yeah, but look, are we talking about like multiple drafts? Because only the first round happened. I was trying to be fair. If we're comparing to other picks, I mean, Nick Lardis was the 3rd round pick. Roman Kansaroff was the 2nd round pick. So I mean, we can go down the list a little bit if you want, but I don't think any pick is going to be worse than the Adam Guyan pick, man. I was shocked at the time. That was a different year in my life, man. I had the time to actually like really go down the list and watch multiple games for all those top prospects. And I couldn't believe that Adam Guyan was the pick. But anyways, Mishiak ended up being almost as bad of a pick. So there it is. Alex says, well, first round is done. Been great talking to you, ringside. Likewise, brother. Yeah, I always appreciate when you show up to these streams. It's always a good time. I hope the Hawks go F themselves because this team was so ass at drafting this year. Fair enough. You know, this was not a draft for everybody. I think Frendel is going to be fine, not amazing unless he develops a better floor. And I think he can. I'd probably give him a 30% chance of actually doing it, which is why I was lower on him than the NHL clearly was. But if he does, he's going to be one of the best players in this draft. And this draft will age extremely well. But beyond that, we'll see what happens. It's a fair assessment, totally. The Hawkinson says the Hawks got bad value on the West trade, by the way. I don't really care. I don't care about trade charts at all. Frankly, I think the whole like fair trade thing is a complete myth. Second City says we should have gone up to 12 to take Eklund. We almost gave up the same amount for a worse pick. Is that true? I wasn't paying attention to the return, but if that's the case, then fire everybody, man. What the heck? Eklund is a different tier of player. I don't know. I feel like. Don't you guys feel like we're beating a dead horse? Like we're trying to argue with a brick wall. Like why do we do this, man? Like I'm gonna stick to my guns, and I have my opinions. I know. I feel like I'm relatively adaptable in that I understand what NHL teams are trying to do, and I feel like an NHL team with no vision should not exist. So at least I understand the vision that Kyle Davidson's trying to bring, but the process and the value that you're leaving on the table is a lot. Aki-san, I'm leaving for a trip at like 2 a.m. tomorrow, so no. And I would not survive. We can maybe have a live stream sometime next week. You guys want a live stream? We'll find something to talk about. We'll play some games. We'll have a good time if you guys want. I'm open to input. I mean, like live streams take absolutely no effort. This is a live stream that I kind of stayed up to like prepare for, but most live streams are just chill. We're just hanging out. So if you guys want live streams, then let me know. Philly gave up 22 and 31. We could have given them 25 and 34 and something else. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, Lanny McDonald's back. Hey, that's a great message. Classy move. There you go, Lanny. It's a great little message. There you go. Cullen Potter's off the board, and that's the end of the first round. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm really jaded right now. Cullen Potter is another guy I would have probably traded up for before Mason West. If you want to have that identity of speed, you can't just like abandon it halfway through the rebuild because, oh, now suddenly we're too small. We need a bunch of size. Like, you can't do that. I understand. I'm not going to harp too much on the last two picks. I kind of predicted both of them. So I'm not going to harp too much on them, but it is what it is. You know what? I think that's the perfect time to end. Thank you guys so much for stopping along. Keep your eyes open for any new uploads. You should be expecting a film study. I don't know what the timeline of the gaming series is going to be, but be sure to subscribe if you guys haven't already. I know you guys all have. Join the Discord if you're not already here. Thank you guys so much again for joining, and I'll see you guys next time, all right? We're good to go? You like his brother, Harry Potter? Hockey Son, with these dad jokes, I feel like it's time to go. All right. Thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you guys so much for spending 5.5 hours of your Friday evening with me. I had a great time despite the outcome of the draft. I hope you guys had some fun too, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.